Hello and welcome to the morning session of day 4 at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships from Ronse in Belgium. Joining me, Emma Martin, in the commentary box is Paralympic and world gold medalist Barney Story. Good morning, Barney. Day 4.
Very good morning. Yeah, it's day 4 and we've got some thrilling road races again coming up on day 4.
I know. So if you are just joining the Paracycling Road World Championships, this is day 4 of a 4-day championships. The first 2 days, Thursday and Friday, individual time trials. Yesterday, Saturday and today, Sunday, well, road races. And we have some fabulous road racing for you today. We're going to start with the tandems, so the men's B and the women's B category will be the races away this morning. You can see that because the schedule is in front of you. 8:30 the men go. Now 8:30 Central European time, obviously a lot of time zones around the world. 5 minutes later the women's B road race gets underway. Those two road races will be out on the course together. And that is the first race of the morning. It is an absolutely packed schedule, however. We have 4 sessions today. And the tandems, well, they are the first. Well, you can see the men down on the start at the moment. The sun is coming up here in Belgium. It's dry. It's been wet overnight, however. Well, I was going to say mixed sources tell me we're either going to have a dry day or possibly some light showers at lunchtime. Well, let's just take a look at the course. This is the course being used today for all of the road races, but you can see different number of laps and different course length across the day. 6 laps for the men's B, 5 laps for the women's B this morning. It's a really interesting course. We used this course yesterday, Barney, in the road racing as well. There's some real technical features out there and one really big climb.
Yeah, that's right. We saw a significant change in all the races when we came out of the town, and you hit the climb straight away. And what we saw is going up the climb, and then all the races tending to come back together briefly on the descent before the same thing happened again the following lap. So, yeah, there's a lot of climbing in this lap, and will be a challenge for all different sorts of reasons.
Yeah, and you can see the 2 climbs on the map there. The first climb, well, it's got a really steep section towards the end of it. It kicks to around 8%. Then there's a small plateau before the riders go into the second climb, which is less steep but still does hit 6% in places. And because they come consecutively fairly closely together on the course, they really were quite instrumental yesterday, particularly because this is a multi-lap race. There is an 11-kilometre run back from the top of the climb into town and the end of the lap before they go out again. It's going to be interesting to see how the men's B road race, well, competes on this course. Interestingly, it's 10 kilometres shorter this course than in Zurich at the 2024 World Championships, but slightly less climbing as well. So let's expect some close racing, I think, Barney, because the riders on this start list, well, it is packed with talent.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we've got the different tandems and different types of strategy they're going to have within the race. You know, so you've got an excellent sprinters in Bagmer and Boss, and obviously they would be quite happy with the sprint at the end, whereas, you know, our time trial winners would prefer to be away, I would imagine. Yes,
so last year in Zurich it was Bagmer and Boss who took the win, but it was a 3-up tandem sprint in Zurich with 2 other tandems. Zorilla and Garcia took the silver medal, Livaris and Peyo took the bronze. We've seen different tandems come to the fore in the individual time trial earlier on this week in the men's race, and it really is going to be one to watch. Now, the women's B category will go 5 minutes later. Dunleavy and Kelly look dominant in the individual time trial, Barney, but there are 3 GB tandems in that road race, and there's a question, I suppose, as to whether they could work together.
Yeah, there is, and obviously if you have strength in numbers as a nation within a race, it's to your advantage. So you need to, you know, make the most of that advantage and try and impose some tactics on the race rather than being dictated to. So they'll have that those decisions to make within the race, and certainly for our Irish pairing of Dunleavy and Kelly, they'll be trying to ignore them and just try and get away. But as we've seen previously, the Polish women's tandems have always been really strong too, so always been trying to get away, and that will be definitely a tactic for them too.
Well, that looked like a very quick wheel change on the start line.
Yeah, it did indeed, and obviously we have our Shimano neutral service here to try and assist with riders in those situations. And you know, if their team aren't with them at the start, if they don't have wheels at the start, their wheels might be in a pit area, so there might be it's not enough time to get them to the riders on the start line. So not all nations have wheels and equipment spread everywhere, and that's a good example of that, where Shimano neutral service just came to their rescue.
Well, that Dutch tandem of Bangmer and Boss, 3 times world champions. They come into this race as defending champions from Zurich. Does that mean the pressure is on them to defend that title, and will that play out on the road, Barney?
Yeah, I think there's always an element of pressure. I think when you win consistently, and when you win in the manner in which they do as well, it's the pressure's always going to be there. And would they view a silver medal as a step down? Well, it is, isn't it, compared to last year? But I think in terms of all the the measurables you can deal with in a road race, there are so many external factors that affect the outcome of the race, and I think sometimes you have to look at all those external factors and say, well, actually, getting a medal from this race is actually really good, considering all the other tandems we're racing against. Those 23 tandems on the start line, that's a lot of bikes and a lot of equipment to navigate to the end of the race.
Well, it was the French tandem of De Carvalho and Guichard who took the win in the individual time trial earlier on in the championships. Bangmer and Boss, the Dutch tandem, came through in second, and it was indeed Tashore who took third in that individual time trial. So, some really switching around of the positions from last year, telling me there's more strength and depth in this field.
Yeah, there is indeed, and we've seen that all the Road World Cup so far, with the change in results. Bangmer rode with a different pilot in one of the Road World Cups as well. Still successful, but with Patrick Boss as his pilot, he tends to go that little bit better. But yeah, it's going to be a real challenge, this race, and for so many different reasons. I do expect the Dutch tandems to work collectively.
Well, we are on final countdown here in Ronse of the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. And away go the men's B category. Now, Barney, 2 tandems from Thailand as well in here.
Yeah, there is indeed. Yeah, it's great to see that spread of nations we've talked about previously, and to see the riders from Thailand here at the World Championships, and in the thick of the racing as well, and yeah, great for the sport to see. So
Hemfertat and Champerut, one of those Thai tandems. Lamson and Hacharat the second. Do keep your eyes out. 13 different nations amongst the 23 tandems in the men's B race, as we see them working their way through some very technical sections in town, the in and out of the town centre where the start is located. A technical out of the lap and a technical into the finish run.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we saw some key parts of that road furniture in the run into the finish as well, which I'm sure these riders would have been watching the TV yesterday and seeing those kind of different advantages they can pull. But you can just see a slightly steadier start out from our tandem men. They'll just want to get out of this technical section before they get out on that main climb and really start to put the hammer down from there. But yeah, it's a fairly, I want to say, low stress start, but it's as low stress I think as you're ever going to get in a tandem road race.
Well, instantly you can see, through the streets of Ronse and then out onto the climb. It comes literally 800 metres from the start line, the base of the climb. The tandem spread across the road. The Colombian tandem on the front as well at the moment. That is Serna Moreno and Angarita Reyes. The tandem right in the mix at the front. They were on the start line at the front. They're still there at the moment, but the tandem spread wide across the road as you can see the first climb ahead.
Yeah, and that's a synonymous sign, I think, when you're in a bunch and you know what's coming because you can see it straight ahead. So for the tandems that you know, are relatively strong in this category, they're going to be well, perhaps keeping a keen eye on each other and making sure no one really gains an early advantage. And
you can see from the wall art the whole town of Ronse in Belgium really getting behind this event.
Yeah, they are indeed, and it's again we're in the cycling heartland of Belgium here in Ronse, and you know, to be able to, for all the riders, you know, to be able to race in this environment as well. Everyone loves bike racing where we are, so we're going to see, although it's a little early at the moment, we're going to see a lot more spectators out as the day goes on.
Yeah, they were really deep on those barriers around the town square yesterday, and really vocal as well. It was absolutely fantastic. The locals out as well as the supporters clubs from the riders.
Yeah, it's a big thing for cycling in Belgium, the supporters clubs, and yeah, great to see yesterday.
Well, the women's B road race will be the next race out, and you can see Dunleavy and the pilot Kelly, the Irish tandem, 3 times world champions consecutively in this road race, defending champions from Zurich last year. They looked dominant in the time trial, Barney. Can anybody touch them?
It's going to be a challenge on this course. I think what we've seen already in the previous races from yesterday's road racing, that the climb makes a significant difference on the outcome of the race, and certainly we just see the GB tandem here, all smiles on the start line, and yeah, the Irish tandem will look to use that tougher terrain to get a gap, basically, to try and get away from that British tandem. The British tandem I'm talking about, Unwin and Hull, have a really good sprint at the finish, so they won't want to take them to the finish if they can help it.
Well, it is going to be interesting. Yesterday we saw riders go clear on the climb, and then we saw the 11K run back into town. Well, riders closed down the gap regularly that riders had established on the climb. So there really is 2 parts to this lap here in Ronse, Belgium, and riders needing to use the part to which they have a strength, and not think just because they're not with the pack at the top of the climb, or they're not with the leaders at the top of the climb, that the race is over. And we saw the commitment from those road races yesterday to close gaps and really to change the racing.
Yeah, and we almost saw a catch on the finish line.
We did.
With a 40-second gap over the top of the climb. That then came right back.
And riders will know those types of gaps. Well, away goes the women's B race here in Ronse, Belgium, at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. The women are out on course. Well, we said it looked like a steadier start at the moment, and the French tandem going down the road in the men's race now. France have 2 tandem pairs in this race today. De Carvalho and Guichard, who took the time trial title earlier on in the competition. Luvaris and Peyo, who took silver last year.
So this is Luvaris and Peyo, I believe, out front. They're a little bit taller than their teammates, so it's a good spot to give us a difference, because with the same nation's kit on and the same coloured helmets, it makes it a real challenge sometimes to identify these different bikes. Just see our 2 tandems from Thailand here. They'll be looking to get back on the descent, and obviously the race is not over when you get over this climb. You can get on back towards the bunch if you are struggling a little bit with the pace on the climb, but they'll be chasing really hard on this descent when we get to that.
And the 2 tandems from Thailand riding together, and a real range of ages, and some really young competitors getting their first experiences of the World Championships here.
Yeah, there are indeed, and it's something we want to see in cycling. We want to see more nations taking part of these World Championships. It's the World Championships. We should have as many different nations competing as possible. And
what does it feel like at your very first World Championships? There's some level of apprehension, or is it really just excitement?
I think a combination of both, really. I think the excitement it builds throughout the time that you're getting to the event, and then that focus and almost kind of nervousness, I think, when you get to the actual race.
I'm just sitting here really seriously enjoying these shots of the water coming up and the pack of the tandems. Absolutely fantastic shots we've been getting of our racing over the last few days.
Yeah, they are indeed, and almost an autumnal feel to
it is actually, with the sun in the back.
Well.
It's quite artistic, that.
It is.
Well, there's a lot of hard work going on behind the scenes to create that artistic feel, but also there's a lot of work going on the bikes at the moment as well, and very, very early into this race. You can see the damage being done by the climb and small groups starting to form.
Yeah, that's right. And as I've already mentioned, it's not the end of the race potentially for these riders. It might be if it's a tougher start, and we saw that in a few of the races yesterday, where bikes came back on the descent after that little bit of suffering fairly early on, but they were able to kind of pick up the pace on the descent and get back within the chase group. But we just see this is a really good, strong tactical move by our French pairing.
Livaris and Peyo, yeah, it is. And you can see really clearly on that long shot going back the flat plateau between the two climbs. But let's talk about manoeuvring these tandems, Barney.
Yeah, and they were taking no risks going around that corner, and it's completely understandable in these wet conditions. And you could just see that, that just slowed them up quite a lot around that corner. And the gap has just suddenly closed. We just see the Irish tandem starting to close the gap as well. Verreker and McLachlan on that Irish tandem. And they were just looking round, I think, now. I think there's a Colombian tandem, Spanish tandem just coming past them. But the chase is on behind now. So after that early escape, and as we see in the women's race, we're seeing the Polish tandem, which we actually mentioned this off air, didn't we?
We did.
They've always been active in the women's tandem road race, and certainly whether that's Glasgow, whether that's Zurich, the Polish tandems are always game for an early attack or battle, and they're certainly showing that here. Yeah,
we were having a little hypothesis around what might happen in the women's race and how it may play out, and Barney, you did call the Polish tandems out, didn't you, as well, which you can see on the right hand side of the road. Well, their right hand side, our left, the push and drive from the Polish tandem away from the pack and giving themselves that space to go on the climb. Now that look back tells me that's anybody coming with us? No, let's keep going.
Let's go. And obviously they've got three bikes in this race.
They have.
So they have the numbers to execute some slightly different tactics, and we're seeing that now with the first Polish tandem going up the road.
Well, and will those Polish tandems in the women's race, will it be a conversation amongst them and their teams? How do we as a nation win this event? Yeah,
it will be. The Polish teams always collectively ride as a team, and certainly they'll be willing to sacrifice their own chances, which is what you would have to do. It's ultimately risking everything to try and
get one of your tandems over the line. Yeah,
and for them, a success for them in this event will be a medal. That's a really good goal and a really good achievement. So,
and if the rest of the team help achieve that, then actually, we've got a chain off here. So if the pilot puts it into the small chain ring, that would just very quickly put the chain back on the bike. But the challenge of a pilot is being able to actually see that far back. So when you look down as a pilot on the front of the tandem, all you can see is your chain set. Trying to look a little bit further back is really tricky. The thing that will stop them from putting the chain back on is if they're on a single chain ring on the back, so they won't have a rear derailleur to put the chain back on. But well, the Shimano neutral service vehicle quickly up and out and helping here.
Yeah, it looks like I think they're on a single chain ring on the rear, and that's been the problem. So sometimes you can very easily put the chain back on with a quick couple of changes of the gear changer, but they're back up and running now, and you would expect them to be providing a pretty good chase to get back onto that peloton in the tandem road race.
The Polish tandem of Kopics and Silka, the Polish tandem there with the technical issue, but quickly resolved and back up. And I noticed the duo just go past, so they'll be quickly on and trying to get back onto that duo.
Yeah, they will indeed, and again, this is for the other Polish tandem in this group. They'll be looking around and thinking, well, actually, we're missing one. Let's not push on the pace at the moment ourselves to try and aid our teammates to get back into the race.
Well, in that men's race, they've just gone through the first checkpoint on the road. 15 tandems in that leading group.
Yeah, so it's already whittled down from 23 we had on the start line that rolled out to 15. We just see a great shot here of our leaders in the women's tandem road race. We're already seeing our Irish tandem at the front really push on the pace here, which I'm surprised about. I thought they would just wait a little bit longer, but obviously they're thinking, no, we need to go. We need to.
They're not happy to let anyone go down the road, are they?
No, they're not.
Now, they've been caught before by a Polish tandem going down the road. I think that was Glasgow 2023, wasn't it?
It was indeed, and they closed the gap fairly rapidly in Glasgow, but the gap was fairly significant. It was up to 4 minutes at one point in Glasgow, but they certainly closed that gap quickly. And again, they've been closed down behind by Unwin and Hull from Great Britain, and obviously one of the teammates of the Polish tandem out in front. We'll get the names of those bike stewards as soon as we can. We'll just see the Brazilian tandem here really pushing on the pace on this climb, and hopefully trying to get back on the descent into contention.
Well, the Brazilian tandem pushing on. Garcia and Marino on that tandem, continuing to push on the climb and setting your own rhythm and your own pace on a climb, particularly on lap 1 of 5, really is what it calls for some of these tandems, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and certainly, I mean, that's perhaps what the Irish were doing. They were riding at their pace up that climb, which has caused that split in the peloton behind. But yeah, we've now got five bikes, including our Polish tandem, just in front of these 4 chasers at the moment.
Yeah, so Putra and Priest is the Polish tandem on the back. We have Unwin and Hull is the tandem from GB. We've got Dunleavy and Kelly in there, which is the Irish champion. They are the defending champions. And then Agostini and Ramita from Italy. They are now back, indeed, into the fold with the earlier pushing on tandem. I think that's Kuta and Kolkowitz.
Yeah, I think
it is indeed.
It is, yeah.
So 5 tandems in the women's B class now pushing on. Jannering and Nielsen, the Swedish tandem, just off the back, but now onto the descent and really pushing on strongly.
Yeah, they are indeed. You can just see the speeds these tandems are going down the descent, and already seeing an attack by the Irish tandem out front.
Yeah, big push and on the descent, and the Irish tandem. This is really early in the race. I mean, I know we've seen the push from the Polish tandem on the climb to try and break the pack, but now this pace on the descent in the women's race really starting to set it alight.
I did wonder what had happened there, because the GB tandem went for me and fairly close to the Irish, right to the back of this group, and you can just see Unwin and Hull just overshooting that corner, as we saw the French tandem previously. Sorry, French men's tandem previously. So obviously there was something on that corner, and they're now fighting to get back on, which they will do on this section. But yeah, it just proves that the roads are relatively slippery out there this morning.
There is still a little bit of lying water out there, which will go as the race progresses and the sun comes up here in Belgium. But that little bit of standing water, particularly that corner after the descent, seeming a little tricky at the moment, and just catching 1 or 2 of the tandem pairs out. Yeah,
it is, and that's a great shot that we can see of the tandems that are chasing to get back onto this group now, and a few of those tandems will actually make it into this group, because it's a really kind of fast road to get back in.
Yeah, and it's looking like the 2 tandems behind what is the leading group of 5 will also close down that gap. This is a little bit further back, and we're looking at Sentis and Le Mans from France, just closing down to the other 2 GB tandems. So those 2 tandems Robertson and Hall, and Jordan and Khan, now being joined by Sentis and Le Mans. That's a good working group, Barney.
Yeah, it is indeed, and this group needs to work together now to try and bridge that gap, because as we've seen in other races, it's not the end if you're 20 seconds behind on this group. But this is back to the men's tandem road race, and we're seeing the Irish tandem now, who were active in the chase behind when we had our French tandem away fairly early on, but now they're intent on trying to break away themselves.
Yeah, they are indeed, and a big push on here for the Irish tandem of Verrecke and McLaughlin. And we're getting some really good shots of the cornering here as well, and the nature of the course. There are quite a few. I was going to say there are some corners out on the course. There are all obviously corners out of the course, but there are some really technical corners. They really are full 90 degrees or even tighter.
Yeah, there are, and coming back into town, and certainly the corner with just over 100 metres to go up to the finish line, it does come back on you, so it's greater than less than 90 degrees, I should say. Greater, less than 90 degrees. It's sharper. It's
sharper. It's a very sharp corner.
It is.
Well, at the front of the men's B category, there's a big group still in contention here, and that's the nature of this course, isn't it, really? Trying to get away after the climb. Quite challenging on this course, because it really is, well, after the long descent, it's then gently rolling, isn't it? And
yeah, and we're seeing that in the lead group in the women's tandem race now. You're seeing an extra 2 tandems joining. You're seeing the German tandem that's just that's
Anya Renner.
And also the Italian tandem, which has joined Colombo and Bisolati. So yeah, and the pace has just gone out, and the bikes and the tandems know this as well. So you know that if you've got riders rejoined, kind of takes the motivation out of really pushing on this group, which will aid the chase group behind here in the tandem road race as well.
Well, at the first time check, this group were 40 seconds back. Not, as we've mentioned, insurmountable at all, 40 seconds over that 11-kilometre run to the finish line at the end of each lap. But they look quite settled with the French tandem on the front.
Yeah, they do, and this is the point where they have to, share the work to actually get back into this race. With the race being up the road, they don't want to be in the position they are now. They want to be in that group as well, and also, there's nothing to say that they would be in the same position after the climb the next time as well. Yeah. Because we saw yesterday with some riders and bikes, they took a little bit of time to get into the race and actually kind of warm up on this course.
Well, we did say lap 2 yesterday really started to create some action, and we saw it was almost like it was a lap 1 double check things out and really get warm and going, and then lap 2, 3 and 4 race really hard.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we're just coming to town here within the last kilometre now, and this is a gradual rise up to about 500-600 metres to go before we make our turn into our familiar finish chicane.
Well, there's a push from the German tandem in the women's race, just utilising one of those little rises.
Yeah, they have indeed, and they've caught that group and they've literally gone straight off the front of it, which is a great tactic to use. And they obviously thought the pace had gone out of the group significantly enough to get in front of this group and be in a better position than they were the last lap up that climb.
Oh, Renner and Milowski pushing on here in the women's B category road race. They have, they've got 77 kilometres today, 1,040 metres of climbing, which just shows you that first climb on this course that ends at that 4-kilometre marker. It really does. It really does, and it really will influence the race. When I did look at the course maps for the first time here in Ronse, Belgium, I did do a double take because the course is in Zurich with those massive climbs at the front. When I actually looked and thought, oh, actually, it's almost as steep here in terms of the amount of climb on these courses. As we watch outside the end of lap number 1 for the men's B class, a huge group of riders going through and out on to lap 2.
Yeah, there are, and you just see with the tandems a few gaps kind of appearing between that technical section, but that group will be back together when they get to the start of the climb on lap 2. I think this part of the race, I'm always fascinated to see the looks on the riders' faces to see how fatigued they really are. Oh, as we see a big attack from the Irish women's tandem in the WB road race. And we could just see behind the chases we would expect to see from, and that's from Unwin and Hull from Great Britain. But Dunleavy and Kelly are not, they just don't want to wait. They want to get up the road as soon as they possibly can on one of the flatter parts of this course as well. And you can hear the Irish women's tandem talking to each other here, because they know that the British tandem is coming up behind. So it's how much they keep pushing on this pace here. And they've still not quite made it yet, the British tandem. They're fighting and fighting to get back onto this flying Irish tandem up front.
Well, as that men's group came through, 5 seconds separated the front from the back. 15 tandems still in there. So big group still out in the men's B. The German tandem now finding itself on the back of the group here in the women's B, chasing hard. They had gone off the front and were pushing the group, but now all change. It is indeed Dunleavy and Kelly who are pushing on the front there, as we just drop back in with one of the men's tandems from Kazakhstan. Ilukchev, they're just taking technical support.
Yeah, they are indeed. So nations have pit areas around the course, which you've just seen. So that was a member of their team to actually change their front wheel. And that way they'll know it's actually, it's one of their wheels. The Shimano neutral service provide a great service for the race in and around the course. But I think if you can change to your own wheel, and the tyre on that as well, then it's a big advantage to do that. We just see the impetus gone out of the lead here in the women's tandem road race. So Dunleavy and Kelly have sat up, and they also have the tandem. We expect to chase them all day. Well, try to chase all day in Unwin and Hull.
Well, Orzechowska, the Polish tandem, still moving strongly. They are on the run back into town now, and you can start to see that those main corner points, the drive. They want to keep this pace going, don't they?
Yeah, it's been a great race so far, and we're seeing attacks from a lot of different nations at the moment. So Italy now the next tandem to attack. Great racing so far. And there's just a little rise here where they turn right, and this is the time trial circuit they'll be familiar with as well. So this is the time trial circuit where they were on both sides of the road. So they've got all the road to race on here now.
Well, as the women's tandems come into town towards the end of lap 1, the men's tandems go back up the climb on the start of lap 2, and that 15 tandem group that went across the line now starting to split. Now this is interesting. We've got one tandem from the Netherlands in the bunch, 2 tandems from the Netherlands on the opposite side of the road, and the Polish tandem just moving across to mark one of the Dutch tandems. I love it. That Polish tandem just, there's no sneaky moves going on here. We're watching.
Yeah, they are, and they all seem to kind of merged into one group now rather than being separate.
Well, a little bit further back down the road, Orchik and Polaski still pushing, still climbing and working hard. Barney, talk to us a little bit. We're in the early stages of the men's B and women's B road race. Talk to us a little bit about the B classification.
Yeah, that's right. So on the back of the tandem, so obviously you have the pilot on the front, and they have what we call the stoker on the rear of the tandem. And the stoker on the rear comprises of 3 categories in the blind. So B1, 2, and 3. B1 being, so this is a general kind of speaking. B1 is completely blind, and B3 is partially sighted. So if you see some of the riders, we just see a good example there. Trish and Bagman looking round. I was trying to remember what classification he is. I'm sure it might tell me on here, B2 or B3. But yes, he has some sort of sight, so not enough to be able to ride a bike himself, but he has some sight to kind of look around. And there are numerous different eye conditions that the stokers have on the back of the tandems, which means some do have a little bit of sight kind of, you know, at various points, and it's often quite light dependent as well. So in the lower light conditions, it's more tricky for them to see, and similarly in really bright conditions, it makes it really tricky as well. So that's why, you know, the tandem is the best machine for the visually impaired to be on, and that's why you have such a spread of categories in one race. So B1 to 3 within the tandem race.
Well, a much steadier approach to the climb on lap 2 in the men's race.
Yeah, it is, and it's a far more kind of tactical affair this time round up this climb. And we've not really seen the Dutch tandems at all on the front of this race yet, which has been a surprise so far. So they're clearly taking their time to start their attacks. Just see Lavaras and Pilo just struggling a little bit on this climb now. After that early attack, they're struggling on this climb now.
So at the end of lap 1, there are 15 riders in the lead group of the men's B category. The tandem from Spain, Sansoria. The tandem from Ireland, Vereca. From Italy, Bernard. From France, Le Carho. From the Netherlands, Van Josveld. From Italy, Andrello. From Great Britain, the tandem of McDonald. From Spain, Rodrigo Canto. From Poland, Claude Dekowitz. Cerno Morena from Colombia, Bangma from the Netherlands, Tashore from the Netherlands, Zarilla from Spain, Lukachev from Kazakhstan, and then the French tandem of Lavaris. That was the makeup of the men's group, leading group, going through at the end of lap 1 as we watch the German tandem taking through the women's group. Well, the women's leading group at the end of lap 1, Renner and Milowski. The German tandem here in the women's race, Barney, really interesting. They're either at the front of the group or the back of the group.
Yeah, they are, and certainly through this town section, I think seeing the road in front of you on the more technical parts it's not a bad thing. I think it's a good strategy. Oh, we have a mechanical for the Dutch tandem. Which Dutch pairing is this? I think it's it
is Van Josveld and Gritsma.
Yeah, so there we have just a chain came off what looks to be, and Shimano neutral service just helping them get back on. Here we go.
Yeah, cool comes. Now that's a challenging moment in the race to have a mechanical, Barney.
Yeah, it is indeed, and the riders did exactly the right thing. If you've ever got anything wrong with the transmission on the bike, both get off the bike, because it makes it easier to get the chain back on, and gives you a bit of space to kind of move around it. And yeah, the pilot's done a good job of getting the chain back on, and a quick push away from the Shimano neutral service. They'll hopefully be back in that front group very soon. Well,
the women's B category now on the climb for the second time. This is lap 2 of a 5-lap race, and Renner and Milowski here, the German duo, really pushing on at the front of the pack. As they went across the line, 7 tandems in the leading group. The tandem from Germany with Anja Renner taking them through across the line. From Italy, Chiara Colombo in that group. From Poland, Dominika Putra in the group. From Italy, Mariana Agostini. From Ireland, it was the Katie George Dunleavy tandem. From Great Britain, Sophie Unwin. And from Poland, Patricia Kuta. Those were the 7 tandems in the leading group in the women's B category. They went through at the end of lap 1 in 23 minutes, 57 seconds.
Yeah, the pace is reasonably hot on this. Or certainly was on the first lap, and now we're seeing a similar pattern starting to occur on the lap 2 as well. We just see the all change in the front of the men's tandem road race. The Italians just putting a bit of pressure on. Yeah, just a bit of
wide again, the French tandem. Oh, and the Irish tandem just having an issue there and bringing down one of the others as well. So that is the Spanish tandem.
That's right, and I can only assume there was a touch of wheels, and as soon as the tandem came down, the Spanish tandem had nowhere to go. They were unable to do anything about it. Just a check by the team coach here from Ireland, which happened really close to where the actually Irish coach was.
Yeah.
Because usually you're just reliant on the Shimano neutral service, but they're just checking. I think they're just checking his collarbone to make sure he's okay.
Tandems are very different machines to standard road bikes. They're much longer, and being in a pack of 15 tandems, what's the manoeuvrability like for anybody who's never ridden a tandem?
It's quite hard. No, you literally, you've got a bike that's extremely long. You know, within a group situation, you can't change lines really quickly on a tandem. It's not something you can do. So you see on a solo bike, as we call them, a two-wheel bike with one person, you can move fairly quickly offline and kind of move around it. So the crash being a prime example. So if a crash happened in front of you on a solo bike, you can quickly change lines. Hopefully not cause any too much of a ripple in the bunch around you, but you quickly saw with the tandem you can't move that quickly if something happens immediately in front of you.
Well, just coming off the back of this women's group, it is Chiara Colombo from Italy, and also Dominika Putra from Poland. Those two tandems now getting distance off the back, and that's because of the other Polish tandem. That's Kuta and Kolkowitz driving again on the front of the climb. This is a clear tactic from the Polish tandems in this women's race.
Yeah, it is, and it's great to see as well. I mean, the Polish tandems have been on the forefront of the attacks in this race so far. I think if we look at total number of meters or kilometers off the front so far, I think the Polish team will be winning that competition. So yeah, they've taken the initiative on this climb, and you can see behind it's not a really fast chase. It's a steady chase being led by the Irish, and you can just see the Italian tandem. Oh, we're just seeing I say a steady chase
as we start to push. That's enough. She's the tandem has gone clear far enough. Now we close it down, and interestingly, it's the German tandem again who are struggling. But we've seen them in this position before already, Barney, and we've seen them off the front of the group as well.
Yeah, we have indeed, and I think this is what Dunleavy and Kelly from Ireland have to do. Yeah. They have to try and blunt the speed of Unwin and Hull, who are the fastest sprinters by far in this group. So they have to keep trying to break them, and you can see that they're trying so hard
desperately to stay on that wheel,
to try and make sure that they don't lose contact. And obviously the road goes down a little bit more again now before we go up for one final time before our descent. So they've got the Irish tandem have another opportunity now just to squeeze the pace that little bit more, and they will do. They will try and make it as uncomfortable for all of the other tandems as they possibly can. There's a small gap here.
And it's a psychological game as well as a physical game, isn't it? It's not really a game, but do you know what I mean?
No, I wonder if they've got a mechanical issue here.
They've got a small issue there.
Yeah, I think there's some sort of
There's a bit of a look back, and there's a bit of a look down as well.
There is. I think they do have a mechanical.
They've got a mechanical technical issue. So the Irish tandem of Dunleavy and Kelly just at the side of the road calling for assistance. They too.
Yeah, we're looking at a jam chain again, I think. Yeah. So yeah, you can just see Kelly here, the pilot, just to unship that jam. I'm just trying to see where it is. It's
yeah, it's a double chainring on the back, isn't it?
Yeah, so you have the link chains. It's almost like there are 3 chain rings. So you have the link chain and the drive chain as well. And that's the tricky part. So again, our neutral service helped them get underway. And they'll be chasing to get back on. And they have the power to get back into this race and into this group.
Well, and the two tandems that they've just gone past, and will be now closing the gap down to Joyner, the two tandems who got distanced on that climb. So they've got company, Barney, and they've got riders, interim riders to chase.
Yeah, they have, and they'll be certainly chasing them. And the speed and the power of this Irish pairing, they will go straight past these two other tandems. And you can just see Unwin and Hull just looking behind, just trying to see where their main opponents are for this race.
So Unwin and Hull, the tandem from Great Britain, Kuta and Kolkowitz, the tandem from Poland. Now setting, I'm going to call that a steady pace. They're not driving on.
No, they're not. And we're certainly seeing the Spanish tandem here in the men's race drive on at the moment, trying to forge a gap.
Now, just for any of our viewers out there who are wondering where the second group in that women's race are, they were 1 minute 19 seconds back at the line at the end of lap 1, but they had been joined. It is a 5 tandem chase group in the women's race.
Yeah, it is. That's yeah, and obviously those numbers will likely, well, the chasers will come back together a little bit on that descent. Now, because obviously with the Irish tandem not in the lead group now, the speed and impetus will go out of that group. So I expect the tandems to come back a little bit on that descent.
Now, interestingly, in the men's race, Barney, we're watching the Spanish tandem really push on here. Sanso Riera, this is the Spanish tandem, really driving off the front here. Now, for me, one of the... Oh, and there we go. We've now got another
mechanical for the German women's tandem. And you can see here, it does look like they've got an issue with their link chain. So the link chain has gone completely slack. So the chain that joins both the pilot and the stoker has gone completely slack at the moment. So whether that's unshipped from the rear as well. So yeah, they've got a real issue to fix this now. And this is what happens in races where you have a lot of splits. Trying to cover every single mechanical is a real challenge for the judges and the neutral service as well. I think the combination of the link chain and the drive chain have got tangled and jammed. So it does look like the link chain is back on now, because you can see it's actually
it's
tight again. But yeah, they're having a problem with their drive chain now as we rejoin the chase of Dunleavy and Kelly.
Well, Dunleavy and Kelly are absolutely driving now and motoring the group further, who are in the lead at the moment. You can see them just going round the corner in the distance. Such a shame for the German tandem not being able to get up and running as quickly as we saw the Irish tandem, because Renner and Milowski had been really instrumental in the first lap and a half of this race.
Yeah, they had indeed. Every opportunity they had to try and attack, they did. And that chain looks to be really, really jammed. Situations like this, you wish you could get on the tarmac to help them free.
Well, and it's just where you are on the road, isn't it, about the neutral support? Because we've seen the Shimano neutral support drop in really, really quick, but the location of where you have the incident and the location of where the support vehicle is a real challenge.
Yeah, it is, and you can see the setup of the chain rings there, and it's a real challenge on these bikes, having the drive chain and the link chain on the same side as the bike. And the challenges you get with that, you're now seeing, because everything is spaced slightly differently. We can just see the Irish tandem navigating that corner. Around a few incidents that have happened in the men's race there. Yeah,
so the Irish tandem continuing to push on. Dunleavy and Kelly, a mechanical for them as well, but quickly rectified the Shimano support vehicle now with the German tandem, and really trying to give assistance very, very quickly to get this tandem back up and running. The German duo had been so instrumental in that first lap and a half in the women's race, and the support now with them. Dunleavy and Kelly, the Irish tandem, also having mechanical issues on lap 2, now giving chase. This, though, now is the lead group. Unwin and Hull from Great Britain, Agostini and Eremita from Italy, and Kuta and Kolkowitz from Poland.
Yeah, you can just see quite a difference there in the speed which those three tandems went around that wet corner. The Italians kind of almost floated around. Just see the Irish tandem go around those same corners.
They are closing it down.
Yeah, they are indeed. And I think in these situations, from a tandem point of view, Dunleavy and Kelly, they don't need to kind of panic at this point. they were significantly faster in the time trial than the majority of the bikes in the race. So the British tandem being the closest to them in the time trial, but they have a lot of speed on their opponents. So this is not a point where they need to completely destroy their race to catch back up. They need to kind of pick a time trial pace that they're riding at now, just stick to it, not go beyond it, so that they have more energy. Because as you see, they're catching them up
and
now.
It's only lap 2 of a 5-lap race. They still have time. Now, we're just watching the Spanish duo. These riders in lap 2 have gone off of the front of the men's peloton. Sanso Riera, the tandem from Spain. Now, there is some clear daylight now from this Spanish tandem's attack on lap 2 as they go out onto lap 3 of the men's B race. So 41 minutes, 56 seconds for the Spanish tandem. Sanso Riera coming through with a good gap now back to the group.
Yeah, it's over 30 seconds now, or nearly 30 seconds. Once you get neutral service dropping behind those riders, you're looking at an almost 30-second gap. So we're not far away from that now.
And that looks to me like 9 tandems in that group. I will give you a confirmation as we get the timing come up, but that looks like 9 tandems in that chase group.
It does, and this is where we start to see the Dutch team working on the front now. They now have to start working, and all eyes will be on them to start working. They need to if they want to be successful in this race.
Yeah, it is indeed 9 tandems in that group, and the split 36 seconds. So the tandem of Sanso Riera from Spain going through in 36 seconds clear of 9 tandems. Vincent Teixeira from the Netherlands, Elie de Carvajal from France, Federico Androli from Italy, Chris McDonald from Great Britain, Lorenzo Bernard from Italy is in there, Tristan Bangma from the Netherlands, Pietra Koldowitz from Poland, Nelson Serna Moreno from Colombia. That is the makeup of the chase group. It is then, Luvaris from France at 1 minute 10. Van Jaarsveld from the Netherlands, who we saw have the mechanical out on course 1:24.
Yeah, indeed. And as you when you read out the different names coming through the start-finish line, it was actually it's a continued chase now by that Dutch tandem of Teixeira and Frantzen. They're the tandem on the front who are doing the chasing, and it's not a surprise really. I wouldn't expect. I was about to say I wouldn't expect to see Bagma and Boss on the front, but they are now.
You're going to say we were seeing some teamwork from the Netherlands, but it's teamwork now because they're taking their turn rather than being the protected tandem.
Yeah, they are indeed, and you can just see. You can always. It's pivotal points in a race when you can see the panic behind what's happening on the front, and you're starting to see an element of that now because the race is well and truly on. Even though it's we're quite early in the race still. There's still a long way to go. But what we have found in all the Road World Cups in all the last few years with the men's tandem road races, well, probably since I've been in and around paracycling, the men's tandem road race and the women's, it goes from the start and it just keeps going. There's no kind of let up. Well,
the Colombian tandem just starting to struggle. Nelson Serna Moreno and Marvin Angarita Reyes, the tandem from Colombia, on the back of the group as they go out onto the climb for lap number 3.
And I think after the time trial in the men's tandem race, Bagma and Boss weren't happy with their performance and not winning here in Belgium. So you can see the determination already, and they just need to be a little bit careful here if this is their plan to win. That they have a few tandems sat on their wheel now, so it's just making sure that they don't invest too early if the plan is to try and win this race.
Well, McDonald and Duggleby from Great Britain are with the Dutch tandem of Teixeira and Frantzen, just getting distance off of what is now forming to be the leading group, but they are not far from the top of the climb, Barney, and they could this duo of tandems could well close that gap down on the descent.
Yeah, there's every chance of that happening. I think we've seen from yesterday the speed of these descents. It is possible to get back on after being kind of slightly tailed off on the climb. And I think if you're out of sight at this point, then you'll find it very difficult to get back on the climb. But we saw that yesterday. At this point, you can get back on the descent.
Well, we are lap 3 of 6 in the men's race. We are coming back into town now on lap 2 of 5 in the women's race. The leading 3 tandems, Unwin and Hall from Great Britain, Agostini and Ermita from Italy, and Kuter and Kolkowitz from Poland. Dunleavy and Kelly, the Irish tandem, you can see after that mechanical now closing it down and really come onto the back. Now, the number of mechanicals we've seen early on in this race, Barney, with these tandems, is that quite normal in tandem racing, or are we seeing more than normal today?
I think we're seeing more than normal compared to Zurich last year. So Zurich last year, as soon as you have climbs and you have chainring changes on the rear of the bike, you're going to start to see, you know, potential issues. I think that the important point is, when you have you know, a rider on the back who can't see, doesn't necessarily know when your gear change on the front as a pilot will be, when you go from the big chain ring to the little chain ring, for example, on the front, on the back, if there's still stress on the chain when you change, because there's almost that momentary second where you just ease off on the power to allow the chain to drop into the little chain ring. That doesn't always happen on the tandem, and this is where you sometimes get the chain drops because the pressure is still on the chain by the stoker on the rear of the bike. And we just see our Irish tandem here rapidly approaching the group they were in before they had their chain unshipped.
And how much sportsmanship is there out there, Barney? How much of that group not racing hard to allow this tandem to get back on? Are they or are they not?
It's a very good question, and certainly if you see who's on the front, who's chasing. Since the Irish have not been in that group, I've not seen the British team roll through with any kind of urgency, and there is, because of the camaraderie we've talked about. No one wants to win a race because of someone else's misfortune. I think that's a common thing in cycling, and you know, if there comes to a point where you know that the bike it's beyond repair, the Irish tandem, for example, if it was, then you kind of carry on and race. But if you know they're chasing back on, and again, this is very individual, and there's nothing in the rules to suggest that you should wait or you should do anything like that. But some riders do feel the need to not kind of go full ball racing at that point and give the bike who's had the misfortune a little bit of a chance to actually catch back up. But as I say, it's the World Championships, so you can't always employ that tactic. And
this incident took place very early in the race. You know, it's a 5-lap race. We're still on lap number 2. If it was on the final lap, things well, the chase would have been harder because the race would have been underway on the front.
Yeah, that's right, and we've seen it in the World Championships last year in Zurich. So if we cast our minds back to the women's C4 race, where there was a crash with 5 kilometres to go, and the American rider, Samantha Bosco, does she then have to wait for the rider to remount and get back up? You can't really at that point. That's, I think, where fair play. You have to kind of race the conditions at that point. But like you've already pointed out, with being so early in the race, I think there's a little bit more understanding perhaps from other nations.
Well, the Italian tandem of Colombo and Bislati still with the Polish tandem as well. So these two tandems working well together. Putra and Prizak is the Polish tandem. There are 3 Polish tandems in the women's race. So it is the, well, I was going to say it's the nation with the most, but they're equal to Great Britain. 3 tandems in that women's race as well. As we drop back in with the men's. And some of these really technical corners out on course.
Yeah, there are indeed, and you'll see, you know, some of the tandems. They're, some of the tandems are better going around corners than others, and we can see that within this group. You're seeing a little bit of distance when they go around these corners with the wet. And obviously the roads are drying out now as well. You know, we can see even on our start-finish straight, we're starting to get some drier roads, and that then changes the dynamic of how you corner and how fast you can corner as well.
Well, the Spanish tandem of Sanso Riera now back in the fold, back in that leading group. So 6 tandems in the leading group at the moment. It's looking like it could well become 7, because Tashore and Franson, who when we last saw them were with McDonald and Duggleby, look as though they're going to make it onto the back of the group.
Yeah,
that's a great shot of the downhill, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we can just get a little shot of the different types of gears that are on the bikes there as well. And as we see, all change in the women's tandem road race, the Irish have gone straight past everyone.
Yep, they have indeed caught the leading group, and now we see Unwin and Hall drive. They've not been on the front of that group all the time. Dunleavy and Kelly have been chasing, but there's nothing to say Dunleavy and Kelly don't need to keep driving. They've just gone up to the group, they've gone over the top, and now Unwin and Hall are desperately trying to stay on their wheel through town. Well, the tandem from Italy and the tandem from Poland now in trouble. That is Mariana Agostini from Italy, and it is the tandem of Kuta from Poland. Those 2 tandems now in trouble because of the catch from Dunleavy and Kelly. Look at that.
Yeah, it's amazing, really, that they were. I mean, we also saw this. It's kind of like history repeating itself. Saw this in Glasgow. They were quite far behind. They actually punctured in Glasgow. That's why they had such a big gap to the lead. So they changed wheels and then flew through everyone like an express train. And now we're seeing a similar here, but. It's interesting seeing again the technical differences through this town section, and you're seeing just a little bit more of a gap appearing between the Irish tandem and the British tandem around these corners.
On the way to the end of lap number 2. Which makes 3 laps to go. De 3 ronden nog voor de vrouwen.
Well, the women's race really starting to hot up now as Dunleavy and Kelly go through. 48 minutes, 25 seconds at the end of lap 2. They go out onto lap 3 of a 5-lap race. Unwin and Hall, the GB tandem, 4 seconds back at the end of lap 2, and the gap now to Agostini and Kuta, Italy and Poland, 11 seconds.
Yeah, and you could just see the technical differences, and where we've seen there are so many different parts of this course where riders can forge ahead and create a gap, and we're seeing that now with the Irish tandem out front. We expected them to get away on the climb, so in actual fact they attacked just before the technical sections through this town, and now they're starting to forge a gap because of the technical expertise Kelly has as a pilot around this wet and technical circuit.
Well, you can see that, and giving chase is the tandem from GB, Unwin and Hall at the moment. They are the only 2 tandems left in the shot in the women's B race. The conversation between the Polish tandem and the tandem from Italy, I am loving it. Come on, your turn, come through. Well, they come through and over the line, and that is Colombo from Italy and Putra from Poland. Conversations and communications out on course. Your turn to come through. Come on. No, we're sitting on your wheel. A little bit of a look of frustration and a big look round from the pilot on the Polish tandem. Just being expected to do all the work. Well, the front of the women's B race now out onto the climb for the 3rd time. Dunleavy and Kelly, the tandem from Ireland, now driving on. Unwin and Hall just 4 seconds back. At 11 seconds, it was Agostini and Ermita from Italy. Kuta and Kolkowitz from Poland at 12 seconds. And then the gap back to the chasing duo, the tandem from Poland and the tandem from Italy. 1 minute, 24 seconds. So the 4 tandems now at the front of this race, Barney, really are starting to establish a strong gap. And Well, I was about to say, could well be the 4 tandems battling for the medals here, but we have already seen so many mechanicals out on course. Anything could happen today.
Yeah, it could indeed, and we're starting to see, because you can see the Polish tandem now catching up the British tandem. That's quite a significant difference as well. So we're now seeing the Irish tandem, and again, we talked about yesterday, the gap seems to be kind of foreshortened, but it's not, because they're on the climb now. So what looks like a few seconds turns into a handful of seconds, and it's a gap and that's being created by the Irish tandem now, and you're starting to see the constant chasing I think the British tandem has had to do throughout this race to try and catch up the Irish tandem is starting to take its toll already. But we're seeing a strong charge here from the Polish tandem.
Yeah.
This is the biggest surprise I think of the race so far. The fact we have a third tandem that's very, very, very much in with a chance of winning this race.
And the Polish team, 3 tandems in total in this women's road race. And we've seen Team Poland active right the way from the start on lap 1 in this women's race. And now this tandem here, and really, really driving. Kuta and Kolkowicz, really, really motoring.
Yeah, we have indeed. And I think I said at the start of the programme that success for the Polish women's tandem team is a medal in this race, but they will have, in the back of their minds, I think they would have been thinking, oh, this is, at best probably a bronze. But look at them now, they're having a fantastic ride, and we're really seeing the strain on this climb from the British tandem now, just trying to claw back to our 2 leaders here in the Irish tandem of Dunleavy and Kelly, and the Polish tandem too. And you can see the cadence difference as well. You can see our leaders out here in front, Dunleavy and Kelly, have a really kind of strong cadence. And you look, to be fair to the Polish tandem as well, they look really good too. But just see a slightly slower cadence from the GB women's tandem, and they just need to kind of hang in there now and hope that they can get back on the descent.
Well, Dunleavy and Kelly out front, the Polish tandem of Kuta and Kolkowicz really, really now driving on. Unwin and Hall giving chase. Just coming round, and this is the final part of the climb, Barney, and it is steep, and once you get to the top they transition fairly quickly into the descent, so you'll start to see that stretch happening before the chasing riders come onto the descent. But this is looking like a really strong move from the Irish tandem now.
Yeah, this is all in now. This is all in for winning this race, and they're not looking back. You've not seen either rider look back at the moment, and that's a real sign that they're fully committed to try and win this race.
This is a good race though from Kuta and Kolkowicz, isn't it? It's
a great race, and something we didn't necessarily expect them to be so close to the Irish tandem. We thought that we'd have a duo of the Irish tandem and the British tandem out front potentially, which is how it was shaping up to be in the first part of this race. But I think the repeated accelerations through the town have played a big part in this, the gaps that have been created on the climb as well. So it's not been a straightforward, through the town and you kind of weave in and out, accelerate, decelerate. There have been some big accelerations through the town, and talking of big accelerations, we've got a fairly substantial acceleration from the French tandem now. And that's our time trial world champions, I think, just on the front in the men's road race.
Yeah, so De Carvalho took that individual time trial. Bangmer and Bos took second in that time trial, and then Teixeira, the second Dutch pairing, who have closed down and made the back of this group, and that was a phenomenal close actually, because they were with the tandem from GB, McDonald and Duggleby, when we last saw them, before we'd seen them close down on the climb going out onto lap 3 of 6. So phenomenal closing down, but they were really strong in that individual time trial earlier on in the week. So they've obviously got that ability. Now, last year we saw a 3-up sprint in Zurich with Bangma and Boss taking the World Championship title in the road race from Zorilla and Garcia and Louveris and Peyo. Louveris and Peyo, the French tandem, in this race, but not in the leading group. It's a different French duo that are here. And that French duo is De Carvajal and Guichard. They are the tandem that took that win in the individual time trial. So obviously the French tandem, that is on form.
Yeah, it is indeed, and you can see that. They don't, at no point in this race so far have either of that pair looked at all troubled for this pace.
Not at all. They look really, really comfortable, don't they?
And for me, they're playing a waiting game for the latter part of this race. And also, you know, that said, the Italian tandems are as well. They're sitting very nicely in this group. You know, but so the tandems have had a great World Cup series as well. So they've had success in the road races in the World Cup already, and now, you know, they've got themselves in a great position being in this leading group in the men's tandem.
It's a real strength in numbers in here, isn't it? It's a really interesting mix when you look at it, Barney. 2 Dutch tandems, 2 Spanish tandems, 2 Italian tandems, and the French.
Yeah, it is. And again, the tactics will start to play a part as well. I mean, we've seen the Italian tandems we've not seen on the front at all so far. So they've been kind of playing a bit more of a waiting game. Say not been on the front, not attacked off the front, I should say. So they've been playing more of a waiting game, and certainly we've seen some action from you know, the Dutch tandem in Bangma and Boss, and obviously Tashore and Frampton have been chasing a lot. But yeah, in terms of that strategy of each of those bikes now, it's anyone's guess. But I think we can almost certainly guarantee the Spanish tandems will attack.
Well, we shall wait and see what happens in the men's B road race. In the women's B road race, Dunleavy and Kelly, the Irish tandem, after having some mechanical issues and dropping back off the leading group, they caught back on to that leading group of 3 tandems and went straight up and over the top. This is the tandem giving chase. It's Kuter and Kolkowitz, the tandem from Poland. They have been riding really strongly, and they are not far behind, Barney. Now coming into this section that we just saw Dunleavy and Kelly going through, this left-hand turn at the bottom of the descent. So the time gap is not huge.
No, it's not huge, and now the climbing's out of the way on this lap now, so they're on to the really, really fast descent. And the Italian tandem and British tandem are now together, who are a further 10 seconds behind our chasers in second.
Well, as we watch the leading group in the men's race come down at the end of lap number 3, they have 3 laps to go.
3 laps to go, guys.
So the men's B road race has 3 laps to go, 1 hour and 3 minutes of racing complete now. Going through and leading that group through across the line, it was indeed the tandem from Spain, Arturo Zorilla, De Carvajal in the group, Andrello, the Italian tandem, Bangma is in for the Netherlands, Bernard for Italy as well, Sanso Riera from Spain in the group, and then Tashore from the Netherlands. Now, this is interesting. The gap back to McDonald and Kolodziejczak from Poland, now only 29 seconds.
Yeah,
that's closing.
It's very, very interesting, the fact that gap is so small now. So they've obviously used that descent to their advantage and trying to catch back up. So you should see them out of when we get onto that climb now, you'll see them out of the rear of our shot, and you can just see. Yeah, I think the French tandem was just taking a bottle on there, and it just shows you how that happens. So the pilot grabs the bottle from the you know, the team support on the side of the road, and then he very quickly passed the bottle back behind him. So that's really the only option how you can, you know, receive a bottle on this race and feed. And when you consider the speed of this race as well, the speed they go through the pits is quick. So if they're going through the pits at, you know, 40k an hour, you can just see another bottle change for Boss there, who's just taken that one on for himself there. Obviously, Justin Bagman on the back does have his bottles okay.
Well, the push and the drive is on the climb, and we down on the finish line are still seeing tandems come through in the men's race. Nelson Serna Moreno, the Colombian tandem, at 50 seconds. So the top 10 tandems in this men's race at the halfway point, 50 seconds from the front to 10th place. Then we've got a much bigger gap back. It's over 2 minutes to the tandem from the Netherlands, Van Jaarsveld, who are with the French tandem of Luvaris.
Yeah, they are indeed, and I think we're seeing our first real attack from the Italian tandems here. That's a real push off the front, and we're actually seeing the French tandem struggling for the first time, I think, in this race. So, yeah, all change at the front in the men's tandem road race.
Well, and it's the Spanish tandem that are driving and moving with them. A quick check continually over the shoulder to see where...
They can't follow.
No. Well, it's like, where is everybody? Who else is coming? Somebody come and help me. And actually, no, there isn't. And the Italian tandem setting a phenomenal pace on the front and putting a number of these tandems in difficulty now. Well, Bernard and Toto, the second Italian tandem in the leading group, is one of those tandems in trouble now, really struggling to work and stay onto the back of the group. It is their compatriots that are setting the pace on the front.
Yeah, that's right. It's Andrioli and Felice who are actually on the front at the moment. Not got a massive gap between the other tandems, but you can see the look on the riders' faces at the moment. Patrick Boss on the front of the Dutch tandem at the moment, his face tells you everything you need to know about how hard they're trying.
You know, and the French tandem glued to Boss's wheel, Boss and Banger, but the French tandem stuck to their wheel like glue. They too are looking like this is not comfortable as we start to see 4 tandems now come together at the top of the first part of the climb. So Arturo Zorilla and Garcia, De Carvalho and Guichard, Andrioli and Felice, as well as Bangma and Boss. Oh, it's a bit of a gap back to Sanso Riera and Roviera, the second Spanish tandem. They're working strongly, though, to really push on and close as the front of the men's race goes past riders further back.
You can see,
look at that.
You can see the Italians. The Italians kind of.
Where is everybody?
Making a mark to say, "Come on, let's roll through." And the Spanish pilot just shook his head and said,
"No, I'm waiting."
Yep, exactly.
I'm not coming through. I've got to. He's really calling for it now. So the Italian tandem really wanting others to come and pick up the work, but they don't want to because they have. Well, the Spanish tandem's not going to come through because the second Spanish tandem is racing hard to get back onto the wheel before they go uphill again. More important to get the second Spanish tandem back in the pack there than to continue to drive on.
Yeah, it is, and you can see the awareness amongst them now. You can see that he's just trying to get
now he's happy to call for a turn.
He is, yeah.
Now the Italian tandem won't be because it's the Italian team coming back up.
Yeah, and they seem fairly. It's interesting from the Road World Cup. So Adrioli from Italy actually rode with a pilot called Luca Chiesa at the Road World Cups, where they were third in both races, Ostend and Maniago. So there's been a pilot change on that bike before the World Champs, and you can see them attacking on the left-hand side of the road already. What an attack by the Italian tandem! Yeah,
just as the second Italian tandem of Bernard and Toto get back onto the group. So the second Italian tandem of Bernard and Toto get onto the group, and Andrioli and De Vlies pushing on the front. Oh, they are strong today, Barney.
They're really strong, and they're clearly going to use this climb to maximum benefit and try and get away from from every other tandem in this race.
Well, they are at the top of the climb at the moment, so the downhill is starting. And it's their compatriots, Bernard and Toto, that they have dropped again. So the second Italian tandem just not able to go with the pace of the first. The Spanish tandem as well in trouble. That is Sanso Riera and Roviera. The Spanish tandem that's in trouble. And Dunleavy and Kelly have had a second incident out on the road. And that looks like we've had a puncture for the leading Irish tandem in the women's race. So the
I think they've had an issue with the chain again, because they've got the same wheels on front and rear of the bike. You see a change in wheel.
We're going to do a double check.
Is it a wheel or is it a chain?
I know. I just saw the Shimano guys holding the wheel. So yeah, very quick call, Shimano service there.
No, it's actually okay. So they thought they had a puncture,
but
and they haven't. Yeah. So when you're on a tandem, it's especially being the pilot, it's incredibly difficult to know sometimes what's happening with your rear tyre. I know that sounds absolutely bizarre, but you don't get that much feedback unless the thing is completely flat, in which case you can hear the the thumping on the tarmac. But it's really difficult to know what's happening.
Because the back of the bike feels heavy anyway, because you've got a stoker on the back.
Of course it does. So you have a stoker on the back, and you're reliant on the stoker, who, for the reasons they're on the back, they don't have sight to be able to see these things. Have real trouble in being able to feel, if they have a puncture or not. So and with the change in road surface at these World Championships as well, that then starts to play a bit of a doubt in the rider's mind, and they do actually have a puncture.
Yep.
So they've now stopped again, and they will change wheels and get back into this race.
Well, and look how close the Polish tandem were. They weren't far behind, and for me, this is a phenomenal ride from this Polish tandem. They've stayed within sight of Dunleavy and Kelly, and they've been riding so strongly. So Patricia Kuta and Karolina Kolkowicz from Poland now head to the front of the Women's B road race. Dunleavy and Kelly back up after a wheel change. The Irish duo won't panic here.
No, and it's not like they've not had this before.
No, it's second time.
Like history repeating itself.
Yep.
And obviously the interesting thing is it really is like history repeating itself, because they've punctured, as they did in 2023, and they're also chasing a Polish tandem now, as happened in 2023. So they know they've overcome this before, and they know they've been successful in this situation before. So again, they need to be fairly calm and relaxed at this point, if that's possible, and just focus on their job. I think they managed to get back out on the road before the Italian and British tandem caught them up as well. So that might be a crucial, certainly a crucial psychological part of this race for who were our Irish leaders.
And as a rider, all you can do in these moments is just take a moment, pause, breathe, bring your heart rate down, don't panic, just utilise it as, trust the mechanic who is doing the job.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Just think about yourself, really.
Yeah, you do.
And composing.
25 seconds.
There you go. A call comes from the side of the road. Quick wheel change, and really not quick, and back up on to the track. Now, there was a gap to this Polish tandem of Kuta and Kolkowicz, but Kuta and Kolkowicz now 25 seconds clear of Dunleavy and Kelly. Barney, we can see the fuel going on board. I'm making an assumption right now, because if this was me, it would be head down, let's go.
Yep, that's part of racing, and they're very aware of that, and they just need to crack on now. Interestingly enough, Kolkowicz and Kuta from Poland actually won the road race in Ostend. So then it's not like this is an unusual thing for the Polish tandem to be out front in a race and in a situation where they can win. So the other interesting part was, and we just heard the audio of this, the Irish stoker Dunleavy said to her team support on the side of the road, "This wheel feels really soft behind." So the tyre pressures the wheel that's been put on their bike by Shimano Neutral Service is not the same wheel as they've started the race on, and it feels different. So that then starts to play in the mind of the riders as well. So if they are able to establish a lead again and build up a big gap, do they then change the rear wheel to one of their own when they get to one of their pits? So there's a lot of different scenarios to play out here. If it was me, I'd just carry on, because you know that there's nothing wrong with the wheel on the back. It's a little bit softer than ideal, but just get on with the race and go.
Well, we shall see what happens and what unfolds in that women's B road race. In the men's B, well, you can see this group, this keeps stretching. We see attacks, the group coming back together again, and I'm looking at that. That is 6 tandems. It's the Dutch tandem we have lost from this group.
Yeah, and they were I think if we look back at the climb, they were the first tandem to lose contact, and as I said, I'd expect some attacks from the Spanish tandem.
Look at them, they're looking at each other across the road at the moment, and the Spanish tandem takes up the mantle. But not a big push, not a big drive, a quick check over the shoulder. It is Sanso Riera and Roviera from Spain who are pushing on here. This is the tandem that has been yo-yoing on and off the back on the climbs. And the Spanish tandem of... she says, I'm just doing a double check. So Sanso Riera and Roviera, the one that's been dangling off the back. Arturo Zorilla and Garcia. And there is then Canto and Martinez also in the race. But two Spanish tandems in the group. Arturo Zorilla, the second tandem, has looked like the stronger of the 2 Spanish tandems in this leading group. But interesting here, putting the... I don't really want to use the word weaker Spanish tandem, but the tandem that has been struggling on the climbs, to do some work on the front. Yeah,
they have indeed, and that's a really good shout. And the other dynamic to this group you're starting to see now, you're starting to see Andrioli and De Felici position themselves on Bagma and Boss's wheel at the back. So we've already seen that Andrioli and De Felici are the strongest climbers in this group. So they're now starting to position themselves close to who they think is the biggest threat in this race. And also they can now get away on the climb if they chose to do so, because they are the strongest climbers.
Well, interestingly, there was a little bit of a Spanish one too on the front of that men's B. Now, at the end of lap 3, going out onto lap 4, the leaders in the women's B race, and that is Patricia Kuta and Karolina Kolkowicz from Poland. It's going to be interesting to see, Barney, what the time gaps are. But Kuta from Poland goes through in 1 hour, 12 minutes at the end of lap 3. And while the Irish tandem now coming down the finish straight for the end of lap 3, the start of lap 4 with 2 laps to go. It's been an eventful race so far for Dunleavy and Kelly.
Yeah, it has indeed. It's and that's the nature of road racing. Sometimes, you can only control the controllables, and what they're trying to do is just try and deal with each issue. They have done incredibly well, and then move on and then try and get back towards the front of this race.
Well, the gap at the moment with 2 laps to go, 31 seconds.
Yeah, that's right. So it's a fairly sizable gap between the Irish tandem and the leaders from Poland.
And now, how much will these 2 tandems of Unwin and Agostini know about what's been going on in front?
They probably won't know an awful lot until they get on the climb after starting this next lap, because you can see quite far ahead. So they'll look ahead and they think, oh, hold on a minute, something's changed, because the Irish tandem is in second and the Polish tandem is in first, and that won't be what they would have been expecting. So that can work one or two ways. That can actually give them some motivation in the chase behind to think, well, actually, this race is still within our grasp now. We can still do something about this.
Well, it is exactly the same gap behind Dunleavy and Kelly to Unwin and Hull as it is between Dunleavy and Kelly and Kuta and Kolkowicz. So 30 seconds first to second, and then just over 30 seconds second to third. So it's all going to be interesting when they get into sight of each other on the climb.
And again, this is a point where the Irish tandem at this point in the race have used up quite a lot of energy. So they now need to be fairly fairly thoughtful in how they catch, if they can catch this Polish tandem in front. They need to be very, mindful. They've used a lot of energy so far, and also the the Polish tandem are in front have been hugely successful in the World Cup Series so far, and been getting better and better as this race is going on. And this is exactly the view we've just been talking about, where our two tandems, Agostini and Aramentia, and Unman and Hull will get a view up ahead, and they'll just about be able to see the Irish tandem up ahead and the Polish tandem as well, as we head back to our men's tandem road race. And we can just see Bagma and Boss on the front at the moment, and we're back onto our road that runs back into the finish line now. And all change again, and we're seeing some attacks in the men's tandem road race now. Different attacks from different nations. Just see the Italians, Adrioli and go off the front at the moment, but quickly close down. It's a great shot there of the Italian tandem, and what we talk about a lot in this race so far is the synchronicity of the two bikes. As you see the other Italian tandem go off the front, great tactical awareness there, and their teammates are looking behind at the chase saying, well, we're not going to chase because we're on the same team. So yeah, great tactical awareness. But yeah, certainly the synchronicity between the two riders on the bike is so crucial and important. When you get out the saddle, you have to do it almost at the same time. You have to be synchronized, with your pilot, with your stoker, because if you do end up with some type of wobble, you end up with like a snaking effect on the bike, which makes it incredibly difficult to handle. And we're seeing the drier roads coming through this section of town now, so you're starting to see the parts that the riders had to kind of ease off where the roads were wet. They're able to go full gas now around the roads. We just see the French tandem starting to try and claw the leaders back. They're the one bike in this group that doesn't have a teammate, and as we see the pressure really being put on in this group. So as we start to see tactical differences, we're likely to see some changes in tactics within the teams. We're getting towards the latter stages of this race now, well over halfway, and we're just looking at what will happen next. What tactics will be employed. They're under 1 kilometre to go. So the red kite we've just gone underneath is the main sign in cycling that we have 1 kilometre to go on this circuit, and the riders will have passed that a few times already, and we'll know they'll then face this short climb up towards the finish line, and it's a gradual descent we have when we head towards the finish here in Ronse. And it really is like a game of chess here. You have a tactical battle here with the constant change of lead with Spain on the front, always attacking, and also what would be our second Italian tandem at the moment. Yeah, we already have our excellent climbers out there already, but Bernard and Toto are taking every opportunity they can to try and ease their way off the front or push the pace on the front, whilst helping and protecting their teammates in Adrioli and De Felice.
Er komen nog behoorlijk wat duels voor in aanmerking. Nu gaan ze nu de bocht zien induiken. Daar komen ze. De kandidaten.
Well, coming in towards the end of the lap, the leading group in the men's B. 2 laps to go. So 2 laps to go now for the men's B road race as they head out on to the lap. A big drive on the front from the Italians. Small gap there, 4 tandems with a gap to the 2 on the rear. That's very quickly going to get closed down. But what a push, what a drive as they head out onto lap 5 of 6. So 30.8 kilometres still to go in the men's B road race. Oh, it is going to be an exciting 30 kilometres, Barney.
Yeah, it is. And we're starting to see, we've got a mechanical in the women's tandem.
It's Agostini and Ermita. They are so not happy at the moment. They were battling for the bronze medal with the British tandem Unwin and Hall at last checkpoint. That is one unhappy rider on the front.
Yeah, it is, and this is the challenge for what they do have to do is change the bike and get the right rotor size, so the right disc size you see on this bike. Otherwise, the braking system is completely useless on the bike, and this sometimes takes a bit of time to get the right wheel because all teams use different size rotors, and that's the challenge of neutral service sometimes. And you could hear the frustration of the Italian pilot on the front because all she wants to do is get going in the race again, and for circumstances out of everyone's control at the moment, it's not something you can speed up or kind of slow down. You just have to deal with it and kind of move on. So yeah, really unfortunate for them.
Agostini and Mita, the Italian tandem, back on board and back in the chase at the moment. Last check, they were with the British tandem of Unwin and Hall. So there's a lot of work to do for them now in closing that down and battling for that bronze medal again. The women's race, we've seen all sorts of action in the women's race, and as we're seeing all sorts of action in the men's race, both of these B-class races, Barney, this morning have been really strategic, but have been really a lot of action.
Yeah, we have indeed, and we're starting to see a real teammates role being played by the Italians here. We're starting to see Bernard and Toto starting to sacrifice their race now for their Italian counterparts because they know they're the best climbers in the race. So they're trying to keep the pace as high as they possibly can for their teammates behind to even perhaps launch an attack on this lap or the following lap. So it's a real teammates role they're playing. Well,
and if they've been looking at Bangma and Boss, the defending champions, they'll have noticed them in trouble on the climb.
And there we go, there's the attack we've been waiting for.
So the Italian tandem is Andreoli and De Felici from Italy who are pushing on now on this climb. This is lap 5 of 6, 30 kilometres to go in the road race. And look at the gap, Barney.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the other tandems will have been thinking, right, we've got an Italian tandem on the front pulling the pace on this climb. When's the attack going to happen? And it's gone.
Well, it's Bangma and Boss who are closing it down, and the riders on the front at the moment because to Shaw, the second tandem from the Netherlands on the back of the group, they've been yo-yoing off the back and getting back on all race, not able to help their compatriots. Well, and now it's the French riders giving chase and the 2 Spanish tandems on their wheel.
I know, this is just chaos, I think, is the word we're looking for.
Well, and the nature of this climb, it's a 2-step climb, and we talked about it right at the start of the programme, but you go up and then there's a plateau and then you kick again. So it does give some opportunity for riders to close down gaps between the 2 climbs.
Yeah, it does indeed, and I think what the Italians have to do now, they have to think, right, we've caused a certain amount of damage now. We now need to go again when we make a left turn at the top of this climb, and then we drop down a little bit and then it ramps up again. That second ramp, if they fully committed to now, they could well end up breaking the race. But you also need to be mindful of the fact there's still another time up this climb as well. So there's still another opportunity for them to push the pace. But they're fully committed now, and this is where you know the race is well and truly on.
And this is a little bit further back, and the men's front of the men's B is now catching the chasing groups in the women's B category.
Yeah, that's right. And what will happen here if you do have, so say for example, if you did have the men's race catching the women's race, what would happen is the UCI commissaires would create a clear pass, so basically the races don't interact with each other, and one race can pass the other one.
Yeah.
So wouldn't necessarily neutralise either one of the races. Just keep races either side of the road. And then that's the best way to
and that is what's happening at the moment, isn't it? So the women's group there, it is Jana Ring of Sweden, Jordan of Great Britain, and Orchuska of Poland. Those are the three tandems now on the right-hand side of the road in the women's B class. They are chasing in that race for top 10 positions as the leading group in the men's B now on the left-hand side of the road is about to make the pass.
Yeah, that's right. And you'll see a member of the commissaires panel and jury on the motorbike in front of that women's group on the right-hand side. Attack again by the Italian men's tandem. And this is what we said on this second rise, the final rise, they had to go again. And wow, what an attack.
And it's a massive attack at the moment from Andreoli and De Felice. We've seen them, Barney, on the climb. They are definitely the strongest climbing tandem out there at the front of the men's race. The gaps they are establishing. There's a real challenge here, though, with that group behind, because unless it's a really, really decent-sized gap, that group, there are riders in there who will come back.
Yeah, there will be, and certainly on the descent, they're going to have to go full gas now on the descent so they don't get caught. And it's a case of they need to decide on the descent, are we going to get caught? If we are, we'll save another attack for the next lap. And you can see the pace has gone out of this race because you can see Bernard and Toto, their Italian teammates, who've been able to catch back up to this group.
And so is for sure.
That's right. And having, them set this attack up and ridden really hard on the front, the pace will have had to have gone out of the group for them to catch back up again.
Well, they are very near the top of the climb. And interesting to see, Barney, as you say, no drive, no second attack off the front of this group to try and close down that gap from anybody.
No, it's interesting. There's been no attack. I think we're looking at our French time trial world champions on the front of that group at the moment.
Well, we are now on the descent, and very quickly the Italian tandem gets into their strides.
Quick look back, they've not seen anyone, which is a great sight for them, so they'll be pushing on now.
So Andreoli, the Italian tandem, this was the moment we saw the attack, just coming into the second part of the climb, the high point of the climb at 4 kilometres into the lap, and then a long descent. The chase now on from the group behind, the two Dutch tandems coming to the fore.
Yeah, they are, and they need to. Alongside the French and the Spanish, they need to start chasing soon. We're aware it's a long descent off the top of this, the climb before we get back into the town. But that you're going to have to go significantly faster than you have done previously. And we've just seen Teixeira and Franson overtake them, come onto the front. And we know they're rapid descenders because they've got back on every single time
every single lap. And it's interesting now, so Bangma and Boss, the second Dutch tandem in this group, because they've got their teammate Teixeira and Franson on the front. And the second Italian tandem just sitting in on the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a fantastic ride as well, because they can disrupt the chase now, and they will do. They will disrupt the chase, and you can see that gap now. I would guess at probably about 10 seconds at the moment they have. And this is going to be their big challenge. Are they going to be able to stay away? I don't think they are on this lap. I think they're going to need to go again on the next lap. And you can just see how fast the chase is going now. While
the chase at the moment, Bangma, the tandem from the Netherlands, to Shaw, the second tandem from the Netherlands in the mix, to Carvalho, the tandem from France, and that second Italian tandem of Bernard. The two Spanish tandems, dude, they're working really well. They're continuing to get back into the mix.
Yeah, they are, and you can just see that Bagmer and Boss are having to do the lion's share of the work in this group now, because they've got the Italian tandem sat behind them who will disrupt the chase. So we've talked about in previous races, does a teammate, they'll sit probably kind of two or three bikes behind the chase, but the Italians want to disrupt the chase. They're going to try and disrupt this chase and make the group slow down.
And we'll see that, won't they? They'll come to the front, they'll take the pace off, they'll then sit in, they'll then come to the front, take the pace off, and really try and hold it back.
Yeah, and that's right. And our French tandem have already noticed that, so they've gone.
Okay, we've had enough now.
Yeah, we'll go around them and help. But again, this has caused a little bit of indecision. There is an indecision within this group, and that's the thing that allows a bike to get further away and create a bigger gap. It's a good shot of our Shimano neutral service there. So you'll see what are road bikes on the top of the on top of the bike, on the top of the car, and you'll probably, and again our shot here, and you'll probably think, well, why have we got road bikes on the top of a Shimano neutral service in the tandem road race? So the two answers are. Having neutral service tandems is incredibly difficult because of the size difference in the riders. You'd have to have so many different tandems to cater for all different shapes and sizes. And secondly, because of our amazingly packed schedule here at the World Championships here, where we are back-to-back for the next, well, 12 hours on air, are we?
Yeah, near enough today.
We have so many races. So from a logistical point of view for our Shimano neutral service provider, they just have to have all the kit ready for the whole day at the very start of the day, because they're non-stop as well throughout the 12 hours of racing.
Well, and supporting our riders and racers out on course. Well, this is Dunleavy and Kelly, and you can see they are indeed giving chase to the leading tandem from Poland, Kuta and Kolkowicz. Well, Kuta and Kolkowicz, they are continuing to drive forward, and they're doing a great job of holding them, Barney. When we came across the finish line last time, they are out on lap 4 of 5. There was a 30-second gap between Kuta and Dunleavy. That Polish tandem really continuing to hold. Unwin and Hall, well, they were another 30 seconds back with Agostini, the Italian tandem. We saw the Italian tandem having problems with a flat front tyre and needing a wheel change, which has left Unwin and Hall on their own. The Italian tandem has not caught them back. So currently in this women's B road race, we have Kuta from Poland in 1, Dunleavy from Ireland in 2, Unwin from Great Britain in 3, and Agostini from Italy in 4. We've got around 1.5 laps to go. They're on the run back into town at the moment, and the pace, Barney, that these tandems can reach on a downhill section, it's fast, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You're seeing the tandems upwards of 80 kilometres an hour down that main descent, and obviously it's a great sight. We've already seen that side-on shot when we saw Teixeira and Franson in the men's race absolutely flying around, and we're now seeing our leaders turn onto that road which comes back into the area of the town. Now,
Kuta and Kolkowicz are doing a great job here, holding off Dunleavy and Kelly. They didn't finish in a podium position in the time trial, yet they are holding at the moment.
Yeah, they are, and road racing does. It's just different, I think, in terms of if you're a time trial specialist, and also time trial equipment and the specialist equipment you need for a time trial. Not all nations have a bottomless pit of money to spend on all this equipment, and certainly Dunleavy and Kelly are specialists in the time trial. They have specialist equipment for that event. So they're now in a situation, and we've already seen that our leaders from Poland have been successful at the World Cup Series. They've won a road race at the World Cup already. And again in front of the Irish tandem as well. So this is they're not in a position where they haven't been before. Yeah. And they're very used to being in this position. And I think also the other factor might be you know, perhaps the Irish tandem are actually taking their time to catch them this time round. They're not wasting loads of energy. Well, not they've wasted loads of energy previously, but they've had to invest significantly in the race.
And if you've had two
gaps.
mechanicals in the same road race, different mechanicals, how much does that play with your mind? Or are Dunleavy and Kelly such a... They've been there, they've done it, you know, they've won so many World Championship titles, they don't let anything bother them.
No, I think that's it. You do have to move on fairly quickly, and you know, as soon as the incidents happen, you move on, you get back into the race, and you can't dwell on it. That's the crucial part to it. And as we're seeing with them, you know, they're gradually bringing the Polish tandem back. So the next time up the climb, you know, on the last lap is going to be the crucial part of this race.
Well, the men's B road race coming towards the final lap as well. The tandem from Italy, it is Andreoli and De Felice who are moving away from the rest of the leading group. You can see this is the first real technical section on the turn, really, on the run back into town. This is the group behind. The pace really just is not there. Look at them all looking at each other.
Yeah, and again, the Italian second tandem are doing a great job here. They've managed to disrupt the pace enough that they have not caught them on this descent. And that's a really pivotal part of this men's tandem road race.
Some great shots of the cornering here, and how it impacts on the group, actually, the stretch on the group through that section of corners. Sometimes it's the nature of the terrain that creates the gaps as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's as we've seen throughout that, you know, all of this kind of town centre area, we've seen gaps that have been created by some of the road furniture, and gaps that have, well, for the advantage and disadvantage of some riders, you know, through those town areas. We're going to see that again, and it's good the roads have kind of dried out within this town area as well, because the riders won't have to have any real concern going around these corners anymore, because the roads, yeah, literally out of our commentary box now are looking fine and dry.
Yeah, so the overnight rain and the standing rain caused by that overnight rain now gone from the roads around Ronse in Belgium for the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. The men's B and the women's B road races, well, that is what started the programme of day 4 here in Ronse.
And you could just see an arm being thrown out by Tristan Bagman here. The frustration is starting to creep in now, because the Italians have had a great race so far. They're in the best position they could possibly imagine before this race started now. And the frustration is starting to boil over in this group now. The Dutch tandem are getting frustrated because they probably want some help from the Spanish. They want some help from the French tandem.
Yep. Well, Kuter and Kolkowitz take the bell in the women's B road race. They go out onto the final lap, just 15 kilometres now, separating them from the medals in this women's road race. Dunleavy and Kelly, the gap is closing. I'm just taking a look down for the stopwatch to get the actual information. It was 31 seconds at the end of the previous lap. It has come down now. Oh, they take a look. It's 6 seconds now on the line. The gap is closing. This is going to be a battle, Barney, between these two tandems for the gold and silver medal. Kuter from Poland, Dunleavy from Ireland. The Polish tandem is strong on the climb.
It is.
But
I know. Where's it going to go? We don't know.
Well, the men's lead tandem also coming in very fast into towards the end of lap number 5. They too will receive the bell and go out for lap number 6 out onto the course. They have a gap on this group of chasing tandems, and the pace on this group really not closing down the gap. So 6 seconds in the women's race as they go out onto the final lap between Patricia Kuter from Poland and Katie George Dunleavy from Ireland. We are waiting for the tandem from Great Britain to come through to see the gap back to what may well be third in that women's race as we watch the men's B category come in and through the line. Well, the chase there from Unwin and Hull. Unwin and Hull take the bell in the women's B road race. Out here in Ronse, Belgium, they're looking comfortable, Barney, as they come past the commentary box, and the gap has been established. But the challenge is out for the Italian tandem, Agostini, with the requirement of a front wheel change following a puncture. Well, it has left Unwin and Hull on their own out on the course.
We're seeing a mechanical puncture for Tashore and Franson here.
So just a quick update before we drop him back in with the men's. Sophie Unwin from Great Britain, 1 minute 48 back in the bronze medal position. Well, an unfortunate time to have a mechanical issue in that men's road race coming into the finish of the penultimate lap. This is the chase group. The men's lead, Andrioli from Italy, going through 1 hour 45 minutes 24 seconds. This group now coming in underneath the banner, taking the bell and going out. That is the fourth place in the women's B on the back of the group.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'm sure the commissaires will create some separation with that in a moment. In fact, I think by the time they get to the climb, the men's tandems will go anyway, so that won't be too much of an issue. Well,
I can give you a time check because the tandem of Federico Andrioli from Italy, 28 seconds clear of the chasing group as we watch a front wheel change for the tandem of Tashore. Now, this is a shame, Barney. This tandem was in that leading group. They had worked really hard to close the gap down and come back into the group, and they are up and they are running again. But their teammates, Bangma and Boss, will really miss them in that group.
Yeah, they will do. Certainly on that section of the course where it's the descent, they're certainly one of the fastest bikes on the course at that part, and we're not seeing a huge gap. A huge change in the gap between the Polish women's tandem and the Irish women's tandem. They're clawing the gap back gradually, but it's a real challenge, and it's a great race we're seeing between these two tandems out front.
It is, isn't it? And they're coming towards the top of the first part of the climb, the steeper sections here. Then they go into a flat plateau, and then they climb again. The Polish tandem has really shown us they are really strong climbers.
Yeah, they are, and you saw that in the lap 2 or going into lap 3. You could see them bridge the gap to our leaders, almost kind of get on before the Irish had that mechanical, and yeah, it just shows the standard of their ability going uphill. Just see the chase 3 here in the women's tandem road race. So Unwin and Hull, they're riding their own race now and trying to kind of maintain that position, because they obviously have the Italian tandem chasing them behind as well.
It's a minute back.
Yeah.
So on the line, Agostini, they had to take that front wheel change. 1 minute back and 1 minute down on that bronze medal position of Unwin and Hull from Great Britain at the moment. But we've seen punches, we've seen mechanicals, we've seen all sorts of things happen out on the road race this morning. You just have to keep going, and you just have to keep pushing. This is the men's lead at the moment, and the work being done from these two in this breakaway at the moment. This is phenomenal on this final climb.
Yeah, it is indeed, and I think we're seeing a mechanical out the back of our shot from one of the riders as well. But yeah, certainly a great ride from our Italian leaders here, and you could see the pace difference between them and our chase group here. This is the part of the course where they can make a significant time gain, and they're aiming to do that currently now.
Well, I can tell you in terms of this men's race, the puncher from Vincent Tashore of the Netherlands, dropping them 40 seconds off the back of this group. As the chase group in the men's race laps some of the tandems in the men's race, that is the pace of the group on the front. They've also just gone past Unwin and Hull from Great Britain. Well, there's a good chase group, actually, in the women's tandem, just come through the finish line. Those riders will be battling for what will be 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. Great to see. In fact, there's 5 tandems in there. Just having a look, 4 tandems in there. So Jannering from Sweden, Ozjuska from Poland, Jordan from Great Britain and Colombo from Italy. A group of 4 tandems, 6th to 9th currently in that women's race. Just a little bit off the back of the group, just 10 seconds back, is Amelia Robertson from Great Britain as well. The top 10 tandems now through in that women's road race and out onto the final lap of the course.
Yeah, and we can just see this gap. It's closing very, very slowly between the Irish tandem of Dunleavy and Kelly, and they're getting towards coming up towards the last climb on the course now. So they've come over the first part, they've dropped down a little bit, but this is the last part of the climb now, and we're going to see if anything different will happen to previous laps now.
So psychologically, Barney, the Polish tandem shoulder check, we know they're coming. How do you keep your strength and your focus and your drive to win the race when you think, oh, they've caught us?
Yeah, it's tricky, and they've still not caught them yet either. So
no, they haven't.
That's the other factor. So for the Polish tandem, they'll just keep riding their own pace as they are doing up here. And the Irish tandem behind, they're out the saddle. They're trying to just push that final bit of pace to overcome that tandem out in front. And then once they're there, they're very quickly onto the descent. So the springboards they've both used to put themselves in this position in the race are behind them now.
Yeah.
So they now need to look at a different way of succeeding in this race. We see a big charge and attack from the French men's tandem.
Yeah, it is indeed. And it is the winners of the individual time trial back earlier on in the championships to Carvajo from France that are now driving and trying to close down the gap. Adrioli, the Italian tandem. There we go. That was going to be my next question. Will Dunleavy and Kelly go straight over the top? But we dropped back in with the men's race, so we didn't get to have that bit of the conversation. But that was the next question. Will they go over the top? And it has been answered. Yes, they will. It's not far to the top. This corner is the top of the climb, however, isn't it? Yeah, it is. And you can see where our flags and our supporters are at the top of this climb. That is it there. So they'll be. This is kind of full in now for both tandems. Full in for the chase, for the Polish behind, and full in for the the Irish tandem out in the lead. And you can see the gap they've opened up already. It's been an eventful race for them already. It really has, hasn't it? But we hope that there won't be any more challenges for them before any of the tandems get to the finish line now. This is the moment where Dunleavy and Kelly make the catch to the Polish tandem and pick up the lead in the women's road race. The tandem, though, of Kuta and Kolkowicz from Poland, they've done a phenomenal job. And as you mentioned earlier, Barney, have won one of the World Cup road races already this year. They've got an 11 kilometres now. These two to battle it out to the finish. Dunleavy and Kelly's tactic is going to be to stay away. Kuta and Kolkowicz now have to close down the gap if they can. Yeah, they do indeed, and that's both tandems they have one goal now. There's no different tactics they have to think about now. One has to catch the other. One has to stay away from the other. It's as simple as that. How much will these two be talking to each other? Well, a little bit, as we just saw the quick chat from the pilot to the stoker behind there. And you're starting to, the gap isn't huge. They'll see them in front of them now, and that will give them the added motivation as well. As we just go to our third place rider in the women's tandem, and that is Unwin and Hull from Great Britain. And they are on the climb, and I think that's the flat section between them, but they were at 1 minute 48 back at the line. Well, this is the Italian tandem in the men's race. Andrioli and De Felice have absolutely put the hammer down. And the chase behind, well, it was not a concerted effort for some time, which has allowed the gap to go. The gap was out at 28 seconds as they went out onto the final lap of the men's road race. This is the chase behind now, and this really, well, I'm not sure whether they are going to make the catch. This could be the battle for silver and bronze. Yeah,
but that gap is coming down, and we're seeing a reduction in the gap for our leaders now.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? And with the fact that we've got multiple groups out on the road at the moment, and it is an interesting one to make sure we're checking out the right riders. But the leading duo in the Italian race have just gone past Dunleavy and Kelly, who are leading the women's race. And the Polish tandem of the second place in the women's race, Kuta and Kolkowitz, is now in between this men's chase group and the leaders on the men's.
Yep, we're going to try and not get at all confused at this point in the race, but
we'll try and guide you through it with us. But there's an opportunity here, isn't there? Because I always do think if you do close down on a lap rider, there is a little bit of confusion in the peloton, particularly when you're fatigued as well in the latter stages of the race. And it's an ideal opportunity to launch an attack.
It is, yeah. You can benefit from the race scenario, and this is very much the race scenario. And we just see the French men's tandem are starting to be very, very active behind now. So their tactics has always been to just wait for this opportune moment. And again, you see Patrick Boss and Tristan Bagma trying to close that gap between them.
And this is also challenging for the Polish tandem, isn't it, the women's tandem, because they want to try and close the gap down to Dunleavy and Kelly, yet the men's race is now moving around them. Yeah,
it is indeed, and I think that the advantage is at this point the men's race is going to go past them
so
fairly
fast.
quickly, because it really is flying. I mean, as the women's races as well, they're not riding slowly at all, as we can just, and you can just see how close the gap is between
Dunleavy and Kelly.
Yeah, that's right. So it's only a handful of seconds between Dunleavy and Kelly and Kuta and Kolkowitz from Poland.
So, well, it is all go on the final lap of the men's B road race and the women's B road race as they are up and over the climb and on the descent, and then the run into town. It's going to be fast, it's going to be furious, there's going to be a huge amount of action here, and at some point we are going to have our medals decided for the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships here in Ronse, Belgium. The push is on here.
And the race is very close now. We're only seeing the French tandem about 7 to 8 seconds behind our leaders from Italy now. It's incredibly close between all these tandems.
Well, and now the Italian tandem of Bernard not able to do anything about what is going on in the group, starting to get distance, and look how close it is. Andreoli and De Felice from Italy, the leading tandem in the men's road race. The charge is coming from the winners of the individual time trial earlier on in the championships. That it is that French tandem of De Carvajal that was leading the charge, and that's now the mantle has been picked up by the Spanish tandem.
Yeah, and I think at this point in the race, I think for Andreoli and De Felice, they just need to focus on their own race and not look behind too much. Just go full gas now, because there's no looking back now. They just have to fully commit, because we're not that far from the finish now. We're incredibly close to the finish, in fact, so within the last few kilometres.
Well, we are indeed. We are on the run back into town here in Ronse, and the crowds are waiting for the finale to the men's B and the women's B road races. The first two races on the programme, a very packed programme today at the Paracycling Road World Championships. Let's just do a quick check. So Zarilla, Sansoriera, De Carvajal.
And this is where the second Italian tandem can play a real part in this race. In Bernard and Toto, they can start to disrupt this chase a little bit more, because it's not constant, the pace in this group behind. There's an on and off kind of feel to it, where bikes aren't having a consistent chase. And for our leaders out here in front, in Andreoli and De Felice, that is a huge advantage to them. So they just need to keep going as hard as they possibly can and hope that gap stays you know, a lot bigger behind them.
And there are some very long, straight sections of road out on this course. And then once we start running into town, we start to get the corners come into play, and you can start to get out of sight, even with a small gap. And out of sight, out of mind, and is a lot easier to maintain than big, long, straight, I can see you and I can try and catch.
Yeah, it is indeed, and they're not too far away from that that town centre environment now. But the chase behind is well and truly on, and we're seeing different tandems, you know, add to the chase to try and bring them back.
Well, last year in Zurich, we saw a 3-up sprint in the men's B road race. This year we have the Italian tandem of Andrioli off the front at the moment. They are coming towards the final run into Ronse, and Bagmer and Boss on the front of the group are calling for help, and no one is coming through. But now, well, this is the issue here, isn't it? And this may well work to Andrioli's advantage, because at some point the group will start looking at each other, because there's a silver and bronze medal at the moment in there if this Andrioli stays out front.
Yeah, of course he will, and ultimately for them, for the riders in that group behind, the quickest sprinters in that group are Bagmer and Boss. So why would you take Bagmer and Boss to the line when there's a chance, you know, you can not take them to the line? So I think for our Italians out front, they're doing the right thing. Just keep focusing on what their ride is all about, and for the riders behind, they need to try and get away from Bagmer and Boss. Otherwise, the sprint will just be as straightforward as we're suggesting it will be. You know, the Dutch tandem will win the sprint at the end. So it needs to be a fairly kind of calm, calculated way. I think that when they get back onto the road, so when we turn right, we make a right turn and get back onto the road that used to be a parallel part going the opposite way, I think at that point you're going to see our French pairing trying to attack, because there's a slight rise there. They're at the back of the group at the minute, and they need to get to that part of the road and attack, and that will be their full commitment to the finish.
It's the final long section, isn't it, before they come into the roundabout, and then the run into town, where we see the road surface change, we see the corners come into play, and we see that more technical element. It is a very short finishing straight here, just 110 metres, lining up with a big group sprint in the tandem race. Whoever comes through first, well, likely to take the win. Now they've pulled the cars out here. The push goes on, but it's a good sized gap now, Barney. They've started playing with each other in the group, and the momentum has come off of the chase.
Yeah, it is indeed, and someone's going to have to move at this point, and I just wonder if it's going to be the French up this little rise. Yep, there they go. Well,
Barney's call comes to fruition as the French tandem start to move. This is the final long straight section of road before the run into the town, but they've sat up. The Dutch tandem on the front. They seem content to let the Dutch tandem just drive the pack. I mean, the Italian tandem, I get that, why you would be sat on the Dutch tandem's wheel.
They're doing a great job.
And just let the gap go to your compatriots. But there's two Spanish teams here and the French team. And de Carvajal, that French tandem on the back, were the winners of the individual time trial. They are on form.
Yeah, they are indeed. And this is where I do find it strange from those nations. They're not willing to, well, if they're just after a medal, which is absolutely fine in a World Championships, you know, they need to get away from Bagmer and Boss if that's what they want to achieve, or they need to attack through this technical section, and perhaps that's what we're going to see next.
And we have seen attacks come, haven't we, in the very final stages of the straight road running before we get into those technical corners, because if you can get a small rush and a small gap, you can maintain it through those corners right towards the finish. But everything is playing into the hands of Andrioli and De Felice from Italy. They're starting to come now into town. They're heading towards the final metres of this road race. They are clear. Their tactics have been fantastic. The gap has been closed down well to within hundreds of metres, but they have maintained their lead.
Yeah, they have, and they're just going under the red kite here with a kilometre to go, and they're everything in for the line now. This is the final rise. You can just see that little climb up ahead of them before they're then on the downhill run to the finish. And the speed of this Italian pair going up this climb, they're absolutely motoring.
Well, they know that gold medal is within grasp at the moment. The finish line less than 1,000 metres for Andrioli, the Italian tandem. But at the moment, this is the chase group behind. So Oh, the drive is on the French duo now on the front to Carvajal. Absolutely pushing here, driving. The Spanish team's now coming up as well. The Italian team still watching the guard, but it's Bangmer and Boss on the back of the group trying to come up on the outside, getting shut down by the rest of the pack. It's a big group in the chase. Bangmer and Boss on the back. They're going to be out of this, Barney, because they're not staying with the group. The Dutch tandem, the defending champions, in trouble here.
Yeah, they are. They've the pace has really got to that tandem now, and the group has gone ahead of them. They've chased so many times, so just see an amazing performance by this Italian tandem here.
Well, the Italian tandem had ridden away from the rest of them. Federico Andrioli and Francesco De Felici take the applause of the crowd. Your world champions, the 2025 in the men's B category. Fabulous racing. Well, the chase is on behind, and the pack coming through. It's the Spanish tandem that come through as we just see a slide out from behind. But the Spanish tandem come through for the silver medal. The French tandem take the bronze. Bangmer and Boss, the defending champions, well, they are going to have to settle for 5th place today. Well, the Spanish tandem just sliding out on the final corner, but very, very quickly up and back onto the wheel. That's Zorilla and Garcia back up onto the tandem, and they will indeed complete the road race.
Yeah, they will indeed, and it's this like downhill run to the finish, so they'll just be able to coast over the finish line here. But yeah, it's such a, you could see all those tandems flying around that final corner. The first 3 got around safely, but yeah, unfortunately the Spanish tandem just had a bit of a trouble there. But yeah, a proper team performance by our Italian team here. You saw a undoubted commitment from Bernard and Toto to set their teammates up for attack on the climb, but also to defend behind.
Yeah.
When they needed to as well. So that rainbow jersey and gold medal is as much for those 4 riders as it is just for our 2 winners.
It really was a concerted plan from both of those tandems to get an Italian gold medal today in that road race. The men's B road race celebrating the women's B road race still out on the course. So let's give you an update. We had Dunleavy and Kelly. They're the tandem that we are with at the moment, the defending champions coming into the final corner. The Polish tandem is not far behind, but Dunleavy and Kelly are going to come through for the World Championship title for 2025. The defending champions have battled technical issues out on course, but your world champions for 2025 in the women's B category, it is Dunleavy and Kelly. The Polish tandem, Barney, absolutely phenomenal racing from Kuta and Kolkowitz today. A seriously well-deserved silver medal and 2nd place in the World Championships. They gave them a run for their money today. Yeah, they did indeed, and it was great to see it. And I think probably one of the surprises of that race, albeit the World Cups have been really strong for them, but certainly for Kuta and Kolkowitz, an absolutely fantastic ride to pick up that silver medal. Well, the Vincent Teschour from the Netherlands coming over the line. An unfortunately timed front puncher for them. Took them 40 seconds off of the back of the group. And you can see the look on the face there. And as we drop in with the Irish duo celebrating once again. Well, we are awaiting Unwin and Hall. They were in the bronze medal position in the women's B road race. But Agostini, the Italian tandem, was giving chase.
Nice time, Trent.
I love that. So they've just won the road race and congratulated each other by saying nice time trial.
Yeah, it is, and it's a sign of true champions when you have adversity you have to battle against in a race, and you come out with a gold medal like the Irish team have today.
Well, the Irish tandem in 1, the Polish tandem in 2, the tandem from Great Britain, Unwin and Hall. They worked hard in the early stages to stay with the groups on the climb, and they really battled and to chase down any of the early attacks. They ended up in a group with Agostini, the Italian tandem, but Unwin and Hall have ridden a real strong race, and they are going to come through across the line, currently in the bronze medal position.
Yeah, that's right. It's been an eventful race for them. I think that's probably a good way to describe it. They've been chasing with grit and determination throughout this whole race. Usually after the Irish tandem, that they managed to claw back for almost a couple of laps, but then the elastic finally broke on those difficult climbs.
Well, as they sweep through the final corners, 200 metres away from the finish, you can see they are going to take the turn onto the finish straight. Just 100 metres now for the tandem from Great Britain. Your bronze medalists taking away third place today in the World Championships, Unwin and Hall from Great Britain.
A well-deserved bronze medal there, and they certainly know they've been in a bike race.
They
today.
do, don't they? What a race. Both the men's B road race today and the women's B road race, they were both eventful and really gave us some absolutely great action. Exhausted riders, as you should be after a road race at the World Championships.
Well, quite, and yeah, I mean, I think from the start, both races, it was intrigue and interest in all different types of the course, all different parts of the course, I should say, as well, whether that was on the climb or that was on the more technical sections. But yeah, you could see a great race, and I'm sure, you know, when all these riders will look back, they will know they would have been in an epic race here in Ronse in Belgium.
I'm so sorry. No, don't be. It's okay. It's okay. Third is all right.
Well, the emotion coming out from the Great British pair.
Wait, it's still a medal. Don't fucking worry about it.
Yeah, you can just, and this is the part of the race where it's the realization of performance, or, you know, expectations are always really high at these World Championships, and I think for riders, you know, the emotion does tend to come out at the end of a race, and you see the encouraging words by Jenny Hull for Sophie Unwin. Then it's you know, you can only try your very best.
You can only do what you can actually do on that day.
Yeah.
And yeah. Well, let's just have a little chat about the men's B road race. The results on your screen at the moment: 2 hours and 5 minutes, 8 seconds. Andreoli and De Vliese from Italy. Phenomenal attack that stayed clear. The silver medal going to Spain. Sanso Riera, and then De Carvajal from France taking the bronze. So Agostini, the Italian tandem that was with the Great British tandem early on before that move, now just coming through and over the line for fourth place. As we drop back in with some highlights of the men's race, and this was the moment where we saw the attack from Andreoli. And whilst the group behind, it went out, it came back, it went out, it came back, and finally it stuck. And Federico Andreoli and Francesco De Vliese from Italy take the World Championship title, and of course the rainbow jersey. It was a challenging finish for the chase group behind, but it was indeed the Spanish tandem that took second place.
And you can see the celebrations there in fourth for the Italian tandem. They realised what a pivotal part they played in that World Championship success today.
Yeah, so Sanso Riera from Spain and then De Carvajal from France taking the bronze. Bernard from Italy came across the line in fourth. Bangma and Boss, the defending champions, in fifth. Zarilla from Spain will take... Netherlands will take seventh place. So we are going to hear from Andreoli and De Vliese, the new world champions in the men's B road race.
Federico Andreoli e Francesco Di Felice, congratulazioni, tu sei il nuovo campione del mondo. Puoi descrivere questa sensazione?
Ouais. Yeah, and we are very, very happy. It's our first World Championships together, and we honored this race with a fantastic race, I think. We have a lot, I think, energy on the uphill, so we spend all on it. When was 2 laps to go, we attacked, we moved, and we go, and then we push over.
Oui, un attacco ultimo incredibile, penultimo giro, che si è rivelato questo giro. Giusto.
Yeah. We go on 2 laps to go, and we push it all.
Cosa significa per lei questo titolo mondiale?
Ma per noi significa tanto, è da un anno che lavoriamo insieme ed è arrivato subito questo titolo, quindi significa che siamo sulla strada giusta.
Grazie mille. Felicitations.
Thank you.
Well, they knew they were stronger on the climb, and that's where they put the attack in, but they were able to hold it on the descent and extend it on the run into town. Fabulous World Championship title to Andreoli and De Felice of Italy in the men's B road race. Well, the women's B road race was as eventful as the men's, with a number of mechanicals and punches out on course. But in the end, it was Dunleavy and Kelly, the defending champions, overturning some adversity out on course to defend that title and take the win in 2 hours, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. 20 seconds clear of Kuta and Kolkowitz, the Polish tandem, who put in a phenomenal race. They were strong on their climbs and they really battled strongly for that silver medal. The duo of Unwin and Hull from Great Britain taking the bronze. Oh, this is the moment where they made the catch and went past Dunleavy and Kelly. What a race for that gold medal and World Championship title for 2025. Well, the defending champions defended that in style today. It didn't go their own way all the time at all. And the rest of the race really was a battle and a challenge. Well, World Championships race and world champions, well, the defending world champions really gave it their all and came away with the title again for 2025. So the rest of the race field now starting to come over the line in that women's B road race. In 5th place, it is the Polish tandem of Putra Jordan from Great Britain coming through in 6th. Jannering of Sweden taking 7th place in that road race. Olszewska of Poland taking away 8th. Colombo of Italy 9th. And Robertson from Great Britain in 10th. Oh, we can see shots of the competitors having completed their race, taking applause and debriefing by the side of the road. Well, we are going to hear from Katie George Dunleavy and Linda Kelly, the world champions in that women's B road race for 2025.
Katie George Dunleavy and Linda Kelly, what a race! I have to say, I will tell you, you had a chain problem, you came back. You had a wheel change, you came back, and you still won. You had a limited energy.
Yeah, well, it might seem that way, but we were struggling at times for sure. You know, it was a really, really hard race. I think it's probably the hardest race that we've had, and it was definitely a race of not giving up and believing in yourselves and just believing in each other. We just kept going, keep on going, and yeah, we had a lot thrown at us there with the slow puncture changing the wheel and the chain getting stuck, and we were ahead at those stages as well. We had a bit of a gap, and then we had to try and close in on those wheels and then try and kind of make a move. So yeah, it was really, really hard, and you know, it was tough, and with the hills that made it even harder. But a lot of people had you know, a few mechanicals and falls, so it was really kind of treacherous with the cobbles and the wet roads. So we're kind of, after last year when we both crested in the World Cup, kind of happy to be upright, but of course to win and to be double 3 times double world champions is just amazing, and it's just like what we were hoping for and dreaming for, and what we've been training for as well.
How frustrating were those mechanical problems? Were you always thinking after that chain problem, okay, we gotta go back?
Do you know what, like, myself and Katie are fighters, and we never dropped heads no matter what. Do you know, we're here to race and to make the most of it. So like, do you know what, we kept the heads up high the minute the chain got caught and we got back on. I just said to Katie, I was like, let's do this, we're well able to time trial. We proved that to ourselves the last couple of occasions as well. So, and same when we had the wheel change as well, we just hammered on. We never gave up, and you know, we seen that Polish bike ahead of us as well, and there was times they were just like, it was that same gap the whole way through, and there was one stage I was like, are we ever going to catch him? But wasn't dropping ahead. It was like 3/4 of a lap to go, and we came to the second hill, and that's where we attacked the Polish, and we got a gap from there, and we just time trailed home. So yeah, we're absolutely happy with that ride.
After that goal in the time trial, you now are a double world champion, but after this race, this must mean really, really a lot to you guys.
Oh yeah, it means the world. Yeah, it's really special to win that together, and you know, we've worked so hard for this, and I think, you know, the wins that we've had, it gives you confidence for sure, but you never know what's going to happen on the day. So you never can be complacent, never complacent in training, and never complacent on the race, and you just give your all, and that's all you can do, and that's what we did. So we're absolutely thrilled with that, and yeah, we have a great team around us, the support crew, and I had family here, and they were screaming at us, and it just helps you just press that bit harder when they're here, and to win a medal in front of them means the world as well.
Well, thank you. Many congratulations. Have a good rest. You will need it, I think.
Thanks a million.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, the world champions in the women's B road race, a testament to commitment, resiliation, determination, and also the support around them, and yet again battling through to take the win in that road race today. Well, the results on the screen from the men's B road race. Andrioli and De Felice from Italy taking the World Championship title. 21 seconds clear of Sanso Riera and Rovira from Spain. De Carvalho and Guichard from France, 22 seconds back in the bronze medal position. Well, the racing this morning has been absolutely brilliant, and it is only session 1 of 4 today. And the next sessions away, the programme is in front of you. You can see the women's C5, C4 road race getting started at 11 o'clock, so very, very shortly, around 5.5 minutes before they leave the start. 5 minutes later, we're going to see the C3, C2 and C1 class get underway. 5 categories out on course. The C5 and C4, 5 laps today of the road race course, 77 kilometres. for those two categories. The C3, C2 and C1 will have 4 laps of the road race course, 61.6 kilometres today. And the helicopter is now up and flying here in Ronse, Belgium. So the shots today, well, they have been spectacular so far. Expect more. So the start list of the women's C5 road race in front of us right now. Alana Forster from Australia took the win in the time trial earlier on in the competition. Now, Barney, Sarah Story took the win last year in the C5 road race in Zurich. She's not here today. More of an open race.
Yeah, almost certainly. I think it's an opportunity for a lot of these riders. You know, we're seeing as well as Story not being here. We don't have Heidi Gongan from France as well, who was you know, close medalist to Story at the Paralympic Games in Paris. So yeah, it's a really open race, and if we can look to the time trial, I think as a good form guide for our riders, and certainly Forster from Australia, who was dominant in that time trial, will be looking to, you know, use the terrain, use her, you know, excellent kind of climbing physique to try and get away.
Well, the C4 road race last year, it was Bosco from Mathilde Dorig from Alson in that race, and well, this year in the time trial it was Nayland from Norman from Lemon.
Yeah, that's right. All changed there, and Dorig is she's not here either this year, having started to have a family. So that's a reason for her not being at these World Championships. So I fully expect her to be back in years to come.
Well, you can see the riders down on the start line, the clock ticking down. Just over 3 minutes to go in the women's C5 road race. Barney, we're going to have 5 categories of riders out on course. Talk us very quickly in these final minutes through how we might see this play out, because Sarah Story 5 times, as you can see, over the last 6 years taking the title, just one blip along the way. We're going to see a new world champion today.
Yeah, we are indeed, and it's you know, the rainbow jersey. I think everyone's very familiar with seeing Sarah Story with those rainbow bands on her, but yeah, it will be different today, and we'll see a new road race world champion. And I think today in the road race, I think we're likely to see a slight difference in Anna Harkowska from Poland. She had a disappointing time trial by her standards. I think she indicated an equipment issue within the time trial. And I think she'll be looking at this road race as an opportunity to, you know, to get rid of that frustration, I think, from the time trial and try and do incredibly well. We just saw our previous world champions in the C4 women's race, and Samantha Bosco has been dominant in the world championships in C4 category, and but yeah, there was an extra rider in the mix in that category this year in Nayland from Australia, who was again dominant in this category in the time trial.
She was. Bosco took 4th in the individual time trial 2 days ago. She's going to really want to change that and take away a medal in the road race today.
Yeah, she is indeed, and that's going to be the you know, the tricky, you know, the tricky part for her. And also, it's probably a good point to mention at the moment, we have the C4 and C5 categories combined in this race, so they can interact with each other as categories. They have different coloured helmets, as is being displayed on our screen at the minute, with our Italian rider with a red helmet, Creti, and our American rider with the white helmet, and the rest of the C4s with a white helmet as well.
Well, the final moments here in the C4 category, Tara Nayland from Australia. She had a great time trial.
Yeah, she did indeed, and that was a real kind of strong showing of I'm here. Certainly, you know, as the first World Championship for her to come here and, you know, win significantly is a good marker for her.
30 seconds, 30 seconden, 30 seconden.
Well, the 30-second warning has been given here in Ronse, Belgium, for the C5-C4 women's road race here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships.
Attention for the upcoming countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And away goes the C5-C4 women's road race here in Ronse, Belgium. The roads have dried, the sun is out. There is a very little wind here in Ronse today. Good conditions.
Yeah, great racing conditions here today with our roads drying out from our slight damp start, as we saw in the both the men's and the women's tandem road race. We're now into excellent racing conditions for this women's C5-C4 race, and in turn the C3-1 road race too.
Yeah, so 5 laps for this C5-C4 road race. The lap being 15.4 kilometres in length with 208 metres of climbing. Overall today, that equates to a race that is both longer and with more climb than we saw in Zurich last year.
Yeah, that's right, and the race very quickly split in Zurich, as we saw last year, with Dorrig and Story initially forging that gap over the C5 and C4 rider respectively, forcing the gap over that steep first climb. So we'll look with interest to see what will happen on this first climb. We can already see Osa from Colombia, who's setting a pace, and Osa is more of a road race specialist than we've seen in the time trial, so you're likely going to see her, you know, the 4 in this race. You just see Creti from Italy just right up on the outside and paying fairly close attention to what's happening, as we see Harkowska coming up on the left-hand side doing the same too.
Now Morgan Newbury from Great Britain and Alana Foster from Australia were 2nd and 3rd last year, but very quickly the Polish rider up and onto the climb. Now we've seen the climbing of the Polish tandems in the women's race really strong. Looks to me like the Polish team showing some similar strategies and plans in the women's C5-C4.
Yeah, they are indeed. You can see Harkowska, you know, the pace is moderate at the moment, I think, and you can say that. And then as soon as that climb started, Harkowska was really taking the race on, and great to see. It's great to see, as we've been spoilt with the men's and women's tandem road race. Yes. Sorry, the first thing this morning, with constant attacks, and it looks like that trend is continuing with the women's C4-C5 race.
Well, the women's C4-C5 race already underway. 19 riders, 15 nations out of the start. We're down in with the C3, C2 and C1 women's road race. They're down at the start. They will be going in around 2 minutes. Now, in the C3 road race, it was Van der Arsen last year in the sprint with Perez and Whitmore, just 2 seconds separating those 3 riders last year in the road race. In the C2, it was Wriggling from Schrader from Munvar Flores. There was a bigger gap there. Wriggling really had ridden away, and she was dominant in the time trial earlier on this week. In the C1 category, it was Brown from Toft. Neither of those 2 riders racing here in Ronse. Well, final adjustments to equipment being made down at the start.
Yeah, that's right, and the rider's just being held just over a further minute now until they roll out from their start.
Only look at the right side. 1 minute before the start. Encore 1 minute.
Well, the call of 1 minute to go rings out across the start area in the centre of Ronse. It is 1 minute until we see the women's C3, C2 and C1 road race get underway. 61.6 kilometres of racing lay ahead.
30 seconds, 30 seconden, 30 seconden.
Now in the women's C1 class, we said Brown and Toft from last year not here, but Clayton Godby from Australia, Barbosa from Brazil, and Shaqiri also doing well in the time trial, but just Clayton Goody and Barbosa in the road race today.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Yeah, so it's a mix of abilities in this, classifications, I should say, in this group we have here, and we do have multiple nations, you know, within this group too. So you can expect to see some interaction between those riders. The three categories in this race, C1, 2 and 3, can all interact with each other in this race. So you are able to see them ride in a bunch. They don't have to keep separate in this race. They can interact in the racing all together. But there will be 3 separate World Championships awarded at the end of this race for C1, C2 and C3. Yeah, and the pace just being kept high at the front here by Samantha Bosco from the USA, the C4 rider, with Nayland from Australia in close attendance. And you can just see, the Australians have got numbers in this group as well, with Forster as well, and Meg Lemon, I think it is, in the white helmet behind them as well.
Well, the C5 road race already starting to split the race field. Vasquez from Mexico in and with company, but distanced off the back. Well, interesting, Barney. The Australian riders, all 3 of them on the front of the pack at the moment. 2 in that C4 class, 1 in the C5 class. A little further back in that C4 class, we can see a group of riders here on the road. That is Tyson from the USA. She has company with, well, Alson of France and Vanessa Laws of Germany.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll try and have a little count up of how many C4s we have in this front group. I think we have 4, maybe even 5 C4 riders in that front group. So yeah, they need to chase back on as quickly as they possibly can on this descent to play a part in this race in the latter stages.
And the climb here, I mean, we talked about the climb on the course earlier on, but let's just go through again the course. 15.4 kilometres the lap here, 208 metres of climbing. The majority of the climbing comes in the first 4 kilometres of the lap. So the 800-metre run through the town centre here in Ronse, and then we hit the climb. It starts off quite gradual, but then does get very steep, over 8% in places towards the top of the first section. We then come onto a flat plateau before we climb again to the high point of the course. Before we start the long descent, and then the rolling roads before we turn into town again to complete the lap.
Yeah, that's right, and we're just seeing the riders cresting the second point of this climb here. You just see a Brazilian C1 rider here, Barbosa, just starting to struggle up this main climb here, as you'd expect to see the lower classes struggle a little bit on these climbs.
Yeah, you would indeed. So rider number 342 from Brazil, Barbosa, in that C1 race with Clayton Goody of Australia. So Veronica Rodriguez Pluido from Spain in the So So the C2 class in the black helmets, the C1 class in the yellow, the C3 in the blue. Those three categories have indeed started together. You can see the Olympic rings on her arm.
Yeah, you can indeed, and I think it was Tokyo Games she had on her arm then. We just see the pace starting to be applied here by Clara Brown from the USA. On a rather interestingly painted bike as well.
That's not interesting, that's epic. We've seen some, well, I say it's an epically painted bike, personal opinion, but we also saw interestingly gold bikes, and Barney, you had an eye for the bling over the last few days.
I have indeed, yeah. Chain rings have been my personal feature for these World Championships. So the purple chain ring, and also I think I'm trying to remember if it was Joseph Fritsch or. I think it may well have been the purple chain ring, and then certainly a gold chain ring has appeared as well at some point as well. So it's yeah, always great to see.
Well, you can see this is the descent off of the climb, and the left-hand corner that really does indicate they're starting the run off of the climb and back along the rolling lands out on the course around Ronse in Belgium. We're in the Flanders region of Belgium, a real home and hotbed of cycling.
Yeah, we are. We're in the heartland, cycling heartland of Belgium here, like you've said, and it really is kind of cycling mad. You know, everyone loves cycling. They're very used to seeing bike races on their roads, and I've been talking to a lot of the locals as well, and they love watching these paracyclists at the Road World Championships. They can appreciate the speed they are going and how elite this competition is, and you know how it's developed in the last 20 years.
Yeah, and Barney, talk us through a little bit about that. I won't ask you when you first went to a Paracycling Road World Championships, but talk us through a little bit of the development from those earlier days, you know, to where we are now.
Yeah, that's right. So the World Championships officially became under the UCI umbrella in 2006, and they actually held the World Championships in Aigle in Switzerland at the HQ of the UCI. So, and that was a combined track and road championships, and you know, with that you created these, you know, World Championships, and the very kind of structured way that the UCI has the World Championships and what it's all about, which just there is our rainbow right in the middle of our shot.
I know, it's amazing. There are the flags out in the parklands. The Villa Madonna just hidden behind the trees here, just getting that shot from the camera. The architecture around the region, also absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we've been doing our own architectural research, haven't we, with our little strolls around the town, and yeah, we've been seeing some incredibly old buildings and amazing architecture around the town as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's plenty to go and explore, and we've been doing a little bit of exploring between these bike races, haven't we?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, and the region, great for architecture, great for history as well. There's some really interesting history around here, as well as the history of cycle sport. And of course, great races to watch. Now, I am empathising with the rider from Ireland in a strong way and really willing her on, because I have those glasses as well, and I believe they are the Tokyo Olympic edition.
Oh, really? Well, that's
Yeah.
a special bit of knowledge, and I suppose we can reveal your the fact you are Irish, so you are in team colours.
Well, there you go. I shall wear those glasses when I go back out on the road with pride. Well, the pack at the moment really motoring at the front of the C4, C5 road race, and it is the rider from the USA who is really pushing on. And this is really good to see, the stretch on the group, but Australia really dominating the opening minutes of this race in the C5, C4 category. But the pack rolling and rolling strongly.
Yeah, they are. It looks like Grace Norman, I think, from the USA, and Norman has come from paratriathlon. So she is switching from, I'm not sure if it's a permanent switch or it's obviously a temporary one at the moment. We just see our lead in the women's C1 category from Australia.
Yeah, Talia Clayton-Goody on our screens at the moment. She took the win in the individual time trial earlier on in the competition. Barbosa came through in second there for the silver. But Clayton-Goody doing a strong ride and out on the course at the moment. So Clayton Goody not far off the back of the group ahead either. Still on the climb at the moment, but this is a really strong ride, and if she can just make contact with the group. Now the C3, C2 and C1 racers on the course all together. They have 61.6 kilometres of racing, and if Clayton Goody can just close that gap, maybe not on the climb but on the descent and the rolling section, she'll have company.
Yeah, she will indeed, and that's a great ride by her so far. You know, the speed she's riding up this climb, and when you think about the different impairments with these riders and how it affects how they ride a race, you know, what they're able to do, what they aren't able to do, it makes a big difference. You know, we'll talk about the adaptations as we go through this race as well, because there are some different adaptations that allow the riders to be safe and, you know, safe on these roads. And the speed is really on. I think you can still see Clara Brown on the front of this C1 to 3 women's road race, and clearly applying the pressure with a hope that she can break the riders behind her.
Well, it is a real big drive at the moment, isn't it, from USA? 2 riders to the front of the group in that C2, C3 mixed group on the road. So Greco from Australia right on the wheel here in the leading group. So the Polish rider in the pack, just making a slight adjustment to the shoe on the back of the group.
I think for Harkowska, we've not seen her tow along the group or do any kind of towing at all. So she was very active early on. She was the first rider to attack in the race, and now she's just taken a position at the back of the group. And I would expect her to attack again within this race. I don't expect her to kind of follow for the entire race.
Well, it's early at the moment. They're just out on lap 1 of 5. But a good group now seemingly established.
Yeah, it is, and they're rolling through now, which is important to, you know, to keep the pace high, and ultimately, you know, they want, some of these riders are going to want this race fast. They're going to want fatigue to kind of build every single lap, and that's the importance of what they're doing now. Just see Creti from Italy just go to the front, and so what you see in cycling, you see when a rider moves their elbow, that means that they want the other rider to go through. So rather than turning around and saying, "Excuse me, would you mind just coming through now?"
A little flick of the elbow is the riding language.
It is, yeah, and it's a worldwide kind of acknowledgement that is what you do. So Creti flicked her elbow, looked around, and no one's come through. So that's and again, you don't have to either. So if someone flicks their elbow in front of you and you don't want to go through, you don't have to. There's nothing in the rules to say you have to do that.
No, well, the Italian rider not getting the help she wants on the front. 12 riders in that leading group at the moment in the C5, C4 category. The women's road race out on course at the moment.
And Creti out in front at the moment. She's been dominant in the Road World Cup Series so far, winning in Maniago. It's testing my memory now. So she's had a good World Cup Series, and certainly she'll be wanting the race to come back as a sprint finish. She'll be the most comfortable in that situation to sprint it out for the win. Whereas our 2 time trialists who have won world titles already here this week, so Forster from Australia and also Nayland from Australia as well, they'll be keen to get away. And interestingly enough, they could actually combine forces because they're both racing for different world titles.
Yeah.
So if those 2 get away together, they will pull equally, they will pull together, and they will work as a team, because they can come across the line together because they're looking to win their own world championships between.
Well, it's interesting. It is a mixed group, isn't it? So 7 C5 racers in this leading group. Ossa Velosa from Colombia, Law from Canada, Newark from Great Britain, Forster from Australia, Murray from New Zealand, Newbury from Great Britain, and Harkowska from Poland. In the women's C4 category in this leading group, 4 riders. Norman from the USA, Nayland from Australia, Bosco from the USA, and Lemon from Australia. So that's interesting, Barney, because 2 Australians and 2 riders from the USA make up the leaders in the women's C4 race in this leading group.
Yeah, that's right. And you can just see the riders rolling through now in a line, in two riders abreast, and just rolling through, do their turn, they swing over, and then the next rider rolls through. So just keeping the pace rolling along here at the minute, and I think that's a good thing to do, to be honest. I think it keeps the race rolling, so it's not a negative, vibe to the race. These riders are trying to create a pace that causes fatigue to affect the race later on, and that's a good thing.
Well, Clayton Goody from Australia in that women's C1 class has indeed caught the group ahead. So she's caught a group of C2 riders. Great from Clayton Goody's perspective.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we've already seen in the time trial she's had a great ride in that time trial already, and she'll be looking to double up in these World Championships. And you can just see she's gone straight to the front as well, so she's looking to continue forcing her pace. And yeah, we can see here is actually Van Aersen in this group too. So yeah, 2 C2s, 1 C3, and our C1 leader who's pulling this group along.
So let me give you an update, because I do have the time checks for the C1, C2, C3 through the first intermediate checkpoint. In the leading group at the moment, Brown from the USA. This is a C3 category riders. Brown from the USA, Quellhorst from Germany, Whitmore from the USA, Greco from Australia. Those 4 riders in the C3 category in at the front of the race. In the C2 class, Munvar Flores from Colombia is there, so is Florina Rigling. Those are the 2 riders from the C2 category in that leading group. And then we've seen Talia Clayton Goody joining the C2 group. Part and parcel, well, she is leading that race. The group of C2 riders she is with is the Chase group in the C2 category. Well, Flores from Colombia and Rigling from Switzerland on our screens at the moment, part and parcel of this group here. But those 2 riders clear in that C2 category. Well, 5 categories out racing at the moment on the roads around Ronse in Belgium. The first race underway was a C5, C4 road race. And for our viewers, I'm going to give you a heads up, literally, because the helmet colours in the C5, C4 road race, red for C5, white for C4. When we drop in with the groups, with the black or the blue helmets. The black helmet's the C2 class, the blue helmet's the C3 class, and the yellow helmet's the C1 class. That race started 5 minutes behind the C5, C4 class today.
And again in this race, the 2 races are kind of following a similar pattern at the minute. We've seen a little bit of a war of attrition on the first climb, and then we've seen a kind of pattern established within these races now, where the pace is being evenly shared out between the riders in the group before, I think ultimately before they get back into the town and then in turn onto the climb as well.
Well, the rider from Colombia just coming over to the other side of the road with a flick of the elbow, asking the rider from the USA to come through in that women's C2 pack on the road. One rider in the C3 class in that group.
Just see Paige Greco here from Australia contributing to the pace as well. And yeah, these riders all seem fairly content with the race dynamic we have at the moment, and I think that's the key part to road racing. If you see a bunch that's fairly content. You don't see riders missing turns. You see riders just rolling through and contributing to the pace. So certainly the harmony within this group is good at the moment. And for the moment, it's not going to stay like that for the entire race, because as soon as they get to this climb, I'd expect to see a familiar pattern. Really, I think we're going to see Clara Brown, on the front, trying to push the pace as well. Just see some action in the C4-5 women's race, and certainly through the technical part there, which I think has created these gaps.
Well, and I think we are potentially, I'm looking to see whether that is closing down or extending, but we've got the rider from Great Britain there just pushing on Rebecca Newark, trying to close the gap down, trying to come to the front of that second group now, as it has indeed split through the centre of Ronse. They're coming in towards the finish line for the end of lap 1 in that 5-lap race.
Yeah, that's right, and it's our C4 Nayland from Australia who is pushing the pace around this technical section, closely followed by Forster from Australia, the C5 rider, and also Newbury from Great Britain, and Osa from Colombia.
Well, they take the turn onto the straight here at the end of lap 1. The leading group in the women's C5, C4 road race, leaders in both classes in that group.
And this is what the riders in this race did not want to happen. They have two Australians, one from each category on the front, starting to create a gap.
They just looked at each other and nodded, didn't they?
They did, which is great from Australia's point of view. They're in a perfect position, but from the riders behind, there's a certain amount of panic starting to happen now, because they know that the worst case scenario in this group is starting to occur.
Well, it is indeed. We've just seen the two Australian riders look at each other as they went over the line at the end of lap 1. One of them in the C5 category, one of them in the C4 category. They looked, they nodded, their heads went down, and the power's gone through the pedals, and they've really put a big push on here. It is the C5 rider who is absolutely going on the front here, so Alana Foster is leading the charge at the moment.
Yeah, she is indeed, and I fully expect this pace to carry straight onto the climb. As soon as they get onto this climb now, we've got two incredibly strong riders from Australia out front here, and I think the pace is going to continue now.
Well, Tara Nayland from Australia is sharing the work at the moment with Alana Foster in the C4, C5 category, and look at the damage being done to the group.
That's right, and you could just see out of our, just at the top of our shot there, you could see Harkowska come out from the wheels, realising the danger. She could see ahead that the Australians were both together. So starting to look at what's happening as well. And as we go back to our front, we can see Harkowska now starting to attack.
Well, yeah, and very, very quickly, some of the riders going off the back of the group. In the women's C4, Lemon and Norman, 6 seconds back at the end of lap 1, and that was just the push through the town centre. Now the push continues as we go through, so Nayland and Bosco really battling now in that women's C4 category. The rider from Australia and the rider from the USA. In the women's C5, well, it is a light as well. 7 riders going across the line within 4 seconds of each other. Really big push.
Yeah, that's right. And we just see a mechanical here for Claudia Creti. Got a problem here with a seat pin, I think. I think that slipped down, and that's right. Oh, it's actually too high. The neutral service here very quickly adjusting her saddle height. And we'll hope that she'll be back up and running fairly soon. For anyone wondering, what side of the road do the riders stop on if they have a mechanical? If they can, they need to stop on the right-hand side of the road. So the servicing always has to be on the right-hand side of the road. And that's the side of the road where the cars drive as well in the convoy. So it's important to always service on that right-hand side of the road from a safety point of view. As again, we see another dig and acceleration from Harkowska from Poland, quickly followed by Forster and Osa from Colombia.
Well, 7 riders now in that leading group in the C5, C4 category. As we watch more of the riders come through and over the line in that C4 race. So that group of 3, 5th, 6th and 7th on the road. So just for confirmation, that is Vanessa Laws from Germany, Andrea Tyson from the USA and Catel Alson from France.
And we're starting to see Bosco here for the C4 rider at the back, just in a little bit of trouble. But as we've seen in previous races, it doesn't mean your race is over. If you do lose a bit of contact here, you can chase back on the descent. But it's this to-in and throw-in pace almost that Harkowska seems to be, and this is the worst pace to follow. If you're after an even pace going up a climb, following someone who's on and off the power all the time, it's really tricky when you're trying to ride your own pace up a climb. So Harkowska has a good strategy for disrupting her opponents, and that's that on and off pace going up this climb.
Well, the riders in that C5 race, Alana Forster, Morgan Newbury, Paula Velos, Nicole Murray, Anna Harkowska and Jessica Law, they are in that leading group. And I'm interested to see whether Rebecca Newark is in there as well at the moment. I don't think she is. She was 4 seconds back at the end of lap 1 going out onto lap 2, and I think this climb has extended the gap.
Yeah, it has indeed. We've very quickly got 5. We have 5 races from the women's C5 category and 2 in the women's C4 category. So our gold and silver at the moment would come from this category for women's C4, and the top 3 is still up for grabs from the women's C5 in this group. And again, I say at the moment, we've had a number of different issues and challenges along the route in the earlier races this morning and yesterday. So there's nothing kind of given in road racing. The factors that affect the outcome of road racing is constantly changing. As we just see the women's C1 to 3 race coming into the final 300 metres to go after their first lap.
So this is the leading group in that C3, C2, C1 race coming in towards the end of lap number 1. 6 riders in this leading group.
You can just see wriggling at the front here, keeping a good pace through this town centre part, and she's a great bike handler, and you can see that through these corners here, and she'll just make her way around this left-hander, and they're into the finish straight now.
Oh, she does indeed. She just slots in behind the rider from Germany, who is going to lead the group over. So the leading group in the C3, C2, C1 race at the moment just come over the finish line. I'll just take a little look at who is in that group. So in the women's C3 category, it's Quellhorst from Germany, Whitmore from the USA, Brown from the USA, and Greco from Australia. So 4 riders in the leading group from the C3. In the C2 class, Florina Rigling and Daniela Flores from Colombia.
And we could just see Jamie Whitmore really pushing the pace through that town section, just trying to create some distance between her and the, her and the other riders before they get to that climb, which our C4-5 race are already on this climb now. And you can just see a familiar pattern at the front with Forster and Nayland from Australia riding at their pace.
They are enjoying riding side by side, really, Barney.
Yeah, they are indeed, and I think for Forster, she's not had a teammate in this situation before. So Nayland, who's new to the C4 class, she's not had that before. We just see a great attack by Newbury here, who's looking to reduce the numbers in this group to her advantage.
And interestingly, Newbury in that C5 class, it being shut down actually by one of the other category riders.
Yeah, it is, and they're clearly, collectively racing as a pair, Nayland and Forster. And as I say, Forster's not had that opportunity previously. She's been the only rider from Australia in there, so she'll be benefiting from that advantage of the 2 categories racing together. And obviously, it increases both their chances of being successful in this race.
Well, Greco at the moment on our screens in that C3 category. They're on the climb again. Going out onto lap 2, and it's looking like she's been distanced from the group.
Yeah, it has indeed, and she'll just look to focus on her own race now, and this is what you'll see with there's quite a spread of impairment and ability within this race from C1 to 3. If you look at the average speeds and the differences from the time trial in those categories, it's quite a big gap between, you know, C1 and C3. And for obvious reasons, we have to try and condense the program into the incredibly busy 4 days that we do have for these races. So that's you know, one of the reasons we see a combination of races, and they combine C4 and 5 because the speed difference is fairly similar, as we just see the next group coming across the line in the C1 to 3 race.
So 3 riders from the C2 category in this group, along with Talia Clayton-Goody, the rider in the yellow helmet from Australia. She is leading the C1 category. She got distance on the climb last time, Barney, on the previous lap, but she closed down the group and has been in the wheels with company since.
Yeah, she has indeed, and yeah, obviously doing a great ride. It's yeah, good to see her riding as well as she is, and yeah, first World Championships as well, first Road World Championships.
So Talia Clayton-Goody in the Category 1 road race, leading that race. In the C2 category, we're in with Flores at the moment. She was with the leading group with the Swiss rider, Florina Ringling.
That's right.
She seems to have been gapped now.
Yeah, that's right, and you can see Paige Greco actually coming back to that group now. So, you know, Greco has done a fantastic job to be able to kind of almost reset and go again and try and catch this group up, and she's doing a fantastic job.
She is
to
working
do that.
really well, isn't she? Really, really strong in that C3 category. In the C2, Florina Ringling from Switzerland in that leading group. You can just see her up ahead. And Flores from Colombia in 2. Alison Jones in 3. Maika Hausberger in 4. Then a little further back, the Mexico and Brazilian rider. So the Mexican rider, Gilda Ramirez, in 5. And Sabrina Custodia de Silva from Brazil in 6th.
That's right, and we can just see Clara Brown on the front here. And again, if it's been talking about the riders who were probably slightly disappointed by time trial performances. Clara Brown, who had that puncture in the road time trial and had to have a wheel change, which took a little bit of time for that change to happen. And now she's on the front of this group and really we knew how strong she was because she was 20 seconds up.
Yeah, 27 seconds, nearly 30.
That's right, in the time trial. So we know how strong she is, and we know, you know, this is now playing in her favour. And what you'll see now, you'll see with Clara Brown and Florina Ringling, they're in different categories, they're in different races, albeit in the same race. So it's to both of their advantages to work together to extend their lead, as you'll see them doing now.
Yeah, and they are talking to each other, wasn't it? There was a call there from Brown, no stress, come through if you can, let's work together. So 2 different categories working together to push clear at the moment. Brown from the USA in the C3 class. Ringling from Switzerland in the C2. The chase is strong from behind, though. Quellhorst from Germany, Whitmore from the USA, sat in 2nd and 3rd in that C3 class. Those 2 are now clear as well. This group, Barney, that went through the finish line at the end of lap 1, really now starting to form small groups on the road following the climb on lap 2.
Yeah, they are indeed, and that's as we thought the climb would make a significant difference, and we're now seeing our C4, C5 women's race who have been over that climb, and they're now on their way, you know, on the descent back towards the town.
And a perfect shot from the helicopter of the long straight roads we've been talking about and the sight lines in the road racing.
Yeah, there is, and we've seen that, you know, play to people's advantages, you know, in chasing back. I'm sure it's a motivating factor. If you can see a rider, you know, 20 seconds up the road, they're very much in sight at this point of the course. But as soon as you get back into the town, they're not. So this is the point of the course that you really need to be aware of if a rider is away, that it's an excellent opportunity to chase back.
Well, on lap 1 we had 12 riders in the leading group in the C5, C4 race. Now on lap 2 we have 7. A bit of refueling going on there from the Polish rider. So that is Harkowska, the rider from Poland, in the group. Just Naylan from Australia and Bosco from the USA from the WC4 category in this leading group now, Barney.
Yeah, it is, and they've worked incredibly well and hard to get to this point where they've reduced their numbers in this group. And talking of reducing numbers, we have the leaders in the WC 1 to 3 race, with the leader in the WC3, put my teeth back in, the WC3 race and the WC2 race in Clara Brown and Florina Rigling from Switzerland.
So Clara Brown from the USA leading the C3 category at the moment, pushing on and pushing on strongly. Fabulous paint job on that bike.
Yeah, it is indeed. I like a bit of bling on these bikes, and certainly Clara Brown's paint job on a bike is brightening up our day, isn't it?
Well, Florina Rigling going for stealth.
Yeah, the black is always the fastest bike, I think.
Well, the two riders in those two categories clear now and working together. This is a little bit further back. This is in the C3 race, and 5 different categories out on course at the moment. We will try, Barney and I, to be as clear as possible and guide you through what is happening in each of those 5 races. There are 5 races because each race will get separate results. 2 starts, so 2 races on course with 5 categories of riders, and we will try and unpick it for you as it unfolds. Do bear with us occasionally.
Yeah, that's right. We have all the women's C classes out on the road at the same time, as you've already pointed out, albeit in 2 races, with 3 categories able to work together and 2 categories able to work together. And thankfully for us, all the races are currently separate, which makes it relatively simple for us and our viewers at home as well.
Well, the 2 riders in the C4 category leading the C4 race, Tara Naylan from Australia and Samantha Bosco from the USA, on the back of this leading group. Quite content to let the riders in the C5 race lead the pace.
Yeah, they are indeed. And seeing the strength of Naylan up that climb, it's clearly evident she's got really, really good legs at the moment, and I think she could do some real damage with an attack up that climb. And in terms of who can follow, you know, we've seen Forster follow him, but we've also seen a lot of other riders in C5 who look reasonably comfortable up that climb. So it's anyone's race at the moment, but I certainly think in the C4 race we're going to see a really strong move at some point from Naylan.
And how will that play out, Barney? Because obviously the C5 and C4 in the leading group. Will we see the C5 class move away and then these 2 groups separate, or will that attack potentially in the C4 race need to come in the mix with the C5 race involved as well?
Yeah, I think there is that tendency for the races to almost separate on the road, but I also think that, so when you come to Paralympic Games, there are some combined classes in the road races. So because there just aren't enough medals for every single class at the Paralympic Games, there's obviously a medal limit for each sport class, and the C4 and 5 race together, so they race for 1 medal at the Paralympic Games, whereas the World Championships, we do separate out those categories so they can race for their own World Championships.
Interesting to see in the chase group Jessica Law from Canada in the C5 category in the mix now, with Norman and Lemon in the C4 category.
Yeah, that's right, and you'll see Norman and Lemon. They will need to kind of think about that bronze medal fight that they're having between them. And then Law at the back end from Canada, the C5 rider, can just benefit from their pace they're putting down at the moment. And not to rule out catching this group back again. You know, you can never rule that out either.
No, well, the women's race is out on lap 2 of what will be a 5-lap race for the C5 and C4 and a 4-lap race for the C3, 2 and 1.
And you can see the pace has gone out of this race now, the C5-4 women's race. And there's one or two reasons for that happening. It's almost like a little bit of a stalemate before you get to the town and then the climb again. And from a working point of view, so previously when they were all together, there was a lot of riders, so everyone was happy to roll through. There's less riders in the group this time, so that no one's quite that happy to roll through in the same way. So it ends up being a little bit negative until we split the group again. Then you'll find that riders will ride on the front.
They're quite content at the moment, aren't they, to allow the climb to cause attrition in the group and then to settle for the rest of the lap at the moment in these early stages of this road race.
Yeah, they are. They're waiting for that next time up the climb, and there's still, this is an endurance race. It's not a sprint, so you have to kind of wait for your opportunity in these races for it, for the right time to attack. And the more the race goes on, the more riders' legs aren't as fresh. Yep. They're not as they're not the same as they were the previous lap. So yeah, some real challenges in these races for tactics.
So we mentioned the great architecture out here in Ronse, Belgium, not just out in the rural regions, but also in the heart of town. The St. Hermes Basilica there in your shot. Well, Talia Clayton-Goody in the C1 race. She struggled with this group on the climb last time, but she's staying right in the wheels this time round. This is a really strong race and ride from the Australian.
Yeah, it is, and she's not looked in, any real difficulty within this group. She's keeping pace with them, and she's riding a really, really strong race at the moment. And looking to extend her lead. Her main goal now is to be as far ahead as she possibly can in front of her C1 competitors, and that's exactly what she's doing at the moment. Well,
Clayton-Goody from Australia in 1 in that C1 road race. Victoria Barbosa from Brazil in 2. A significant time gap at the end of lap 1. Clayton-Goody established a strong lead over Barbosa in the individual time trial. I think we're going to see a similar pattern in the road race.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, we will do. And should we just go back to our lead in the women's C4, C5 race? Familiar pattern, really, with the riders kind of taking a turn, but not necessarily kind of pushing on the pace as we approach our right turn back into town, which is the road we use for the time trial, going both ways on this road they're about to turn onto.
So the riders, this road race out on some new roads out of town, but also, as you've mentioned, Barney, the run into town, exactly the same run into town as they used earlier on this week in the individual time trial. Psychologically, I mean, I know that the riders have been out, they've recce'd the course, but psychologically, because you've raced on the course before on the run-in, you probably feel that you know it better.
Yeah, you do indeed, and that's it's the familiar sight of that road, but also the familiar sight of being able to ride on both sides of the road, which they weren't able to do in the time trial. And that will undoubtedly have different line choices when they come into the finish of this race. They can go either side of the roundabout if they so choose, whereas in the time trial they had to stay on the right hand side of the road. We just see an injection of pace here by Neelan. She was clearly not happy with how slow the race was going, so she injected the pace, and Forster immediately jumped. Oh, in fact, it was actually Newbury who jumped on a wheel immediately, closely followed by Forster. But Newbury quite happy for Forster to kind of roll through here as well.
Well, the Australian duo working really strongly together, even though they're not in technically the same race. One in the C5 category, one in the C4 category. But Neelan from Australia currently driving the group. Within that group is Samantha Bosco from the USA. That is 1 and 2 in the women's C4 category. Those two riders in this leading group. Meg Lemon from Australia and Grace Norman from the USA are in the chase group behind. But at the moment now it really is Tara Neelan driving this on the front, and actually not causing an issue for Bosco, but causing an issue for Harkova in the C5 race.
Yeah, she is, and we talked about that roundabout specifically in the races we've already had this weekend, and the riders went around the left-hand side of that roundabout, which was the quickest, the shortest route round, and you could see the gaps quickly open up behind, and Nayland, you know, from what we can see so far, has got really good bike handling skills. So she's been able to kind of create gaps just by her bike handling, whereas the other riders are having to really chase to get back onto that supreme bike handling.
Well, great overhead shots at the moment from Ronse in Belgium. It's the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. We have the women's C5, C4 race out on course. We also have the women's C3, 2 and 1 out on course. Well, as the drive goes again, Tara Nayland putting the hammer down again. Alana Forster came through but didn't do a long turn on the front because Nayland so strong.
Yeah, she is indeed, and the technical excellence she has throughout this section as well will come to play. And you can also see Newbury paying much closer attention this time round because she knows she doesn't want a gap to go and to cause her an issue when they come past the race here, just where we see our India competitor from India.
Yes, and looking like some conversations on the side of the road about whether they are going to progress in the race. That's the rider from India in the WC2 category, Gararia.
Great shot there of Florina Wriggling, and you can see the different adaptations she has to be able to ride a bike. You can see the hydration tube she has here for the bottle because she can't pick a bottle up to feed. You know, as you see many of her other competitors do. So yeah, the different adaptations you have with the bikes to enable the riders to ride incredibly fast, and you can see that with Wriggling here as well.
Oh, Clara Brown from the USA pushing on strongly here. These two riders, again, two different categories, but working together to go clear of the chase. Well, at the end of lap number 2 in the C5, C4 road race, they go out onto lap number 3. Great riding and racing here in Ronse, Belgium. The leading group, two riders in the C4 category, Nayland and Bosco in the leading group. Harkowska from Poland leads them through this time. 51 minutes and 7 seconds of racing already done. 3 laps to go. So Harkowska of Poland, Forster of Australia, Velosa of Colombia, Newbury of Great Britain and Murray of New Zealand. 5 riders in that C5 category in that leading group. They are joined by Nayland of Australia and Bosco of the USA leading the C4 race.
So on the previous laps, we've seen Harkowska drift to the back of this group and be intent in follow through that section, but she's now taken the lead through that technical section before we start a climb, as we see our chase group in the C4 race with Meg Lemon and Grace Norman from the USA.
Yes, and the Canadian rider Jessica Law is with them.
Yeah, she is indeed, and she's contributing to the pace, and they're not actually that far behind the group in front of them now, but so because of that drop in pace coming through throughout the last half of that lap, there's been quite a difference. And you also see Claudia Creti here, who is chasing the C5 with Rebecca Newick from Great Britain on a wheel.
Well, the Norman, Lemon and Law group, 1 minute and 3 seconds back.
And again, they'll see them on this climb as well, because the gap is foreshortened because of the climb. So very quickly, when they start this climb, they'll see them up ahead. And again, the pace is right back on this race now.
It is, isn't it? And the push, the drive, Alana Forster now, the other Australian rider in the group, pushing on.
Yeah, we can just see, you can just see the pace difference now. You can always tell where the line in the group is actually lined out a little bit more. If riders are riding next to each other, we just see our wonderful mural on the side of the road.
I was loving that. The helicopter was getting a shot of the helicopter.
I know, that's brilliant. Yeah, and you can just see this line. Always a good sign the pace is up, where there's a line of riders. They're riding next to each other. The pace isn't quite on. You can just see Forster in a terrain that suits her riding style is starting to really push on. But still in close attendance is Newbury from Great Britain and also from Colombia, as well as Nayland, just sitting and waiting and being intent on following this time up the climb.
Yeah, so the time check in that C4 race on your screen at the moment. Nayland and Bosco in this leading group here, mixed C5, C4 group. 1 minute clear of Norman and Lemon, the chasing group. They have Jessica Law in that C5 road race with them. Law's, well, she sat in... back with those chasers.
And we're just about to get onto the steepest part of the climb here, and Harkowska from Poland has always been active when it gets to the steeper part of this climb, and she's got it in quite a large gear at the back of this group, so I just wonder if she's about to attack soon.
The supporters running along, cheering on the competitors here in Ronse, Belgium. The parkland out on the course, absolutely stunning, and of course the flags are out as well. Great shot of the leading group of 6 riders here. It's the women's C5, C4 race at the moment. They're coming towards the top of the climb on lap number 3.
Yeah, that's right. That's our first top of our first ramp, and then there's another opportunity when the riders turn left at the top of this climb. They drop down and then they go up again into the woods, and that's the last opportunity before we get to the main descent on the course.
Well, it shows you how steep the climb is, around 8.5%. At a maximum gradient out there. The second climb tops at around 6, so not quite as steep, but it is repetitive. Let's just remember these 5 laps as part and parcel of this women's road race here in the C5, C4 category.
And you can see the elastic starting to be stretched at the front of this race now.
Yeah.
Newbury is having real trouble holding on to Forster at the front. There's a little, the gap is yo-yoing ever so slightly between those first 2 riders, and you can see Samantha Bosco here at the back as well.
Really struggling, isn't she?
Yeah,
really driving to try and stay on that group. And for her, that is a big challenge, because the rider, she's only in that group with one other rider in her category, and that is Tara Nayland from Australia. Bosco has got to stay in that group if she wants a shot at the gold medal.
Yeah, she does indeed, and Nayland will be aware of that as well, and she'll keep looking behind and seeing where Bosco is, and if she's suffering or not. Does she need to kind of apply the pace a little bit more? As we just see our leaders in the C1 to 3 road race coming through the 300 metres to go point.
Yeah, and this is Clara Brown from the USA in a breakaway with Florina Rigling from Switzerland. So Brown in the women's C3 class, Rigling in the women's C2 class. So this is first and first in C3 and C2. Working as a pair to go away from both respective chase groups.
Yeah, that's right. It's in both their interests to work together because they're riding for separate championships. But as I said, similarly with C4 and 5, at Paralympic Games, C1 to 3 is an open race. So they ride as an open race, and it's there aren't many opportunities to ride in that open race. So if they're thinking further ahead to further ahead to the games, which I know Clara Brown will, because we know where the next games are in LA in the USA.
Well, she's taking the applause of the supporters and responding back to them with very positive emotions.
The race situations. And I know that they'll be, should be keen to do that too. Should just see Qualhorst and
Whitmore. And this is the chase for silver and bronze behind Brown.
And yes, behind Brown. Yeah, I was about to say Rigling as well, but
no, Rigling's different category.
It's fooling me, the helmet colour, because it's a light blue. It's a very dark blue
I know,
helmet.
I agree with you.
Rather than a light blue.
When they were together on lap 1, it was really hard to differentiate. It really was. But that is indeed where we are at the moment. Krellhorst from Germany, Whitmore from the USA sat in second and third place behind Clara Brown of the USA in the women's C3 category. 1 minute 13 seconds back, which tells us that the chase in the women's C2 is even further back. So Florina Riegling from Switzerland, a substantial gap now by working with Clara Brown in that C3 category.
Yeah, that's right. And we can see another injection in pace here in the women's C5, C4 road race with, again, our duo at the front.
Australian duo.
Forster and Nayland forcing the pace, but not quite. I think the riders' faces behind are looking a little bit more uncomfortable each lap, and I think that's what they hope to achieve from the way they're riding. The fact that they've got another 2 ascents after this one of the main climb. Sorry, 1 ascent.
Yeah, this is the penultimate climb. It's lap number 4. No, lap number 3. We're not very well here, are we? My system isn't working.
We're just going to reboot Emma, and then we'll be.
Yeah, I'm going to unplug and plug
lap.
back in again, and then we'll be rocking and rolling.
Just see our rider from Colombia coming in here, closely followed by Paige Greco from Australia. It is Perez Carballos, closely followed by Paige Greco. So our Colombian rider is a C3, as well as our Australian rider, who's also a C3 as well. So they're in hot pursuit of our leaders, who are currently, our leader in Clara Brown, who's setting the pace up this climb now with Florina Riegling doing a fantastic ride here. WC2 sat in her wheel as well. So yeah, it's a really strong performance from both of these riders. And Clara Brown just out the saddle there. Just see the steepness of this climb. You can always tell by the angle of the walls at the side of the road by how steep the climb is. We just see some action here in the women's WC5C4 race, where a definitive attack now from Nayland in Australia, and again Forster from Australia in close attendance. And just out of our shot, I think you're going to see Harkowska close the gap from Poland as well. But yeah, it's certainly a big attack here, and we're starting to see rain now as well. So that's going to change the braking points of this race. We're on the main descent. Yeah, we can see a big attack from these 2 riders already, with Harkowska fighting to get back on. She's shaking her head. She's attempting to get back onto these 2 riders, and you can see Nayland tapping out the rhythm with Forster from Australia, the Australian duo out front at the moment. And there's a significant gap to the chasers now, and this is the point that we've seen various different groups come together on the road before. And you know, are they going to come back? We just don't know at the minute. There's going to be the left turn when they get to the bottom of this descent, and then they'll go again. And the pace is really on in this C4, C5 women's road race. Bosco now contributing the C4 from the USA, who's now trying to get back onto the leader in her race, which is Nayland from Australia. Yeah, and they're going to come back together now. After that quick chase, but an ominous sign for the next few laps now. When Nayland and Forster and Harkowska attack, then the pace is really on, and we can see again Nayland through that technical section using her expertise and bike handling skills, and only Forster is able to hold on to that strong piece of bike riding. And as we just see Quellhorst, the C3 rider, just struggling to stay with Jamie Whitmore from the USA on this climb. And the severity of this course is really starting to get to Marie Quellhorst from Germany now. Just getting feedback from her coach here at the side of the road. But yeah, as we see Jamie Whitmore disappear up this climb and really kind of create a gap between her and Quellhorst in the hunt for the medals in the women's C3 category race. And we'll go back to the C4 and 5 race in a moment, I'm sure, to see if that gap between Neylan and Forster, between Neylan and Foster, has come back between the chasers behind. Neylan again using the technical section to extend a gap, but again Harkowska was in close attendance as well.
Are you telling me I've rebooted, Barney, and during my reboot the action has happened?
It's happened and nothing has happened because we're still
They're
at the
all
same.
back together again.
We're still
That's
at the
fine,
same
no
point.
problem at all. Well, not just the cyclists refuelling and rehydrating here in Ronse, Belgium. We're at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. This is day 4 of 4 here in competition, and the competition is as fierce as ever. Talia Clayton-Goody on the back of the group, leading the C1 category. She's doing a phenomenal job because the C2 category riders that she is with really, well, she is working hard to stay with that group, and it is a really strong race for her. Well, you can see the work and the effort of staying with that group. The C3, C2, C1 class, 61.6 kilometres of racing. 4 laps of the course here today around Ronse in Belgium. The C5, C group at the moment, a little bit of refuelling going on there as well. 77 kilometres of racing, 5 laps of this course.
Yeah, that's right. And again, the impetus has gone out of this group now. They're looking at each other. They're looking around and seeing, well, actually, did the attacks achieve anything? No, and you can see Neylan there just asking the riders to roll through, but
no one is.
No, I think the riders are quite happy to have a little bit of a breather at the moment, and that's.
So she goes wide across the road.
Yeah, she does indeed, and we've lost. I was about to say we've lost Osa out of this group.
Yes, we have.
Yes, we have. Yes, we've lost Osa out of this group. So she'll be delighted the fact the pace is eased off of this group, because she'll have some small chance of getting back onto the group. We can't see her in the vehicles behind, but yeah, there's nothing to say she won't be back in on this.
Yeah, the Colombian rider no longer with the group. But the group now, Nicole Murray from New Zealand, Morgan Newbury from Great Britain, Alana Forster from Australia, Anna Harkowska from Poland, Tara Neylan from Australia, and Samantha Bosco from the USA. Now, Bosco's done a brilliant job, but it's not that long ago, Barney, we saw her really struggling on the climb to stay with this group and stay with this pace. Her and Neylan, the 2 C4 riders in this leading group. So it really is the battle between them for the gold medal.
Yeah, it is indeed, and you're just seeing Forster and Neylan having a chat with each other at the back of this group. They've not rolled through at this point. They've done a significant amount of work between the two of them to get this group up to speed. Anyway, so you're seeing Bosco roll through with Newbury, Murray and Harkowska in close attendance as well.
Well, I've just taken a little look there. I'm giggling in the commentary box because Harkowska, the Polish rider, sort of done a little shoulder check. The 2 Australian riders are behind me. They're having a chat. What's going on? There's some planning going on back there.
Yeah, there is, and obviously we're getting towards the latter stages of this race now, and as we're seeing rain starting to fall as well, that does change the technical aspect as well. So when we came through the town last time round, we had Neylan charging through that town area with her technical expertise. And now that the rain is on the road and it's starting to get wet, that changes that dynamic too. So it's how much risk riders are willing to take through that town section, the technical section, and how much gain or disadvantage they'll have.
Well, I'm just literally bringing up the rain radar in the studio at the moment, and if it does rain, it's going to be very light rain. There is rain in the region, but Ronse, it is hit or miss as to whether it is going to touch here today. And, well, the rain definitely changes the surface, and particularly creates challenges with the technical sections, the cobbles and the corners.
Yeah, it does. It just means you have to go slower around them. There's nothing, you know, earth-shatteringly clever about it. You just have to go a little bit slower. But I think in a race, I think if you've got consistent conditions throughout the whole race, it's easier to make judgments because it's the same every single corner and lap you go around. When you start to have rain falling within a race, you then have to adjust your braking distance, you have to adjust how you go around the corner. So it's just an additional factor to think about, you know, in a race when you've got numerous other factors as well. And just see the rain on the camera lens starting to fall now. A few spits and spots.
And at the moment, not too much of an issue. The group a steady state mid-race at the moment in terms of distance and roughly in terms of time. As we get towards the latter stages, you know, and the pace picks up and the attacks start to go, maybe a little more critical should it still be raining.
Yeah, it will be, and obviously, you know, riders are pushing these boundaries all the time. They're pushing the areas where they know they can succeed, and you know, for someone like Nayland, who is a excellent bike handler, you know, she's got a smile on her face.
She's quite happy.
She's having a great time. She's in the lead group in the road race for the first time at a World Championships.
And why not?
And she's absolutely loving it.
And there will be people watching in Australia, and she is very proud and happy to be out there representing her country right in the midst with... well, she is in the WC4 category with Samantha Bosco of the USA. Those two riders well over a minute and a half clear of the chase group. This is going to be the battle for gold and silver between these two riders in the women's C4. So, you know, why not be happy and smile and wave to the camera?
Yeah, that's right. And we have our defending champion here in the C4 race in Samantha Bosco. And she's, you know, thinking about how am I going to beat Nayland? That's all that's going through her mind at the minute. She wants to defend that title, and you know, it's great she can come back for a medal, but she wants to defend that title. If I just look in the distance behind the vehicles, we can just see Osa from Colombia chasing back on to this group. You can just see the vehicles pull over now. And that's because
this pack have slowed.
It is, yeah.
There she is. You can see that shot in the distance, and she will be really pleased about that. You can have periods of time in a road race where you're not feeling as good, and then your form can come back, can't it?
Yeah, it can indeed, and you do. Yeah, you can have that little bad patch and it kind of quickly move on. Just 2 drop bottles from the Australian riders, so whether that will have an effect later on in the race. But there are other parts on the course they can feed with drinks as well.
So the women's C4, C5 road race, the leading group out on the course and in our shots. View and just seeing, we've been talking about how long and straight some of these roads are and how the sight lines racing are really, really good out there. I say good for a chasing rider. Not necessarily so good for someone trying to break away. But as soon as you take this corner here, you start sweeping in and towards town, and you can see really clearly now from the overhead shot Ossa Velosa coming back on to the group. The push on the front of the group, and that's because of the corners.
Yeah, it is. It's been a great opportunity again for, we think will be Nayland. I can just see by the white of her helmet, Nayland is really pushing the pace on these this section, which will not necessarily please Ossa Velosa at the moment from Colombia, who's so close to getting back on. But that just injection of pace is just making her job a little bit harder to get back onto this group.
Yeah, it is indeed, and doing a sterling job is Ossa Velosa to try and close that down. But as she almost got within reaching distance, they stretched again. She's going to have to continue to work, Barney. She's going to have to continue to try and close that gap down. If they sit up or hesitate again, it'll give her more of an opportunity. But at the moment, the Australians back on the front.
Yeah, they are
so
indeed
hard.
And this is where Ossa Velosa just needs to keep keep that power on, because they will ease up at some point on this group in front. And Nayland's increasing the pace there because she's racing. It's not specifically to prevent Osifalosa from joining the group. It's just part of her race. So it will ease up at some point, and she just needs to kind of be patient and keep applying the power.
And the Australian duo in that leading group working together across categories. Category 4 and Category 5 in that leading group. Now 4 riders from Category 5 in this leading group, 2 riders from Category 4. Osifalosa, the 5th rider in that Category 5 race. The 5th rider, should she make contact in the leading group. At the moment, she's not quite closing that down, but Tara Nayland and Samantha Bosco, the 2 riders in this leading group in that C4 category.
And this is the chase group, and that's not, I'd probably say that's not, well, it might be a minute between them and the gap behind. There's a few riders that have now combined into this larger group.
Yes, they have. And that's quite interesting, actually, because that looks to me like Rebecca Newark has joined.
Yep, we have Newark, we have Laws from
and the Italian
Canada,
rider
Creti
as well.
from Canada. We have Grace Norman from the USA, C4 category, and being led by Meg Lemon from Australia.
Yes. So a good-sized chasing group now. 5 riders chasing 6 riders.
Yeah, it is, and obviously they just have to keep on the pace. Knowing that any kind of lapse in pace up front will allow them to get back on.
Well, and that's the bronze medal race going on in the women's C4. Between this leading group and that chase group in the C5, Osifalosa still solo at the moment. You can just see her off of the back, still working to try and close that down.
Yeah, you can indeed. And yeah, that chase group we've got behind, the battle for the bronze is now between Grace Norman and Meg Lemon in that group behind. So they're battling for the bronze, and up front we've got Nayland and Bosco battling for the gold and silver in the women's C4 category.
That was a bit of a call to get on my wheel, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
The hand signal language in cycling is just worldwide, isn't it?
Yeah, well, they both know that when they got into this technical section in town, they started to gap
look at that push
riders, and Newbury has just let the gap go there, which is a surprise. And you can see these Australian riders open up the gap incredibly easy here.
Yeah.
And this is the last kilometre to go as well. So for anyone who's been watching previously, this is this slight little rise that we have, and you can see Harkowsko, who's now recognised the danger and trying to get these 2 riders back again. Yeah,
the Polish rider coming from the back of the group to the front of the group and trying to get back on the wheel of the 2 Australian riders who have just edged their way away from the group, leading this C5, C4 road race. And she's closed the gap down. She's on some good form.
Yeah, she is. It's, for her race kind of so far, we've seen a very consistent pace in Forster on the climb alongside her teammate Nayland in the C4 category. But Harkowska has just been, she's been on and off the pace. Yeah. And as I said earlier, it's the most difficult pace to follow on a climb when someone's on and off the power all the time, because it just creates you can't follow very easily. So yes. she's using her tactics perfectly to try and create that distance. And again, we see through this technical section, Nayland is creating gaps between her and the rest of the riders.
She is so strong technically, isn't she?
Yeah, she is indeed. And you can see Forster is the closest rider to her, and Forster will be fighting to get back on in the hope they just have some sort of lead before they get to the climb. Then they both work together to extend that lead with 2 laps to go on this race. Well,
2 laps to go in the C5, C4 women's race. And it is the woman leading the women's C4 race, Tara Nayland from Australia, who leads them through 1 hour, 17 minutes and 6 seconds. Samantha Bosco in the group behind, but in the C5 race, Forster and Harkowska lead through the rest of the pack.
And you can just see Nayland looking round and Forster nodding her head to say, yes, I think we've got a good gap this time.
Well, Murray and Newbury in danger in that C4 race. Bosco in danger in the C5 race. Bosco in danger in the C4 race. 6 seconds now, that gap between Nayland and Bosco. Just that push through town.
With Nayland on these technical sections. And you can just see Forster looking behind to see where the rest of her opponents are, and Nayland could disappear into the distance here if, unless, I mean, it's whether she decides to wait for Forster or not. Forster's a really good climber, so struggles a little bit on the more technical sections for various kind of reasons, not necessarily a bike handling reason. It's more down to impairments sometimes that create these differences. So you can see the pair of them now joining together, and again, as we said, this is the danger move of this race. This is the move that could ultimately change the direction of this race. And now these two, there's a big enough gap to be all in now for this race. With this is penultimate time up this climb.
Yeah, 2 laps to go, 30 kilometres left in this women's road race, the C5, C4 road race. And the Australian duo have lit the touch paper. They are absolutely splitting this leading group in the women's race apart. They head out onto the climb for the penultimate time. The Polish rider, Hoskowska, desperately trying to go with them, but the gap now being closed down by Newark behind. Well, Alana Forster comes to the front of the dynamic duo from Australia. Forster, oh, she is strong, and so is Tara Nayland. These two riders leading their respective categories. And this, as you mentioned, Barney, a concerted effort now on the penultimate lap to break the group.
Yeah, it is indeed. And you often find, too, in these situations, it's you sometimes have to ride harder on laps 3 and 4 than you would do on the final lap up this climb, because this is the point. This is the point you can break the race. As we see Samantha Bosco in real trouble now up this climb, and the gap that Nayland has created is going to be really tricky for her to catch back up on that descent.
Well, we saw her earlier on really struggling to stay on the back of the group, but every single lap she was on the group and in it. This time round, though, that injection of pace at the front really causing damage at the back. Now, I don't know whether the Australian duo have settled or whether the Polish rider is pushing, but look at the effort from Hoskowska to get back on, and she's been successful.
Yeah, she has indeed, and she's actually going to go straight past them. I think she's got. She wants to make this a winning move for for her in the race. She's up against Forster in this group, but no, she's just content with attempting to hold on to our Australian duo here.
Well, it's a phenomenal pace they're setting, and what a rhythm, and she's working so hard to stay there.
Yeah, she is indeed. You've got this kind of metronomic look of Forster in front, and also Nayland as well. Both exceptional time trialists, and they're doing their very, very best to be on their own at the top of this climb. Just see Newbury on her own, and also Murray too. So it's a really the race is really on this this course now.
Well, Samantha Bosco from the USA, she can see the leader in her race category, the C4 road race ahead. There's not a lot she can do to close it down at the moment. They're on the climb. Very shortly they're going to get to the top of the climb, and then they've got an 11-kilometre run to the finish line. It is downhill and then rolling. The rider from New Zealand also in trouble in this women's C5 category, Nicole Murray.
Yeah, that's
Morgan
right.
Newbury working strongly too.
Yeah, she is. You can see the strain on her face and her body going up this climb. Everything in now to try and stay with those leaders. But yeah, the gap is. Let's see if the gap is actually increasing. It is. Yeah, the gap is going out now on this steep. This is the steepest section of the first ramp of our climb before we drop down after the left-hand turn, and then we go up again before we start our final. And again, this trio now will be happy to work as a trio, for the rest of this remaining lap before we get on the climb the next time. And that's when you know, Forster and Harkowska have to start looking at each other and thinking, well, actually, how are we gonna beat each other at the end? Neylan is ahead in the C4, but yeah, you've got to, but again, this group is going to be content with working with each other for at least a lap. And
then the chase group behind, Newbury and Murray. So Newbury from Great Britain, Murray from New Zealand, are locked together as the chase group, third and fourth respectively at the moment in that women's C5 category. As we just see an issue with a broken chain.
Broken chain for Claudia Creti here from Italy.
Hand up straight away. Look at that. Oh, she didn't like that.
No, she's devastated. I don't think there's a neutral support with them. And again, where the race is split over such a large distance, trying to provide neutral service for every single group or category is really tricky. So that unfortunate broken chain looks like being the end of her race.
Well, the emotion that plays out at the World Championships, and the unexpected can happen. It is a one-day race, and there we've seen and witnessed today technical challenges out on course and mechanical challenges out on course as well. This is the leading group in the women's C5, C4 road race. Alana Forster with Anna Harkowska from Poland in the group, alongside Forster's compatriot Tara Neylan. She's leading the women's C4 category. We drop back in with the women's C3, C2. They are going to come in and take the bell. So one more lap to go in the C3, C2 race, as we see the two riders leading those respective categories. Florina Riegling from Switzerland leading the women's C2. Clara Brown from the USA leading the women's C3. The bell rings out. One more lap to go. These two, Barney, have worked together really well.
Yeah, they have indeed, and again, it's in their interest to do so, being in different categories within the race, with Brown being a C3 and Riegling being a C2. They can, you know, focus on working together, and then at the end of this race, if they still cross the line in the manner in which they have in the lead, they'll have separate World Championships awarded to each of them. So, and again, it'd be interesting to see if Clara Brown, I think Clara Brown's just a little bit stronger than Riegling. So I think if Clara Brown decided to cross the line on her own, if we have that scenario with, you know, in a lap's time, then she would probably want to do it on her own.
Well, a lot of riders always wanted to get that shot with nobody behind them.
I know. Wouldn't that be good?
Well, Flores from Colombia working strongly in the chase. She's in that C2 category. She's on her way back in towards town. Behind Florina Riegling from Switzerland, Alison Jones from the USA, Mika Hasberger from Germany. Those two riders at last check were together, and a little bit ahead of Ramirez from Mexico. So they start the climb again. This is Florina Riegling from Switzerland alongside her long-time breakaway partner of Clara Brown of the USA in the women's C3 class. These two riders on the climb for the last time now. A look of concentration there on Clara Brown's face as they go into that climb. They know they've got a good gap, Barney, but they just still want to keep pushing.
Yeah, they do indeed, and that's the important part about it. And often, I think when you're riding at a constant pace, the same pace you have done all lap, it's you don't want to ease off on that pace, because that's when it feels a little odd. As we just see the riders from multiple categories coming across the line now, C3 and C4.
Yeah, they are indeed, and just taking a little look to see what time gaps we have in these races. So the gap between Clara Brown from the USA in that C3 race, she went through in 1 hour 19:22. 2 minutes 51 clear of her compatriot Jamie Whitmore, who is now in second. Quellhorst from Germany distanced.
Yeah, she was distanced on that climb on the last lap. She really struggled with the pace of Whitmore. As you see our flying trio here in the lead in the women's C5, C4 race.
Yeah, they are indeed flying, aren't they, on the really steep descent here on the run around Ronse in Belgium. The heartland of Belgium cycling is indeed Flanders, and it is hosting the 2025 Paris Cycling Road World Championships. For this year in the road racing has been super. We have 5 categories of riders and racers out on the course at the moment in 2 separate road races.
I think we can see, I think Newbury's on her own behind this group of 3. So it's Newbury's chase now to try and get back onto those leaders.
She was
front.
with Nicole Murray from New Zealand when we last saw her on the climb. They had yet to go into that final climbing section. So Newbury doing a really strong job here of pushing on, and it looks as though she's gone away from Nicole Murray of New Zealand.
Yeah, it does indeed, and we just see we're starting to notice a bit more of a trend now. So when they do go around these corners, I think you see Harkowska struggling a little bit around these corners. You just see Forster go around there and Nayland just on a wheel. But yeah, there's a significant gap there now between. There's Newbury there, and we expect to see Murray not too far behind Newbury either.
Well, Newbury's doing a really strong ride there to stay clear, because that at the moment is the bronze medal position in the women's C5 road race. Newbury put in a strong ride and race last year. She took second place in that road race in Zurich. She took second place to Forster in the individual time trial earlier on this week. So she's on good form, and she's executing, really strongly at the moment.
Yeah, she is, and she just has to keep, focused on her ride and literally keep going, almost going to time trial mode.
Yeah, literally.
Not a bad mode to be in, and just make sure, try and attempt to, to make sure that Murray doesn't catch up with her. But again, Murray's not far behind, so we're going to see a concerted chase between those two in that battle for the bronze medal in the C5 race.
Well, in the C2 race, Florina Wrigley, we saw with the leader of the women's C3 race, that duo riding together. They'd gone through the end of lap 3, 1 hour 19 minutes 22 seconds. We've just seen Daniela Munvar Flores from Colombia go through. She's in second place in that women's C2 category. 5 minutes 34 back. It's a phenomenal gap this duo have put in the C3, C2 race today.
Yeah, it is, and you can just see them just taking on some hydration there before they're back on pace again. But yeah, great ride by those two riders in their respective categories. And Harkowska now, she's really contributing to this pace. This is not something we've seen her do.
Surprising, really, actually.
At this point in the course. Well, I also think she's thinking about the medals as well, so she doesn't want Newbury to catch up. So although we've got a group of 3, we've got the medals split between those 3 riders in the different categories of C4 and C5. So for those 2 riders in C5, they know they've got gold and silver. At the moment, there's still a long way to go yet, we have to say. But obviously with Nayland in there, who's obviously very quickly around these corners and been incredibly impressed with their bike handling skills on this race so far. Yeah,
we're just taking a spot back, and there is Newbury coming into the corner that the leading group have just exited from, looking for Murray on the road.
She's with Bosco from the USA, the C4 category. So
yeah,
they're working together. But again, it's quite a big gap to Newbury up ahead of them.
It is indeed. So all change on this lap in the women's C5, C4 road race.
And of course, Bosco in that group with Murray is the second in the C4 category as well.
Yeah, she is indeed. And that C4 category, so Nayland and Bosco 1 and 2. Meg Lemon and Grace Norman battling hard behind. Then some gap back to Tyson from the USA and Alson from France.
Oh, puncture for somebody. What bike are we looking at here? This is Quellhorse from Germany.
And she's riding it at the moment, which tells me there's no support vehicle around Barney.
Yeah, I know. That's a because I think she's just gone past one of her team support as well. So usually throughout the course, the team support riders do have spare wheels. I mean, I'm assuming she's noticed that her tyre's currently flat.
Well, taking a look at the bike, I think she's already had a...
Yeah,
she must have already had a wheel change. And now this is the second wheel.
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, usually when you have team support around the course, they usually have wheels with them, or they take their bikes out of their own wheels. Sorry, take the bikes out of the wheels, take their wheels out of their own bikes. So if a rider does have a problem, you can quickly swap over. But yeah, it's
but the call coming from the side. Keep riding, keep riding.
Yeah, devastating for her to have that call from the side of the road from the team from Germany.
2 front wheel punctures, 1 road race.
Yeah.
That really, I want to use the phrase unlucky.
No, it is unlucky. And again, that's so when you have a little bit of rain, not rain, a little bit of rain, you do have like this grit residue you get on the road, and that does often cause, you know, because these riders are using very lightweight tyres and wanting to go that much faster, but with that faster risk, you end up possibly puncturing. So
yeah, they're not on 4 seasons, are they?
No, no, not at all. And that's ultimately a risk you take as a bike racer. You know, how much are you willing to risk to actually, you know, not have the bike puncture? And I'd always on the era side of caution. I'd rather, you know, use an extra watt or two to make sure you're not going to puncture, rather than take that risk.
Well, Quellhorse from Germany. Struggling with that puncture, and hopefully assistance will be with her shortly, but it doesn't look like it's the first instant or technical instant she's had out on course. And the leaders now at the trio at the head of the C5 C4 road race. It is Anna Harkowska from Poland on the front, but very, very quickly the Australian duo pick up the mantle. It's looking like we're seeing these 3 work together now, Barney.
Yeah, we are indeed, and that pattern is very quickly established with these 3 riders, and certainly I think they will go into that final lap with the battle for the gold medal and the silver medal for the women's C5, and Nayland cementing her place in the lead in the women's C4 category.
At what point do you think that battle for first and second will start? There's a question for you.
I was about to say the climb, but I might be wrong. It might actually be the technical run back into town. So the Australian riders can talk to each other. So Forster can say to us, we just see our leader with 1 lap to go from the WC1 category. Talia
Clayton-Goody from Australia goes out with 1 lap to go in the women's C1 category. She's doing a sterling job at the moment, and she's absolutely dominant in that C1 category. She's been in and working with that group in the C2 category. It's been working brilliantly for her, Barney.
Yeah, it has indeed, and her whatever tactical plan she had before this race, it's worked out perfectly for her, and she'll be wanting to double up as time trial and road race world champion here in Ronse, Belgium.
Going away doing the double, it really is something in the World Championships here at 2025. We're in Ronse, Belgium, for the Paracycling Road World Championships for 2025. And the racing, well, we are coming towards the last lap now in the women's C5, C4. When they take the line this time, they'll hear that bell ring. They'll go out for 1 more lap. Out on the final lap already, the women's C3, C2 and C1 categories.
And again, just through this technical section, you'll see Nayland just pushing the pace through here. Yeah, Harkowska's
She has to keep driving through this section, doesn't she? Because the gaps, they do go very, very quickly, and the Australian pair know it.
Yeah, they do, and you can just see Forster just stepping on the pedals there just to make her chase that a little bit more. And ultimately, Nayland could let the wheel go now. So because she has no interest in chasing Forster if that did happen.
Well, and then it's down to Harkowska to come round and then close that gap down. Tactics amongst teammates out on the road. Well, this is an interesting trio as well, because this is second and third in that C4 race. Meg Lemon, Grace Norman on the course.
Yeah, that's right. They'll be battling for the bronze medal, because the gap in between these two, we also have Samantha Bosco
out
as well.
on the road, haven't we? That is true.
Just to complicate our matters even further.
I do hope everybody is staying with us in this. We are trying to unpick what you are seeing and trying to give you the story of what is unfolding in each of these 5 road races here in Belgium. So 1 and 2 in the C5 category right on your screen at the moment, in the leading group here. Alana Forster from Australia, Anna Harkowska from Poland.
And again, you can just see Forster and Nayland talking to each other here. So they're just having a bit of a chat and seeing what the plan might be.
Yeah, these two have been really communicative, haven't they, all race?
Yeah, they have. I mean, they're teammates by nation, so it's I'm sure they've got to know each other relatively quickly. Nayland's fairly new to the team. Forster's been there a few years now, so they've had that opportunity to kind of train together, ride on the road a little bit. And again, we can still see Quellhorst here. I still think she's riding with a front wheel puncture.
Well, and there goes some technical support from Germany.
And this is support beyond support, I think, from the coaching setup, trying to catch up.
I don't think the commissaire likes it.
No, I don't think he does indeed. The German rider has to stop, so Quellhorst has to stop to allow that change to happen.
And there's neutral service just up ahead as well.
Yeah, that's right.
They've seen. So Quellhorst planning to pull over to neutral service. That has been a long wait for that exchange.
Yeah, it has indeed. I mean, to her advantage, it's on a climb as well, so that's been a help to her. The fact it's at a lower speed, so she's not going through that town area with a flat tyre, because it's
all the descent.
Yeah, it's not easy to ride on a flat tyre, particularly if you're riding tubeless, for example. The tyre can actually fall off the rim in that situation if you're really unlucky. So yeah, if you're riding a tubular, then it's obviously a little bit easier. But yeah, it's certainly not an easy situation to be in for Quellhorst here, and she'll be up and running pretty quickly. With a big shove from her coach, who's just sprinted up the climb himself.
Yeah. Well, Quellhorst now underway. Mechanical issues dealt with. She will continue with her road race. It's really difficult, Barney, isn't it, to keep cool, to keep calm under pressure like that?
Yeah, it is, particularly when, like her, she's had a long wait for a wheel change, and she'll be thinking, is this ever going to change? Am I actually going to be able to finish these World Championships? So now she's got that wheel change, she'll be able to focus back on the task in hand, which is to get to the finish line as quickly as possible and make sure, she's as close to the medals as she possibly can be.
Well, and all credit to her for keeping calm in those circumstances and keeping on the bike, keeping pushing forward and not going to the side and not engaging with the race.
No, you're absolutely right. To keep that, you just got to keep the faith and keep the hope that it will change and it will be changed. And yeah, all credit to her. She looked relatively calm under that pressure.
She did. Well, these three coming towards the end of the penultimate lap of the women's C5, C4 road race. They're into town. Well, and now the two riders in the C5 category. Harkowska marking Foster, not allowing Nayland to get in the middle.
No, she isn't at all, and that's a smart move by Harkowska to make sure that there isn't a rider in the way that can create that gap. And we know how fast Neylan is around this town centre area. So yeah, for the first time, Neylan is actually following through on this section. Every lap so far, she's been one of the first through. So yeah, she's intent to kind of follow now. And it'd be interesting to see what happens on the climb. Is she going to help Forster? Is Forster going to just battle it out with Harkowska? Because Neylan does have to think about her own race as well in terms of her World Championship.
Title.
Yeah, she can't risk that world title, and you just see Forster accelerate through here.
Well, Anna Harkowska strikes me as a really punchy, determined racer, and she is glued to that wheel in front of her. Barney, I am really looking forward to seeing what happens in this final lap. The climb is going to be instrumental, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed, and it needs to be a platform for one of them, and we're a little unsure who that will be. I think it's likely to be Forster, because I think Harkowska has a slightly better sprint. But Forster's been quick through these town sections behind Neylan, so it's whether they employ that tactic or whether we do actually have a split between those two riders on the climb.
Harkowska's determination to stay in that trio. She really, really has gritted and got in there. A real, strong ride. Morgan Newbury from Great Britain also doing a really strong solo ride at the moment, in third in that C5 category.
Yeah, she has indeed. Yeah, she's in third place currently, and chasing and maintaining the gap between her and the leading group of 3 riders and 2 leading C5 riders. And yeah, she's doing a super job at the moment, and she's obviously just keeping a keen eye on behind her as we see Samantha Bosco, C4 rider, and also Nicole Murray from New Zealand, the C5 rider, who is chasing Newbury for that bronze medal.
Well, Morgan Newbury, 48 seconds at the line. Strong riding from her. Nicole Murray here, the rider from New Zealand, in 4th place in that women's C5. That's the rider Newbury is trying to stay clear of. These are the riders Newbury is trying to catch.
Yeah, absolutely right and well put. And we just see Harkowska drop into that familiar position behind the 2 Australian riders here. And yeah, it's anyone's guess now what will happen. You can see start to see strain on all the riders' faces now. They know they're on their final lap of the race, and this is where it could be won.
Well, Newbury, we said it was 48 seconds to Forster and Harkowska. It's 20 seconds behind her to Nicole Murray. That is the gap as we witness Johan Museo on the side of the road cheering the racers on.
That's right. The Lion of Flanders is well and truly roaring today on the side of the road.
And supporting and cheering on the riders at the UCI 2025 Paris Cycling World Championships here in Ronse, Belgium. This has been a strong ride from these 2 women as well. The C3 category and the C2 category. Florina Wriggling in the C2, really establishing a lead in that category. 5 minutes at the line last time to Daniela Flores from Colombia. 8 minutes 50 seconds to Alison Jones and Maika Hasberger of Germany. Those 2 tied in a duo for what will be a battle for the bronze medal. In the women's C3, just now extending her lead over Ringling of Switzerland is Clara Brown of the USA. She's looked so strong all day, Barney. The gap she has over Jamie Whitmore, her compatriot from the USA, 2 minutes 51 going into the final lap. 4:21 over Marie Quellhorst, the rider from Germany we saw having trouble out on course. But she had a 2-minute gap to Paige Greco from Australia. So it could all be changed for the medals in the women's C3. But at the moment in the C4, C5 category, we're now seeing Tara Neylan drop back from that leading group.
Yeah, we are indeed. And you can see the strain on Neylan now. That really active race she's had so far. And she has 1 minute 17 seconds over Bosco in second.
I say leading group in the C5 and C4 category. So she is still leading that C4 race, and a significant gap she has enabled in that C4 road race by staying with these two riders in the C5 road race.
Yeah, she has, and at the moment, Harkowska from Poland and Forster from Australia are inseparable up this climb.
This is going to be, I predict, one really tough battle between these two riders. They both have looked so strong. Forster has looked calm, considered, playing out some strategic tactics. Harkowska, for me, has just looked like she has battled, and she has such determination to win this race.
Yeah, she does, and you can see that kind of, I already mentioned that on and off power style that Harkowska has. And you can just see Forster just almost time trialing away up this climb now.
Well, the umbrellas are coming up down on the finish line as the rain really starts to come down here, and we are witnessing more riders going out onto that final lap in that women's C4 category. That is Meg Lemon and Grace Norman. They have company because they have the Canadian rider, Jessica Law, with them from the C5 category. So Lemon and Norman battling out now on the final lap of their race for the bronze medal in the women's C4 category. They're 5 minutes down on Bosco and Naylan ahead. This is the C5 category. Morgan Newbury from Great Britain, she's been riding really strongly, Barney, going out onto the final lap. 48 seconds the deficit to Forster and Harkowska. We know there's a massive battle going on between those two, but if they sit up and start looking at each other, it could be to the benefit of Newbury.
Yeah, it is, and Forster's gone now. Quick attack. She could see that Harkowska's having a quick drink, and she attacked straight away. Oldest trick in the book, I think that's called.
Well, that's it, isn't it? And it's one of those ones that you hope it won't happen, but it does. And Harkowska desperately trying now to punch her way back onto the wheel of Forster as Forster continues to drive here.
You can just see the gap is agonisingly close now between these two riders, and as the rain pours down here at the start-finish area and out on the course where they are as well, it's a really tough riding conditions, and you can just see the battle between them. This is great for us to watch here in the commentary box after all this racing we've had so far, and there's still so little between our leading two riders in this C5 race.
Anna Harkowska is closing that gap down. I'm just doing a quick check on my notes here to see how it played out in the time trial. But of course, Harkowska had issues in the time trial and didn't put in a performance of her ability, I think we can say. Forster did take the gold medal in that individual time trial. Newbury took second place. Murray took third. Harkowska, well, we don't actually know what form she is on other than what we've witnessed in this road race. And for me, well, she seems to be an absolute battler. Well, this is also an interesting race that's going on here. This is the C3, C2 race, and they are coming in towards the finish line with 250 metres to go here. Florina Rigling from Switzerland leading the C2. Clara Brown from the USA leading the C3. Clara Brown is going to come through and take the World Championship title in the women's C3 road race. Brown of the USA, Florina Rigling of Switzerland takes the gold medal and the World Championship title in the C2 class.
Congratulations, ladies.
Thoroughly well deserved by these two riders who, from that first, that second time up the climb, and they really kind of pushed the pace on, and you can just see what it means to both of them to become world champion in their respective categories.
Both of them have been absolutely resplendent out there today.
They have indeed. What a great race we've seen.
Yeah. So Clara Brown from the USA taking the win in the women's C3 road race. Florina Rigling of Switzerland taking the win in the women's C2 road race. Both of them have worked together. The respect between these two today, absolutely brilliant.
chase in the women's C5 race, and Forster has gone away from Harkowska on this final rise up the climb. So the next point of reference will be on the descent.
Oh, it will be indeed, and you can see the lying water now out there on the course as the rain continues to come down here in Ronse, Belgium. This is the final lap in the women's C5, C4 road race, and the push is on in the C5. We've got Alana Forster from Australia, and the gap on this descent, Barney, is now going out. Anna Harkowska of Poland. Well, the shots are tricky, but you can clearly see the gap at the moment.
Yeah, you can indeed, and you can see this is full commitment now from Forster. She knows that after that initial attack, and the initial attack she had, which was just before that final ascent, which was a great place to go, so she could extend the lead before she goes on to this descent, and so this left-hander, and then we've got a really, really fast descent.
Well, steadily taken, because the risk versus the reward here. The reward is the World Championship title in that women's C5 race.
And this is a crucial part in this in the race for Forster now. So she has a limited amount of time of non-pedalling down this descent, so she can not pedal for a few sections to allow herself a bit of recovery before she goes again, because as we've already mentioned, you don't gain a significant amount by absolutely smashing a descent. You can just, you know, ride at a constant power but not go over too much and actually take a bit of a micro rest, micro recovery, and that's exactly what Forster is doing now, and in a really aerodynamic position, and flying down this descent currently.
Yeah, she knows what she has to do. She just now has to deliver to take the win in this women's C5 road race today. She's put in, you know, it's been a phenomenal strategy and great execution of tactics from the Australian team in the C5, C4 road race. Anna Harkowska from Poland has ridden a superb race, and it is not over yet. The battle for gold is there on the road in front of you here in Ronse in Belgium at the 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. Anna Harkowska from Poland driving on towards the finish line, trying to catch the woman up the road. It's Alana Forster from Australia. This is the gold medal in the women's C5 road race, and it's not over yet.
And for anyone wanting to know what it's like riding in these conditions, both these riders have got glasses on at the minute. If you can imagine driving a car without the windscreen wipers on and being able to see where you're going, that's what it's like. You're very limited vision when the rain comes down. And for anyone to say, well, why don't you take your glasses off? Well, you can do, but then you end up with spray and grit in your eyes, and then you have another vision problem that you have to deal with. So there are lots of different aspects you have to kind of deal with. As we just see Nayland making her way back to Harkowska now.
Well, Tara Nayland leading the C4 women's road race, the rider from Australia. It had been a trio out on the road on the final climb of the race. Nayland did come back off of the group, and the attack from Forster to go clear of Harkowska, well, Nayland didn't go with them. So leading that women's C4 road race, she's behind Forster and Harkowska on the road, the 1 and 2 in the women's C5 road race. Well, yes, the gap between Nayland and Harkowska closer than the gap between Harkowska and Forster. Well, the Shimano car now coming out of the way. Yeah, because the gap between these three riders, well, just the run into town now. This is one of the last long straight sections before they take the corner and then start working their way through.
Yeah, so although we're on this is the relative calm, I think, for a rider. Once you get into that town section, you need to limit the risks you take, and it's the rider that, you know, is the best bike handler, who can calculate these corners the best, will ultimately do well.
Well, it is indeed the rider here from the USA, Jamie Whitmore, coming through for the silver medal in the women's C3 class. Great racing, gold and silver going to the US of A in the women's C3 road race. That's going to be one very happy Team USA this evening.
Yeah, it will be indeed, and you can just see the smile on Jamie Whitmore's face as she crosses the line. She's absolutely elated to be on the podium here and claim a silver medal in the road race.
Well, the battle for third still out on the road in that women's C3 road race. Kohlhorst from Germany, we were last in with having a wheel change after a puncture. She was clear of around 2 minutes from Paige Greco from Australia. That wheel change will have cost her time, Barney. It's going to be interesting to see where that battle for bronze goes.
Yeah, it is indeed, and we're starting to see a little bit more of a gap now between Forster and Harkowska behind, with Neylan closing rapidly on Harkowska around those turns.
Well, this is the C4 road race, and this is Samantha Bosco coming through.
Don't go anymore, but still 1 lap to go.
Yeah, with 1 lap to go for Bosco.
Actually, that's Andrea Tyson.
Oh my gosh.
Confusing us all with helmet colours.
I know. Well, Clara Brown, your world champion in the women's C3 road race.
I was like, I will fall. I need you to pull me downhill, please.
Sitting and chatting next to Florina Rigling from the women's C2 road race. She too world champion. What do you call a duo of world champions sat next to each other chatting, Barney? World class?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good shout. I need to look in my thesaurus to find that term.
Well, the battle is on here. Well, it is, and actually what's happened here is we've seen Neylan from the C4 category catch Harkowska, who is in second place in the C5 category. Now, first place in the C5 category is Neylan's compatriot, Alana Foster. She's just down the road. Neylan is not going to help at all with that, but what we do have coming down is Daniela Munvar Flores coming in for second place and the silver medal in that women's C2 category. She's ridden a lot of that race solo, Barney, and she's done a phenomenal job.
Yeah, she has indeed. It's been great to see, and great to see that reward for the battle she's had for the entire race.
So Florina Rigling takes the gold medal in the C2 road race. Daniela Munvar Flores from Colombia takes the silver. Well, we're out on the course at the moment, and that is Alana Foster taking that left-hand corner. And that
the gap has gone out now, hasn't it?
Yeah, and it looks to me that she's now taking that start of that long run in. But now in the C3 class,
it's
coming across the line, that's Paige Greco, who has come through for the bronze medal. Well, we said there was a battle out there between Paige Greco and Marie Kohlhorst of Germany, and it is Greco who takes the bronze medal today. Great race from her.
Yeah, it is, and that just goes to prove you don't give up. Just keep working hard, and you never know what might happen in front of you.
A race is not over till you are over the line.
Exactly.
Seems simple, but sometimes it's not. Well, Tara Neylan on our screens at the moment, leading the C4. On your screen right now is Alana Foster leading the C5 category. Neylan is on the wheel of Harkowska, who is second in that C5 category. And you can see the speed difference now between those riders. Do you see Kohlhorst coming here from Germany? Well, all credit to Marie Kohlhorst from Germany. She had that front puncher. She was sat in the bronze medal position. She didn't panic. She kept calm. She kept riding until she got to neutral service. But it was some time before she could get that wheel change. And she comes through for fourth place today in that road race. Well, the top 3 podium riders over the line in the women's C3 road race. They're heading off for interviews because that is what happens when you come over the line in a podium position in the World Championships. They'll have the opportunity to warm down, to rehydrate, to put some fuel on board. What they are, well, required to do next.
Yeah, exactly. And we just see the next group of riders coming through for...
Yeah, C3 and a bit of a sprint going on here for the places in that C3 women's road race. Big push from the Irish rider, Timothy, there to take what will be 5th place. Paula Calaberos Perez from Colombia there as well. The German rider in the C3 category. And the C2 category coming over the line. That is Mika Hasberger, who's just... Well, it's fast and furious on the finish line here in Ronse, Belgium. This is the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. We have the C1 category. We are awaiting the gold medalist out on course. Last time we were in with them, it was Talia Clayton-Goody who was leading the women's C1 road race. We also have the women's C4, C5 road race still underway. This is the chase in the C5 road race. Anna Harkowska from Poland on the front of this group. She is in 2nd place in that C5 road race. The Australian rider on her wheel is Naylan, who is leading the C4 road race. This rider, Alana Forster, she is clear at the moment, away from that group of 2, leading the C5 race solo on the run back into town.
Yeah, she is, and a cracking ride she's doing here. She established that lead on the, well, just before the last section of that climb. She attacked on the flat part and then extended her lead over the climb, as we just on board here with Samantha Bosco, who is our 2nd place rider in the women's C4, with our 4th place rider in the women's C5, which is Nicole Murray from New Zealand.
And these 2 have been riding well together. They've been with each other for over a full lap now as a duo, and they are both riding strongly.
Yeah, they are indeed, and you can see them working together nicely.
So Nicole Murray chasing in that C5 category. So she was in 4th place at the end of the last lap. She was around 20 seconds down on Morgan Newbury in 3rd. Anna Harkowska from Poland in 2. Alana Forster from Australia in 1. Bosco, however, in that women's C4 category, sat in 2nd in that race. Tara Naylan up the road, the Australian rider leading. Behind... well, Meg Lemon and Grace Norman, Meg Lemon from Australia, Grace Norman from the USA, battling for the 3rd place in that competition last time we were in with them. So you can see Alana Forster now coming towards the heart of town. She's on the final run now towards the finish. So I've just seen Barbosa come over the line for Brazil. That will be 2nd place in the women's C1 road race. Well, the red kite is overhead. The final kilometre of the road race now in the women's C5, C4 race. Alana Forster clear at the front of the race. And the chase is on behind, and the chase is coming from Anna Harkowska. She's not been able to close down the gap, Barney, that Alana Forster has in this final lap of the women's C5 road race. The winner, or the leader in the C4 road race, just coming up and past her as they come into the technical sections in town, because we know that's where Naylan is strong.
Yeah, we do indeed. We've seen Nayland's prowess on those corners before.
Well, one of the other riders in the Australian team, Talia Clayton-Goody, is going to take the gold medal and the World Championship title in the women's C1 race. Your world champion for 2025, Talia Clayton-Goody. Great race from her. Well, the Australians really showing some form in the women's road racing today in the C5, 4, 3, 2 and 1 categories. Well, very, very shortly we are going to see the finish to the C5, C4 race because they are heading into and on their way from town. Finally, Talia Clayton-Goody has a smile on her face. She is a phenomenal achievement and a World Championship title to her name this year. As we see Alana Forster, well, Talia Clayton-Goody, the world champion in the women's C1 road race for 2025.
Just waiting to see the C5 race come across the finish line, and we're hoping and expecting to see Alana Forster cross the line, but how close will Anna Harkowska be from Poland?
Well, and Nayland comes down. Well, there is Alana Forster coming through and across the line. The UCI World Champion for 2025 in the women's C5 road race. Well, Alana Forster coming over the line to take that World Championship title in the women's C5 road race.
Yeah, great ride by Forster, and yeah, if you could have guessed the result before we started, maybe you would have said Forster, but to actually execute these races in the way that these riders have done, it's been a great piece of riding by Forster.
Well, and there comes Harkowska. Anna Harkowska battled and battled hard. She's going to take the silver medal in that C5 road race.
Aankomst voor iedereen, finish for everyone from now on. En daar hoort bij iedere aankomst applaus bij, uiteraard.
Harkowska coming over the line for second and the silver medal in the C5.
Yeah? Yeah, it's good. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's okay. Thank you. Try some water? Yeah, please. Thank you. Okay? Yeah. Nie widziałam was, tylko widziałam Carlosa, bo wszyscy takie same ubrania. Ale Australiki silne. The Australian, the best was this champion.
Well, the Polish rider saying the Australians, they were just unbeatable on the day. She's taken the silver medal in that women's C5 road race. Well, in the C4 road race, Tara Nayland takes the World Championship title. Australia dominant in these women's C4, C5. Fabulous race, and your world champion for 2025, Tara Nayland from Australia. Well, there is Newbury coming through to take the bronze medal in the women's C5 road race. Fabulous racing from her. It's been a lonely last lap, but she drove on and stayed clear.
And there we have our two winners, the C4 and C5 winners, who played their part together, raced incredibly well as a team. And yeah, what a great result for Australia, having 2 golds from that race.
Well, and the second place in that race, Samantha Bosco, is going to come through for the silver medal in the women's C4 road race. That's been another hard ride and a well-deserved silver medal.
Yeah, great ride by Bosco there, and you can just see that there's so many battles that have happened on this course today and throughout this race. You know, the changing conditions, the changing tactics within the race, but absolutely a huge battle between all these riders today.
And staying dry, staying warm, really challenging over the finish line when the rain came down in the latter part of this course today.
Yes, mate. Same as us. They're on the same tally. Same.
Well, the camaraderie between the teams, between the racers and the supporters as well, out on course. Newbury taking the bronze medal in that women's C5 road race. The bronze medal in the women's C4 road race, well, we've not seen that battle come over the line yet. And I say battle because at last check, it was Meg Lemon from Australia and Grace Norman from the USA locked out on the final lap. Well, the question is, has one of them ridden away from the other?
Do you want to go sit down?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
Is it your adductor?
It's all of it, yeah.
Okay.
I rode through it on the climb, but I think
Yeah, I think you could just hear the Americans discussing about an injury that Bosco will have had. Definitely affected her on that race, but you can see the fatigue. But a nice smile and wave, and I'm sure her husband will be watching back in the USA.
Well, the silver medal to Samantha Bosco from the USA in that women's C4 road race. As I mentioned, we are awaiting the arrival of the bronze medal because a battle out on course between Meg Lemon from Australia, Grace Norman from the USA. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how that has played out. Well, you can see the tension on Bosco's face as she just gets some attention on that injury. Well, the helicopter shots have allowed us to see some of the great action underway here in Ronse, Belgium. The results of the women's C1 road race, Talia Clayton-Goody from Australia taking the win, Barbosa coming through for second place.
This was the finish for Paula Andrea Oscar Venosa from Colombia. Finish for Meg Lemon. Good job, Meg.
Well, it's looking like Meg Lemon has come through ahead of Grace Norman to take the bronze medal in the women's C4 road race. She was with Grace Norman at the end of the penultimate lap, but Lemon riding clear on that final lap in the road race. Meg Lemon from Australia taking the bronze.
Daniela, Carolina, Mune.
So Talia Clayton-Goody taking the win in the women's C1 category. Victoria Barbosa taking the silver medal for Brazil. In the women's C2 road race, confirmation of Florina Igling from Switzerland taking the win. 1 hour, 46 minutes. Clear of Daniela Munvar Flores in second place. In third in that race, we saw Mika Hasberger come over the line for the bronze medal. The women's road races have not disappointed at all here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Road World Championships. Well, we're going to hear from Clara Brown very shortly, the winner of the WC3 road race.
Clara Brown, many congratulations. You're standing here as a world champion. How does it feel?
Hard to find words. I'm just really, really proud of that ride and so excited to be in stripes next year.
It looked like you immediately found a companion on Florina. How does it? How was the work between you?
Yeah, I mean, we both put in equal effort, I'd say, and just worked really well together. And once we were away, we both just knew we had to maintain the gap and work hard, and we'd both be in stripes. And it was just such an amazing feeling to work alongside her.
Yeah, it looked like you were really enjoying it out there, because after I think one lap, you already did to the team like this. It was like it's okay, I win.
I didn't know for sure. I just knew I had good legs, and I had a great person to work with in Florina. She's super strong, like I said. So I thought if we could work well together, then we'd both have our day.
What does this world title mean to you?
Yeah, this is a culmination of a lot of work, and just was extra special after a mishap in the TT, and I'm just so glad to have the redemption today.
Thank you. Many congratulations.
Thank you.
Clara Brown from the USA, absolutely ecstatic, and so she should be. World champion for 2025 in the women's session later this afternoon. Up next, to complete this morning's session, will be the medal ceremonies. Complete this morning's session will be the medal ceremonies and the presentations of those iconic World Championship jerseys to our new World Champions for 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, there are our new UCI World Champions for Italy, Federico Andreoli, Francesco Di Felice! World Champions!
We are very, very happy. It's our first World Championships together, and we honored this race with a fantastic race, I think. We have a lot, I think, energy on the uphill, so we spend all on it. When was 2 laps to go, we attacked, we moved, and we go.
In Ronse. Dames en heren, van harte welkom. We gaan beginnen aan de eerste reeks van huldigingen in het kader van de wereldkampioenschappen G-wielen in 2025 in Ronse. Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships voor de categorie MB Road Race. Dames en heren, uw aandacht voor de huldigingsplechtigheid in het kader van de wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025 in de MB-categorie na de wegrit. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El-Mahi, the President of the Paracycling Commission from the UCI. Ook deze keer zullen de medailles worden overhandigd door de heer Mohammed Ben El-Mahi, voorzitter van de Paracycling Commissie bij de UCI. We gaan straks ook cadeautjes uitreiken en we zijn vereerd om op het podium voor de uitreiking van die cadeaus mevrouw Annick de Ridder te mogen verwelkomen, Vlaams minister van Sport. Dames en heren. Eerst en vooral op een 3e plaats geëindigd. De winnaars van de bronzen medaille uit Frankrijk. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, in 3rd place, winners of the bronze medal, representing France, Elie De Cavallo, Michael Guichard. Op de 2e plaats, de winnaars van het zilver. Zij vertegenwoordigen Spanje. In 2nd place, winners of the silver medal, representing Spain. Put your hands together for Juan Sansoriera and Eloy Teruel Rovira. prachtige mooie momenten. En er komt er nog eentje, want hier staan de winnaars. De winnaars van het goud. De nieuwe wereldkampioenen in de MB-categorie. Ze komen uit Italië. Ladies and gentlemen, winners of the race. Winners of the gold medal. And our new UCI World MB champions coming from Italy. Federico Andreoli, Francesco Di Felice. Meer dan verdiend, wereldkampioen geworden, de aanval heeft geloond, resoluut voor de aanval geopteerd en uiteindelijk de wedstrijd gewonnen. En nu gelauwerd als wereldkampioenen. En medaillewinnaars, die mogen altijd extra cadeautjes krijgen. Mag ik heel graag mevrouw Annick de Ridder, Vlaams minister van Sport, Mobiliteit, Openbare Werken en Havens uitnodigen om de cadeautjes uit te reiken. We gaan beginnen met de bronzen medaillewinnaars. Un petit présent pour Elie de Carvalho, Michael Guichard. Cadeautjes namens de stad Ronse, de vierde gaststad van deze wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025. Of course, we have also a present coming up for our silver medal winners from Spain, Juan Sansoniera, Eloy Teruel Rovira. Ook zij gaan een cadeautje krijgen. Uitgereikt door mevrouw Annick de Ridder, Vlaams minister van Sport. En zij gaat ook de wereldkampioenen belonen. De nieuwe wereldkampioenen in de MB-categorie uit Italië. Also a present for both our new UCI World MB champions from Italy, Federico Andreoli, Francesco Di Felice. Dames en heren, mag ik nu uw speciale aandacht vragen om samen met ons te gaan luisteren naar het nationale volkslied. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champions, we present you the national anthem of Italy. Met uw applaus, dames en heren. Applaus voor de medaillewinnaars. Put your hands together for all our medal winners. We gaan de voorbereiding zometeen beginnen op de volgende huldiging. Na de MB-categorie zometeen als tweede huldiging de ceremonie voor de WB-categorie. Huldigingen die live de wereld worden ingestuurd. De wereld kijkt mee naar wat hier deze week al gebeurd is en vandaag nog gaat gebeuren in Ronse.
yeah, we were struggling at times for sure. You know, it was a really, really hard race. I think it's probably the hardest race that we've had, and it was definitely a race of not giving up and believing in yourselves and just believing in each other. We just kept going, keep on going, and yeah, we had a lot thrown at us there with the, you know, the slow puncture changing the wheel and the chain getting stuck, and we were ahead at those stages as well. We had a bit of a gap, and then we had to try and close in on those wheels and then try and kind of make a move. So yeah, it was really, really hard, and you know, it was tough, and with the hills that made it even harder. But a lot of people had you know, a few mechanicals and falls, so it was really kind of treacherous with the cobbles and the wet roads. So we're kind of, after last year when we both crested in the World Cup, kind of happy to be upright, but of course to win and to be double 3 times double world champions is just amazing, and it's just like what we were hoping for and dreaming for, and what we've been training for as well.
World Championships in Ronse. Dames en heren, op die graag maandag van een van de huldigingen in het kader van de wereldkampioenschappen Chemie 2025 in Ronse. Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships for the category WB after the road race. Huldiging voor wat de wereldkampioenschappen Paracycling 2025 betreft in Ronse voor de categorie WB na de wegrit. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI. Medailles worden terug overhandigd door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, voorzitter van de UCI-commissie Paracycling. De cadeautjes zullen straks overhandigd worden door mevrouw Karen Peters, Head of Sustainability bij Toyota Motor Europe. Waarvoor graag ook een applausje voor hun medewerking. First of all, in third place and winners of the bronze medal representing Great Britain. Op de derde plaats de winnaressen van het brons. Ze komen uit Groot-Brittannië, Sophie Unwin Jenny Hall. In second place, winners of the silver medal, representing Poland op de tweede plaats, de zilveren medaillewinnaressen. Ze komen uit Polen, Patricia Kuder, Karolina Kolkovic. En last but not least, dames en heren, de winnaars van deze wedstrijd. Winnaars van het goud en bijgevolg de UCI wereldkampioenen in de WB-categorie 2025 uit Ierland. The winners of the race, the winners of the gold medal and the 2025 UCI World Champions coming from Ireland, Katie George Dunleavy, Linda Kelly. We gaan na de medailleoverhandiging gaan we de cadeautjes uitreiken en die worden overhandigd door mevrouw Karen Peters, Head of Sustainability bij Toyota Motor Europe. Time for the presents. We gaan eerst cadeautjes overhandigen aan het Britse duo dat derde geworden is. First of all the presents for Sophie Unwin en Jenny Hall. Cadeautjes op komst voor het duo uit Polen, die tweede werden. The presents for the silver medal winners from Poland, Patricia Kuder, Karolina Kolkovic. And we will not forget with those presents our new UCI World Champions from Ireland. Ook de nieuwe wereldkampioen uit Ierland gaan uiteraard namens de stad Ronse, de vierde gaststad van dit event, de cadeautjes krijgen. Katie George, Dan Levy, Linda Kelly. We gaan naar een mooi moment, want we gaan uw aandacht vragen voor het nationale volkslied. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champions, we present you the national anthem of Ireland. Your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Handen op elkaar, alsjeblieft. Congratulations, ladies, and thank you very much. Dank u wel aan de medaillewinnaressen. We gaan alles voorbereiden op de volgende huldiging, de derde in de
It was a great race. I was able to stay with a couple of people, which was really fun. I didn't want to be out the whole race by myself. So it was good to, get in with a little group and work and have some fun in the rain.
Ceremonies zijn er nog? Nog 4. Deze middag of deze avond? Nee, nu. Deze middag, ja, deze middag. Oké. Straks in de avond
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the award ceremony of the 2025 World Championships in Ronse. Dames en heren, graag nogmaals van harte welkom voor de hybridingsplechtigheden in het kader van de wereldkampioenschappen GU 2025 in Ronse.
Ja.
Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships category WC1 Road Race. Huldigingsplechtigheid na afloop van de wegrit in het kader van deze wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025 voor de categorie WC1. During this ceremony, the medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El-Mahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI. De medailles zullen worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben El-Mahi, voorzitter van de Paracycling Commissie van de UCI. Straks gaan er cadeautjes worden uitgereikt door de heer Stef de Handschutter, de president van G-Sport Vlaanderen. We hebben twee medaillewinnaressen op het podium. First of all, in second place, and winner of the silver medal, coming from Brazil op de tweede plaats. Goed voor zilver, ze komt uit Brazilië, Victoria Maria de Camargo y Barbosa. En als nieuwe UCI wereldkampioene, de winnares van de wedstrijd, winnares van het goud, ze komt uit Australië. And then, the winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, and our very new UCI World Champion in the WC1 category, coming from Australia, Talia Clayton-Goody! Wij gaan cadeautjes overhandigen. We gaan dat laten doen door de heer Stef de Handschutter, president van G-Sport Vlaanderen. Mag ik eerst en vooral de heer de Handschutter uitnodigen om de zilveren medaillewinnares te belonen. En zij komt uit Brazilië. We have a present for the silver medal winner from Brazil, Victoria Maria de Camargo y Barbosa. En we hebben natuurlijk ook een cadeautje voor de winnaars. Of course, we have also a present for our new UCI World Champion in the WC1 category from Australia, Talia Clayton-Goody. Dames en heren, we gaan luisteren samen met u naar het nationale volkslied. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present you the national anthem of Australia. Give them a big round of applause, please. Met uw applaus voor de medaillewinnaressen Victoria Maria de Camargo y Barbosa and the new world champion from Australia, Talia Clayton-Goody.
I think this one means a lot. Because there's been lots of challenges the last 12 months, and it's always hard to reset after such a big year that Paris was last year. But done a lot of work on and off the bike. I've had a lot of very good people in my corner. Our team is super strong, and we've made a concerted effort to build a really good team culture, which helps on and off the bike. And when you're riding and having fun, what's better than winning?
Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships voor de categorie WC5 Road Race. Dames en heren, huldigingsceremonie voor wat de wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025 betreft. Hier georganiseerd in de Ronse categorie WC5 na de wegrit. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission from the UCI. De medailles worden overhandigd door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, voorzitter van de Paracycling Commissie bij de UCI. Later on, the presents will be presented by Ms. Annick de Ridder, Flemish Minister of Sport. Naderhand zullen de cadeautjes worden uitgereikt door mevrouw Annick de Ridder, Vlaams minister van Sport. First of all, in third place, winner of the bronze medal representing Great Britain op de derde plaats. Goed voor bronzen komt uit Groot-Brittannië, Morgan Newberry. Niets dan blije gezichten. Ook bij de zilveren medaillewinnares. Gaat straks eremetaal krijgen. Ze komt uit Polen. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Poland, Anna Harkowska. En in het midden de vierde winnares van de wedstrijd. Winnares van het goud en de nieuwe UCI wereldkampioen in de WC5 categorie. Ze komt uit Australië. In the middle, the winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, our very new UCI World WC5 champion coming from Australia, Alana Foster! Medaillewinnaressen gaan we extra blij maken. Mag ik heel graag mevrouw Annick de Ridder, Vlaams minister van Sport, uitnodigen om eerst en vooral Morgan Newberry, de bronzen medaillewinnares, extra te belonen met een cadeautje uit naam van de stad Ronse, vierde gaststad van de wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025. We hebben een cadeautje voor de zilveren medaillewinnares uit Polen. A present for Anna Harkowska, our silver medal winner from Poland. And of course, we have a present coming up for the proud new UCI World Champion in the middle. Cadeautje voor de vierde wereldkampioene uit Australië, Alana Foster! Dames en heren, beste mensen hier in Ronse, we gaan luisteren naar het nationale volkslied. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present you the national anthem of Australia. Please put your hands together one more time. Zometeen gaan we verder met deze reeks van huldigingen. De volgende wordt zometeen de huldiging in de WC4 categorie. Next up will be the award ceremony for the WC4 category.
I'm so proud. Glenn was like, go. I was like, both quads are going. I was like, I can't.
I really liked the course. It had a bit of everything for everyone. The climb was solid. The descent was really fun. All of the twists and turns played to some strengths. So yeah, had a good time out there.
You really had an advantage with Elena Foster with you, so you can play out the teamwork?
Yeah, it was really great to have some team tactics today. I think we worked really well together. Lots of strong riders out there, so it was great to have two Aussies up in the breakaway.
Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships for the category WC4 Road Race. Officiële huldigingsplechtigheid van de wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025 in Ronse, categorie WC4 en dit na de wegrit. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, the president of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI. De medailles zullen overhandigd worden door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, voorzitter van de Paracycling Commissie bij de UCI. Naderhand zullen de cadeautjes worden uitgereikt door mevrouw Karen Peters, Head of Sustainability, Toyota Motor Europe. We gaan eerst en vooral de bronzen medaille overhandigd zien aan de dame die derde werd. Ze komt uit Australië. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, in third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia, Meg Lemon! In second place and winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America, op de tweede plaats, winnares van het zilver. Ze komt uit de USA, Samantha Bosco! En alweer een nieuwe UCI wereldkampioene. Zij won de koers, zij pakt het goud en gaat zo meteen gekroond worden als officiële wereldkampioene. Ze komt uit Australië. Last but not least, the winner of the race, the winner of the gold medal, and our very new UCI WC4 World Champion, coming from Australia, Tara Neeland! Ik nodig ondertussen heel graag mevrouw Karen Peters uit namens Toyota Motor Europe om cadeautjes uit te reiken. We gaan eerst en vooral de bronzen medaillewinnares uit Australië, Meg Lemon, extra belonen met een cadeautje. We have an extra present for the bronze medal winner from Australia, Meg Lemon. Also, we have a present coming up for the silver medal winner from the USA, Samantha Bosco. En we hebben straks ook een cadeautje namens Toyota Motor Europe voor de nieuwe wereldkampioenen uit Australië. Also a present, of course, for our very new UCI World Champion from Australia, Tara Neeland. Wij gaan samen met u luisteren naar het nationale volkslied. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present you the national anthem of Australia. Put your hands together, please, one more time. Nog 2 huldigingen te gaan, dames en heren. 2 more award ceremonies coming.
Yeah, this is a culmination of a lot of work, and it just was extra special after a mishap in the TT, and I'm just so glad to have the redemption today.
Graag aan de aandacht en van harte welkom om de huldigingsplek te geven van de wereldkampioenschappen geo-blocking 2025 in Ronse. Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Road World Championships, category WC3 Road Race. Officiële huldigingsplechtigheid in het kader van de wereldkampioenschappen geo-wielrennen 2025 hier in Ronse categorie WC3 en dit na de wegrit. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, President of the Paracycling Commission from the UCI. De medailles gaan ook deze keer worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, voorzitter van de Paracycling Commissie bij de UCI. Voor de overhandiging van de cadeautjes naderhand begroeten wij met heel veel genoegen op het podium de heer Stef de Handschutter, president bij G-Sport Vlaanderen. Welkom, meneer de Handschutter. Wij gaan de bronzen medaille eerst en vooral laten uitreiken. En dat gaat gebeuren aan een dame uit Australië. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, winner of the bronze medal in 3rd place, coming from Australia, Paige Greco! Op de tweede plaats de winnares van de zilveren medaille. Ze komt uit de Verenigde Staten van Amerika. In second place, our winner of the silver medal, representing the United States of America. Please put your hands together for Jamie Whitmore! And now that very special moment is there. Op de eerste plaats, winnares van het goud en nieuwe wereldkampioene in de WC3-categorie. Ze komt uit de Verenigde Staten van Amerika. The winner of the race, winner of the gold medal, the very new UCI World WC3 champion, representing the United States of America, Clara Brown! Na de medailles is het nu tijd voor de cadeautjes. Mag ik de heer Stef de Handschutter, president bij G-Sport Vlaanderen, uitnodigen om eerst en vooral de bronzen medaillewinnares uit Australië, Paige Greco, extra te belonen met een cadeautje namens de stad Ronse. De stad Ronse, de vierde gaststad van dit schitterende event. Een vierdaags event, aan de laatste dag bezig. De wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025. Een cadeautje ook voor Jamie Whitmore, schitterend tweede geworden. En uiteraard gaan we de nieuwe wereldkampioenen ook belonen. Of course, we have a present from the city of Ronse for the new UCI World Champion Clara Brown. Dames en heren, maak ik uw aandacht om samen met ons te gaan luisteren naar het nationale volkslied. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present you the national anthem of the United States of America. Please put your hands together one more time. One more award ceremony te gaan. Nog één huldiging zo meteen op komst. En dan die nog een heel speciaal momentje.
It's so cool to be here again, and the race, I just loved it, to race in front of the crowds, and I just think really the course was super nice, and it like shows what paracycling can do, and I'm so proud that we also did it together with the American. It's also, I mean, a part of paracycling with the different categories, but also makes sports fascinating.
tijdens deze middagsessie graag uw aandacht voor een van de huldigingen in het kader van de wereldkampioenschappen geo-blocking 2025 hier in Vlaanderen, hier in Ronse. Award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling World Championships category WC2 Road Race. Officiële huldigingsplechtigheid van de wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen 2025 hier in de Ronse categorie WC2 na de wegrit. The medals will be presented by Mr. Mohammed Ben El Mahi, President of the Paracycling Commission of the UCI. Ook ditmaal zullen de medailles worden uitgereikt door de heer Mohammed Ben El Mahi, voorzitter van de Paracycling Commissie bij de UCI. Straks ook opnieuw tijd voor cadeautjes. We hebben op het podium mevrouw Annick de Ridder voor de overhandiging, Vlaams minister van Sport. Dames en heren, eerst en vooral op de derde plaats en winnares van het bronzen komt uit Duitsland. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, in third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Germany, Maike Hausberger. In second place, op de tweede plaats, goed voor een zilveren medaille. Ze komt uit Colombia. In second place, winner of the silver medal, representing Colombia, Daniela Carolina Muñevar Flores. Na een geweldige wedstrijd kwam ze alleen over de streep en is de nieuwe wereldkampioene bij de WC2-categorie. Ze komt uit Zwitserland. After an incredible race, winner of the gold medal, our very new UCI WC2 World Champion, representing Switzerland, Florina Riegling. Mag ik mevrouw Annick de Ridder, Vlaams minister van Sport, uitnodigen om cadeautjes uit te reiken. Een cadeautje namens de stad Ronse, de vierde gaststad van deze wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen. Een eerste cadeautje overhandigd aan Maike Hausberger, op de derde plaats geëindigd in deze wedstrijd. We hebben een cadeautje in petto voor de dame uit Colombia, die tweede geworden is. De zilveren medaillewinnares in deze categorie, Daniela Carolina Muñevar Flores. En we hebben, dames en heren, hier in Ronse, hier op deze slotdag van de wereldkampioenschappen G-wielrennen, een cadeautje in petto voor de wereldkampioene WC2 uit Zwitserland, Florina Riegling. Wij gaan luisteren naar het nationale volkslied. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our very new UCI World Champion, we present you the national anthem of Switzerland. Dit met uw applaus, dames en heren. Put your hands together for Maaike Hansberger, for Daniela Carolina Munjevar Flores, and for the new world champion, Florina Regling. Zometeen nog een klein speciaal momentje, een belangrijk momentje, zometeen op het podium. Dus blijf nog even bij ons.
Maria.
Ja.
Maria.
Dames en heren, we hebben een onderhandeling te doen. Want namens de UCI gaan we een cadeautje overhandigd zien aan onze Vlaams minister van Sport, mevrouw Annick de Ridder, uit erkentelijkheid. Omdat dit een geweldig evenement is geweest. Omdat dit al een schitterende week is geweest tot nu toe. Ze zijn bij de UCI uiteraard bijzonder tevreden dat Ronse, dat Vlaanderen dit evenement wil organiseren. So, het woord is aan de heer Mohamed Ben El Mahi. It's all yours.
Madame Annick, ministre des Sports de Flandre, je suis très content et très heureux de vous présenter ce petit souvenir en reconnaissance à vos efforts, au nom de Monsieur David Lapartien, président de l'Union internationale du cyclisme, en reconnaissance à tout ce que vous faites pour la jeunesse et pour le sport et pour le cyclisme. Merci.
Voilà, prachtig mooi moment. Een cadeautje voor mevrouw Annick de Ridder. Een cadeautje die eigenlijk symboliseert dat we met een geweldig evenement bezig zijn. En dat Vlaanderen het kloppend hart is van de wielersport. Applaus, dames en heren. Thanks a lot. Merci beaucoup. Mooie momenten.